here. Go here. Go here. Go here. Go here. La 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 la. Nice. Go here. Go here. Go here. Go here. Your title, your comment, Wilco, your comment in this chat room about the title was deleted by YouTube. Is that what you're saying? 'Cause I'm pretty sure Craig didn't do it. Is that what you're saying? Let's see. My blue bar is missing. Who is giving me 7 thumbs down? What is wrong with you people? Okay, so I don't know if we're getting anywhere here. But for some reason, okay, let's see here now. Do not disturb is off the phone. I didn't blame anybody. Is someone in the chat room blaming you? Because I didn't blame anyone. Craig? I didn't blame anyone for anything.
The blue bar is missing. You told me to take that shit off when you were filming the other day.
All right, the blue bar is missing.
Yeah, like it's my fault.
You do call yourself the producer, right?
Yeah.
I didn't blame anybody for anything. It's not what I do. Okay, so yes, priorities, man. You're like a victim. Why are we doing this? Echo on the beach, heads up. 5:30? You were in this room at 5:30? That's crazy talk. Are people upset because I welcome Bernie Bros? You don't understand what's happening with the Bernie Bros thing, okay? What we're going to get now, what we've gotten all weekend long, is people attacking what they call Bernie Bros. But they're not attacking Bernie Bros. They're attacking Bernie Sanders supporters in the form of Bernie Bros. But then you go, oh, but they're putting this seed into people's mind that people who support Bernie Sanders are these evil people. So how can you support Bernie Sanders? Because what are you, an evil person? You know, and that's what, and people go, gee, people haven't made their mind up yet. They go, I wonder if I could get behind Bernie Sanders. And they go, oh no, only evil people support Bernie Sanders. This is what they're doing. They're not bashing Bernie Bros. They're bashing all Bernie Sanders supporters. And you guys know this. You're not new. Oh, I have a new bong. And I am about ready to hit that sucker. So you know, Wilco. You okay, buddy? My Boo Bear's a little out of it today for some reason. Okay, so here we are. Here we are on this thing that we do live. So as I was saying, it's a live call-in show. If you want to call in, the number is 805-669-6397. Operators are standing by. The dial tone is there. The do not disturb sign is off. We're ready. We do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So, who the fuck is thumbing down my fucking video? What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you angry that Bernie Bros are welcome here? Is that what the problem is? Or is there some other issue? What's up, MC? I am gonna hit this sucker for the first time on camera, as far as you know. Actually, first time on camera on YouTube. I haven't actually posted any videos anywhere else yet, but I wanted to take a puff with you guys first because I figured if I did an unboxing video and then posted that like on Saturday or Sunday, that it wouldn't be as exciting as getting and have a puff on the live show, all together now. Follow me and do exactly as you see. Oh, that I can believe. They're upset because they didn't. I'm a little upset that we didn't give away a shirt on Friday, honestly. I don't want to say very, but I'm a little disappointed in that, I must say. Because I really enjoyed giving away a t-shirt the week before. The Friday before, the phone-in, the t-shirt giveaway to the 10th caller was freaking awesome. I thought. I thought it was entertaining at the very least. Okay, here we go. That bong will do fine. Wow. Craig got a picture of the Tacoma Dome from, is that live right now? From the Tacoma Dome with Bernie Sanders speaking, and it is packed to the tits. It is as packed as it gets. Look at that. That's Bernie Sanders in the Tacoma Dome just south of Seattle. It works. This pipe works. It's a little bit big, honestly, because you're pulling a little bit of extra water here, so it's got a real pull to it, but it works good. See, works good. All right, so Bernie's rocking them in Tacoma, as we're pointing out here. I have 11 clips for you this evening. I have one about I have a Tucker clip where he's talking about Bernie and Bloomberg trying to buy the election. I have German terror group arrest. I have Japanese coronavirus update. I have French pension cuts. I have fucking tiger video, police brutality video, China Muslims, Uyghurs being quarantined, not quarantined, I should say, not quarantined, but they're being sent to intern camps for like re-education. That place is fucking packed, man. Look at it. Okay? You know, where I want to see Trump's tweets. I want to know what Trump is tweeting right now about Bernie's fucking packed fucking Tacoma Dome. I have calls for Attorney General Barr's resignation, Taliban peace deal, and the military is going to start allowing people to wear turbans, which I thought was very interesting. Turbans and I don't know if it said hijabs or something, but turbans. And the Virginia assault weapons ban failed miserably. I have a video on that also. So, and we have the Bernie Sanders live in the Tacoma Dome right here, which look at that place, man. You cannot get more people than that in there. Okay? So, I guess we figured out who the Democratic nominee should be. Because I don't see Buttigieg doing that, right? I don't see Biden doing that. I don't see Warren doing that. Hey, Klobuchar, get a hold of Bernie. You know what I'm saying? Hello, caller.
Hi, I'm a Bernie fan. Are you? Hello?
Hello?
I'm so excited. Look at that crowd.
Yeah, there's a lot of fish there, huh? He's gonna win.
He's gonna fucking win.
Gonna win, man.
He's gonna win. You guys gotta get together.
He's gonna be the nominee. He's gonna be the nominee, or the Democrats are gonna die.
He's gonna be the nominee.
Yeah.
So, like, if anyone tells you he's not gonna be the nominee, you know what to do, right?
Whatever.
You gotta get violent.
Like, yeah, whatever. Whatever.
Are you high?
As much as possible.
You need to get more high.
I'll work on that in a minute. Thanks for the advice.
Bye.
Bye. You think he was making fun of me? They cannot get more people than that in the Tacoma Dome. So we're clear. That's pretty big. We went to see Bernie Sanders at the University of Washington, and it was packed just like that. We had to sit in the top motherfucking row in order to see, and it was giant. But they said this place holds. I'm not sure how many people it holds. How many people does that place hold, Craig? Again, the reason that I titled this the way I did. What was that? 23,000. I think he said 23,000. So, 23,000, that's how many people are there, I'm pretty sure. Which is good. I'm glad to see someone, it's important to see. People keep saying, oh, I don't see anything like what Trump's doing. Well, now you do. Okay? Now you see Bernie can do it. And he didn't even pick Seattle. He went like an hour south of Seattle. You have to drive, at this time of day, you have to drive for an hour and a half to 2 hours to get to where he is at. Okay? And it's about 70 minutes, so it's a little over an hour to drive to where he's at from Seattle, from downtown. So he I don't want to say an out of the way spot, but he picked something that was kind of not certain. Like Seattle's certain, he comes to Seattle, he's going to pack it in. But that was part of the deal, was he wanted to show that he could go not to Seattle, but to somewhere that's more rural, is what they said, rural, and pull them in. And there's a lot of people there from Seattle, there's no doubt. But there's definitely a packed audience. But again, the reason I titled this the way I did is because Bernie Sanders supporters are being bashed, not Bernie bros. They'll do it in the form of bashing Bernie bros, but what's actually happening is that they're saying, how could anybody support Bernie Sanders, right? So, that's what I'm saying. It's important to understand that it's not that they're bashing the Bernie bros. What they're doing is they're saying, how could anybody support Bernie Sanders? Look at these tactics that they're using, right? And they talk again and again. What you will hear coming up to the Nevada primary, which I think is I don't know if it's Saturday or not. I think they're voting now, but I don't know. I thought they caucus in Nevada, so I guess I'm out of date or something. But the thing that you'll find coming into Nevada, right, is what they're going to say is that these Bernie bros have been posting the addresses of union leaders or whoever that is this messing with the people that are messing with I guess they're posting the addresses of union personnel there, right? Or the union leaders that are saying, you can't vote for Bernie because he's going to take away your health care, and we fought so hard to get you health care. Bernie's not going to take away your health care. He's going to make sure everybody has health care. Okay, he's not here to take away your health care. He's here to make sure everybody has health care. And maybe you fought hard so that you and your family could have health care. That doesn't mean that other children shouldn't get health care if they need health care. Okay? And I don't care, because you're going to have to drag me to the doctor strapped to a fucking board. I've said it again and again. It's not for me. This isn't about me. I'm not interested. I didn't participate in Obamacare. Inch one. Not inch one. Didn't even open the fucking website. So we're clear. But as I was saying, they're going to say that these Bernie Bros have posted the addresses of these union leader personnel, right? And my point is about this is that the union personnel. I mean, the people that are posting these things, we don't know that those are Bernie Bros. What we know is that that's a convenient, scapegoat for them, right? It could be anybody, but we've seen here on this live show where we take live phone callers, we've seen the trolls. Although they are 12-year-olds, I understand. We've seen them go, oh, blah, 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 here's his address, blah, 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 blah. And they think that they're being smart. And I've shown you that address a dozen times. And they're going, oh, blah, 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 here's his address. And okay, is that all you have? Because I'm not threatened by this, and my point is that that's what these people are doing over here, and then they're blaming it on Bernie Bros. These are 12-year-olds doing this to me, and I'm not like, oh my God, these people, okay, if you can't stand the heat, you absolutely do not belong in the kitchen, number one. Okay, I've been here taking this heat a long time. I know what I'm doing. I'm good at it. I'm prepared to deal with it. But I have no idea. My screens are going bonkers. Okay, so where were we? I have a bunch of videos for you. This is really important because, right? Because it's not the Bernie Bros. It's the Bernie Sanders supporters that they're going after. And I seen him do it before. We've seen him do it with Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard supporters are Russian bots. That's what they boil me down. Online Tulsi Gabbard supporters are Russian bots. That's what they boiled me down to at the beginning of this election, right? So you should completely ignore them because, again, they love their labels. Once they can get their label stuck to you, then people know, oh, just ignore that person. He's one of those. We've had this talk again and again, and why I've said number one, don't attach the labels. Don't use labels. Don't attach them to yourself. Don't attach them to other people. And understand they don't help you. And recognize them when other people are doing it. Because again, you do it for this reason. So you can put this person into that category and then basically ignore what they have to say. That's a Bernie bro. Fuck those people. They don't have anything to say. They don't matter at all. The news says so. They're horrible, horrible people. That's a Bernie bro. Can't wait to get my label. I got to get my label gun out and attach a Bernie bro to everybody I see who's a Bernie supporter. Right? It works so well on some people. But it's not what's happening. They're Bernie Sanders supporters. And they're bashing the fuck out of them like it's okay to bash Americans for making their own decision about who they want to vote for. That's what the media is doing. That's what Mike Bloomberg's doing. That's what Joe Biden did it over the weekend. We're seeing it continuously. Hello, caller. Caller? Hello?
Hello? You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, so I wanted to talk about what you were talking about with the Bernie Bros.
Okay.
Okay. Are you one of his supporters?
I believe Bernie Sanders is the best candidate to face Donald Trump.
Okay, because I wanted to say, I'm not necessarily a Trump fan, but I'm not a Bernie fan either. And I will have to say that from what I've seen online, they are just as obnoxious as Trump supporters, in my personal opinion.
Because
But I don't
because why?
what?
Because why?
Well, because if you oppose anything that he stands for, these people come at you with such tenacity,
Come out.
with such rage,
Well-
with such anger. Yes.
Okay. That's because what argument do you have? I mean, they come at you with their argument to say, how the fuck could you possibly be an Amy Klobuchar supporter? Give me a break. She's a fucking
Well,
cop. She's a fucking cop.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But the reality is, man, if you want people to support your candidate, you can't come at them with simplistic arguments.
You know what? This is, you can come at them however it is that you come at them. Okay? Bernie comes at them his way, and I come at them my way. Okay? And that's the way, and you come at them your way, which is what you're doing now.
Well, but yeah, I understand what you're saying, but again, if you want me to support somebody like that, you have to give me a reason to support somebody like that. What does Bernie stand for?
Bernie said Bernie said in the first 100 days as president, he will decriminalize marijuana in all 50 states. In all 50 states.
Good.
Okay, that takes a big old police boot off the neck of millions and millions and millions of Americans, and takes power away from the police and gives it back to the people. Now, do you think Donald Trump is ever going to do anything like that?
But what politician? Many politicians came along and said the same thing.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't.
Yes, so Ron Paul didn't say that.
Ron Paul would have done it if he was in a position to do it.
He's in Congress. That is a position.
No, Ron Paul fought constantly for the legalization of marijuana. Okay? You have to have support of other people too.
In government, that is a position.
No,
whether you like it or not,
no. Bernie Sanders says that in the White House as president, in the first 100 days, if he has to, through executive order, he will decriminalize marijuana in all 50 states. Okay? You can't do that as a congressman or a senator.
But you can try, right?
You can try.
So has he put forth bills to
Bernie Sanders, yes,
level?
he has. Yes, he has. It's easy to look up. He certainly has.
Okay. So my thing is, why do you think he's the best candidate to go against Trump? Because honestly,
okay, go ahead.
I don't think so, but I want to hear your reason.
Well, let me ask before I answer. Who is it that you think is the best candidate to face Donald Trump?
None of them.
Well, that's not an answer. Okay, if I said none of them, then that doesn't really answer your question, does it?
But you asked me who do I think is the best, and
I said yes.
None of them.
Who is it? One of them is better than the rest to go against Donald Trump. I'm asking you, who is the better one to go against Donald Trump?
Okay, if I would have to look at I would say the best person that could have won up against Trump was Tulsi Gabbard. But she's not getting the nomination.
Okay. Now, let me answer your question. Bernie Sanders has said, once he becomes the nominee, that he will choose a woman. He will choose a woman of color as his running mate. Okay, to be the vice. That means Tulsi Gabbard could be the presidential candidate running mate. So, she's been a long time Bernie Sanders supporter. In 2016, when the whole Democratic establishment got behind Hillary Clinton, she stood behind Bernie Sanders.
I know that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, I have to see him do that. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
I hear you, and I'm hoping that I know it's this big giant fucking wish list that I have that she's at the top of it, but I see her as the top pick. I don't see and you know why? Because you're saying that right now you're a Donald Trump supporter, but if Tulsi Gabbard, right, you could go for Tulsi Gabbard, right? See, the thing is Tulsi Gabbard is the absolute best VP pick to pull Donald Trump voters, okay? And they will wipe the floor with Donald Trump.
That's what. Okay, you see, you're a Bernie supporter. Am I right? You're wrong.
Look, Mox News, okay? Mox News, the day Tulsi Gabbard said, I'm running for president, Mox News endorsed Tulsi Gabbard for president. When Tulsi Gabbard says, I'm ending my campaign, Mox News will then endorse Bernie Sanders, yes.
Okay, so if he ever gets Tulsi as a VP, I can see myself not voting for Trump and going for them if he gets Tulsi Gabbard. Now the thing is, the only thing is, I just think like these liberal outlets that you watch on YouTube, which is things like the Young Turks, I believe they do Bernie Sanders no favors. I'm sorry.
None of the media anywhere that's anywhere close to mainstream, and the Young Turks is very, very close to mainstream. None of it says one good word. None of it says one. Not that they're pro Bernie Sanders, that they don't have one single good word to say about Bernie Sanders. Not one.
Well, the Young Turks is pro Bernie Sanders. You do know that.
I doubt that. I don't think that they are.
They openly endorse him.
Okay.
Do you ever watch these shows?
No, I'm not a fan.
I mean, they openly endorse him.
Yeah, good.
But the reason I said they do him no favors is because they smear everybody else. They pretty much do the same tactic as the media. See how the media smears Bernie a lot? They will smear everybody else in favor of Bernie. So that's what I'm saying. They do him no favors in many ways.
You know what? I don't think that these other candidates are good choices. Okay, I think Amy Klobuchar is a cop.
She's terrible.
A dirty cop, in my opinion. The worst kind of dirty cop. And Mike Bloomberg, you know what? We'll put two fucking New York billionaires on stage, and that will be a good choice for the American people, right? What the fuck? Joe Biden, any black person that supports Joe Biden is completely insane, you know? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and to be honest with you, with Mike Bloomberg, I would argue he's way worse than Trump, because Mike Bloomberg, if you saw what he did in New York City, he's a goddamn authoritarian. I don't understand how he's being pushed. I don't understand how, the Democrats to me are really selling their souls just to beat Trump. They're literally going with any old body, and this is what worries me about them. I don't really care.
I think it's just the Democrat establishment that's like that. I think that the people aren't like that. I think that the Democrat establishment is getting everything they can to believe to get the people to believe, oh, Mike Bloomberg is the best choice. But how many motherfuckers are getting a check from Mike Bloomberg to say that shit? Because I see all these fucking ex-congressmen lining up, black ones in particular, to fucking tell us how Mike Bloomberg is the best fucking choice to beat Donald Trump. And I guarantee you they would not be saying that if they were not getting a big fat motherfucking check from Mike Bloomberg. And that's all there is to it.
So in your opinion, if Trump is not, it's not Trump, sorry, if Bernie is not the nominee, you think there's absolutely no hope for any Democrat to beat Trump?
I don't think that there's no hope, but I think that hope is pretty much really not there. I don't see an opportunity. I don't see any other. I mean, Andrew Yang or Tulsi Gabbard could have stood on the same stage with Donald Trump and offered the people a choice. When you get these other people, when you get Joe Biden up there with Donald Trump, when you get Amy Klobuchar up there with Donald Trump, Elizabeth Warren, what I see is basically Hillary Clinton back on stage with Donald Trump, and we saw what happened there.
So what about the polls that has every single candidate beating him?
I think I see. Like I said, I didn't say that there's no hope, because I think that the people, number one, people don't like these fucking cunt New Yorkers, man. These motherfucking cunt New Yorkers who think that they're better than everybody. Donald Trump is like, I'm the best at everything. Every fucking time he makes any kind of public statement, I'm the motherfucking best at everything. Don't forget, I've always been the best. I've been the best president this country's ever fucking had. And in case you didn't know it, Israel thinks I'm the second motherfucking coming of Christ. People don't like that. You know what I mean? That just makes them want to fucking puke. Makes them want to pick anybody else. So, or at least some people. So, he changes it into basically a wrestling show. It's fucking WWE with him every fucking time. And he's the best at everything. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you something. You can love Trump or hate Trump, but the only thing I'll say about him is that he's made politics extremely interesting because he is very unorthodox, and I think that's what keeps his supporters in line and keep independents also. Okay, because I've seen polling with independents about Trump, and it's half don't like him and half do like him. So I think that's what draws a lot of people in, is that he's very unorthodox. I don't think he's a good politician or a good president whatsoever. I just think that they like that brashness about him, that he don't give a fuck.
Well, that's the thing. It's not
a huge I don't give a fuck attitude.
Yeah, but it's more than that. He's an entertainer, right? That's partially where half of his audience knew him from the first place, is that he's an entertainer, and now they see him, anything he can make into a punchline, he makes into a punchline, so it's really, we gotta understand that this is what we're dealing with. As we have these celebrity people, and people, love their celebrities, and they're very good at being on camera and in front of microphones, So he's got a good show. He's got a good show, but I don't think.
You see yourself ever vote for him?
No, never, ever, no.
So you really dislike him?
I've covered Donald Trump. I've been doing YouTube since the very first days of YouTube, and I've been covering Donald Trump since before that, as a news archivist guy that I am, and I've never ever liked him. I never one day thought that, that's somebody I'd like to have lunch with. He's this fucking quintessential New York douchebag that everyone, before 9/11, everybody in the United States hated that person. They hated the quintessential New York douchebag. And even worse, he's born with a gold spoon in his mouth, New York fucking douchebag guy, right? And, so it's but now since 9/11, nobody can say the truth about, New York anymore. It's like holy ground, we can't say anything bad about it. So, fuck those people. Anyways, thanks a bunch for calling. What's your name? He hung up on me. I wonder why. Not cool, man. You could at least say bye. Oh well. It was a good call. I enjoyed the call. Thanks for calling. Trump's a fucking douchebag. He'll always be a douchebag. And that right there is my Congresswoman, Congresswoman Jemiah Paul, and she is a big Bernie supporter.
Hey, Mox.
Yeah.
Mike.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Who is this?
This is Malcolm.
Hey, Malcolm. It's good to hear from you. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, man. I'm former Bernie supporter.
Oh yeah. Who are you supporting now? Who are you supporting now?
Oh, dude, you know I'm supporting Trump. Of course I am.
Because
he taught a lot of people how to love their country again. I don't know.
Okay. No, I mean, Bernie Sanders in the first 100 days says he's going to legalize marijuana in all 50 states. That's taking power away from the police and giving it back to the people, something Donald Trump will never, ever do. How can you not support that?
Well, marijuana is already legal in a lot of states, and I think if you want to live in a place where marijuana is legal, you can already do that. So what's the point?
To take power away from the nanny state government and give it back to the people, the good law-abiding citizens that the nanny state government has chosen to turn into criminals for no good reason whatsoever.
I kind of see Bernie kind of too weak, maybe. Did you see him with this whole did you see like those women who grabbed the microphone from him today or yesterday, whatever it was? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that today or yesterday. Where was that at?
It was some like women who wanted to protest against dairy or something. So they just got on stage and they ripped the microphone out of his hand. And you know, Bernie's such a cuck that he just walks away. So you know, I know what to do. Just sit and watch.
I'm really surprised that he doesn't have better security than that to start with.
Man,
you know.
Do you remember this essay that Bernie wrote back when he was younger about how how he fantasizes about his wife getting fucked by other guys?
No. No.
Well, man, it's just emblematic of his entire personality, dude.
Mm-hmm.
He used to not be for open borders. He used to not be for selling your country out. And now he wants to win by any means necessary. So he wants to get all the brown people on his side and, vote against all the white people. It's just, he is always very quick to call people sexist and racist. I don't know. I remember a time when we didn't hate, I don't know. I guess we always used to hate racists, right? But, I don't really see this as a thing anymore.
You're like digitizing really bad. We can't make out what you're saying.
Oh,
It's still going on. All right. Well, call back. Thanks for calling, Malcolm. That's Malcolm. And it's look. I've said that the main thing that I worry about Bernie is that he doesn't have the attack mode. I haven't seen him in attack mode. I've wanted him to attack the media for a long time because the media has been horrible to him. Because the media has been horrible to people like Tulsi Gabbard, Ron Paul. And he just seems to take punches from the media without punching back. I've wanted him to punch back at these other candidates who act like he's a socialist or whatever fucking stupid label again that they want to put on him so that everybody knows now to ignore him. My real fear is that he doesn't, that he's not. I don't know that he can get into attack mode and go after Trump because you're going to have to be. That's not true. I know that he can go after Trump because he can take on billionaires. We've seen him swing at Mike Bloomberg, right? He goes after Mike Bloomberg, but he doesn't go after the other Democrats, right? So he didn't really go after Hillary. He hasn't really gone after Joe Biden. They're horrible. They have horrible, histories, like resumes, it'd be so easy to take them down, and then he chooses not to. But at the same time, we've watched him go after billionaires forever, his entire career. So, and now we've seen him hit at Mike Bloomberg. So my guess is he won't have a big problem going after Trump. And he has been going after Trump the whole time. So we are looking forward to that too. He has plenty of practice doing it. I think he'll be great at it. I'm really not worried at all about Bernie Sanders being able to attack Donald Trump now that I think about it. Because, as I said, he's attacked Donald Trump the whole time he's been in office. He hasn't made, it's not like Russia, and all the bullshit that the Democrats have been doing. But, he has gone after Trump policies and Trump's actions, and just like he always has. I don't think it'll be a problem at all for him to attack, to go after Donald Trump, to bring it on Donald Trump. So, and I really think he's the best person to do that. I don't think Joe Biden is by any means the right person for that job. Elizabeth Warren is already one of his punchlines. He loves turning everything he can into a punchline. Elizabeth Warren has through her own lack of credibility, made herself into a giant Donald Trump punchline. Amy Klobuchar is a dirty cop. Okay, and if you start to look at her resume, at her experience as a prosecutor, you will see she's a dirty, dirty, dirty cop, just like Kamala Harris. Okay, so, and she stands by that. She's proud of being a dirty cop. She's proud of sending people to jail that didn't deserve to go to jail, that actually didn't do anything wrong. She's proud of it. And then there's Pete Buttigieg, who 6 months ago nobody had heard of, who's doing horribly in Nevada, and really he's just full of shit. He says, oh, I'm going to legalize marijuana now, but why? Because he understands nationally that's an incredibly important stance to have, right? He doesn't say, I'm going to legalize it in the first 100 days, like Bernie Sanders does. In the first 100 days as president, Bernie Sanders says he will decriminalize marijuana in all 50 states. Okay, taking that power away from the police state and giving it back to the people, which in my opinion is something Donald Trump will never do. So let's see. Anyways, there we go. I think what we'll do, Pete Buttigieg, and he says he wants to, but under his leadership as mayor of North Bend, Indiana, marijuana arrests and convictions went up under his leadership as that town's mayor. And as the town's mayor, you are pretty much in charge of the police force. If you say, I don't want to arrest, and I certainly am not going to convict anyone for marijuana possession, it's done. The mayor says, no, we're not doing that anymore. But that's not what he did. And you know why? Because he wants to be part of that good old boys network that's going on in his police station in North Bend, Indiana, where less than 5% of his police officers are black and more than 40% of his residents are black. Gee, I wonder who they're busting for the marijuana there. And again, that's something that Bernie Sanders said again and again in every single one of his rallies in 2016. Bernie Sanders said again and again and again, marijuana being illegal in this country is institutionalized racism. So if you really care about racism, if you really care, I mean, this is the government institutionalizing, making it okay for agents of the government to go out and fuck with people because they're black. This is what I'm saying. We take that power away from the police with Bernie Sanders. You can't just go and fuck with those people because you smelled marijuana. Fuck you, officer. Why are we over here doing, together? Fuck you, that's why. Fuck you straight to hell. Go away, asshole. Oh, you smell weed. Well, weed's legal. Fuck off, dickhole. Good luck with that. I mean, the people don't need to be babysat, especially with something as safe and completely benign as marijuana. And actually not just benign and safe, but beneficial. Something as beneficial as cannabis. Giving the people a safe choice. Something that, they're not going to destroy their bodies, their brains, their livers, get cancer from. It's just so simple. And the people deserve the freedom. The people deserve the power. Hello, caller.
Hey, this is Chris. I'm calling from Florida.
Hey, Chris. Thanks for calling. Have you called before?
No, never called before. Actually, I used to watch your videos and coverage of Ron Paul back in 2008.
Right on. Ron Paul is always great to cover. I mean, he's he always had important things to say, and it was always about freedom, and liberty, and so I was always very happy to be able to post his words. Go ahead, Chris.
Absolutely. I'm not a Ron Paul supporter anymore. I loved how he was anti-war and pro. He was kind of a populist candidate. But he was libertarian, and the more you learn, the more you know. It's harder to stay a libertarian. But I love Bernie, and it's really cool to see your videos and see you covering him.
Well, I think Bernie will be the best candidate to face Donald Trump. I think that on stage, standing against him, like in a debate or whatever, that type of arena, it will give people the best choice. Like, if you got Mike Bloomberg up there with Donald Trump on stage, then you got two New York billionaires. There's not really a choice there. But if you put up Bernie Sanders, there's a pretty big difference. So I think it'll make for a much more interesting race.
Absolutely. And what was great about, great or not great about Trump, but he did fight the establishment and kind of fought through what Bernie is dealing with right now. And, I'm a huge Bernie supporter. But also what I like about him is he's got that crossover support. He's got the solutions to help people with the problems in their lives, and it's not so much a diversion of,
not yet.
It's.
Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What?
I was answering my producer.
Oh, sure. But he's got that crossover support, and as long as he can fight through the stuff that Obama did in 2008, being called a socialist, he fights for the people, and I think that's gonna show through because he's authentic. And you've got a billionaire in Trump and a billionaire in Bloomberg, but at the same time, Trump, what he's good at is connecting with the everyday man and making them feel heard. And, no other candidate other than Bernie is making people feel heard and feeling like they have a voice in, because the mainstream media, they don't give right or left a voice. It's kind of like that mucked up middle where we all lose.
Right, right, where the military-industrial complex can rule forever.
Exactly.
So, hey, Chris, we're going to go to the Bernie Sanders rally for a minute so people can listen. Did you want to talk? I really appreciate you calling. I don't want to cut you off too quick. So if there's a point or anything else you wanted to make, like I said, I think Bernie's the best choice. He said that he will choose a woman of color for his running mate, which means, it's possible that he had Tulsi Gabbard on the short list for that. And I think Tulsi Gabbard is the best choice to be able to pull Donald Trump supporters over. So and the way that Bernie's been treated by the media, and the way that Tulsi Gabbard's been treated by the media, and the way that both of them have been treated by the Democratic establishment, I would just love to see that, that campaign where they can't ignore them anymore. You know what I mean? It's like, I guess we have to talk to Tulsi today. Fuck.
Right.
Absolutely. It's like making them eat crow every single day, because Tulsi's going to be out there every single day fucking fighting her ass off, and Bernie the same way, and they can't stand talking to either one of them. So I love the idea of that,
Absolutely. And you're going to love Tulsi because she stuck up for Bernie when it wasn't politically expedient to, and she stuck up to Hillary, which is, she's a beast.
Yeah.
That people are still trying to slay.
I think Tulsi, honestly, I've said numerous times on the show, I think she's reached folk hero status in America by suing Hillary Clinton for $50 million in the middle of her Democratic run for president. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I love it. All right, Chris, we're gonna go to Bernie Sanders for a few minutes. So thanks a bunch for calling, and I hope that you will call back soon. Okay?
Yeah, I'll do that. Great chatting with you.
All right, good chatting with you too. Stay cool.
All right, bye.
And that was Chris from Florida, I'm pretty sure he said. We're going to go to Bernie Sanders for a minute, and I'll be back. I'll check right back in with you, okay? So.
Going to re-elect you. And the reason that the American people are not going to re-elect Trump is they understand. And the reason fundamental problems in this country that must the reason that the American people are not going to re-elect Trump is they understand that there are fundamental problems in this country that must be addressed. We will not accept the massive levels of income and wealth inequality that exist today. We will not accept an economy in which 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of our society. Where the top 1% own more wealth than the bottom 92%. Where 500,000 Americans will be homeless tonight at the same time as massive tax breaks have been given to billionaires. We're not going to accept an economy where over the last 45 years, real inflation accounted for wages for working people has not gone up 1 penny. We're not going to accept an economy where 45 million people are struggling with student debt. We're not going to accept an economy where many millions of our people cannot afford health care and where our people are being ripped off every day by the greed and corruption of the pharmaceutical industry. And there is a reason why the very, very rich get much richer while the working class of this country struggles. There is a reason why Congress gives tax breaks to billionaires while 500,000 people sleep out on the street. And that is, we have a corrupt political system which enables billionaires to buy elections. So today we say to those billionaires who are spending hundreds of millions of dollars to support candidates who represent the rich and the powerful, today we say to Mayor Bloomberg, we are a democracy, not an oligarchy. You're not going to buy this election. And we say to Mr. Bloomberg, you are certainly not going to win when you have a record in New York City that included racist policies like stop and frisk, which caused communities of color, African Americans and Latinos to live in fear and humiliation in New York City. You're not going to win an election when you opposed raising the minimum wage. You know, people who have billions of dollars should not be opposed to raising the minimum wage above $7.25 an hour. You're not going to win an election when you called for cuts to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. The American people, working families all over this country, want an economy and a government that works for all of us, not just a handful of billionaires. And we're going to win this nomination. We're going to win here in Washington. And we are going to defeat Trump because we have the strongest grassroots movement in the modern history of the United States of America. We may not have billions of dollars to throw around, but we have hundreds of thousands of people in every state in this country knocking on doors. We won the popular vote in Iowa because in freezing cold weather, people were out knocking on doors. And we won the primary in New Hampshire because we knocked on hundreds of thousands of doors in that state. And that's why we're going to win here in Washington and why we're going to win all over this country. Now, we may not be able to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on TV ads, but I am extraordinarily proud that our campaign has raised more campaign contributions from more Americans than any campaign in the history of this country. And the average contribution is $18.50. This campaign is a campaign of the working class of this country, by the working class, and for the working class. And we're going to win this election because we have an agenda. Thank you. And we are going to win this election because we have an agenda that speaks to the needs of working families from Vermont to Washington. This is an agenda that says that in America, if you work 40 hours a week, you're not going to live in poverty. We're going to raise that federal minimum wage to $15 an hour in every state in the country. Women are not going to make 80 cents on the dollar. They're going to make the whole damn dollar. And at a time when millions of workers want to join unions, we're going to make it easier for workers to join unions. We're going to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure and create millions of good-paying union jobs. And we're going to put people to work building 10 million units of low-income and affordable housing. This is America. We will not continue having 500,000 people sleeping out on the streets. And we are going to profoundly change national priorities in this country. Instead of investing hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks and subsidies for the fossil fuel industry, we're going to invest in education.
Okay. I'm going to take this bong hit. Hold on. That bong seems to work pretty good. Works pretty good. Alright, so let's see. I think, I don't know, do you guys want to listen to more Bernie rally? Do you want to take some phone calls? Do you want to see another clip? Where are you guys at? So I have, besides this Bernie rally, which is live right now, I have 11 video clips. So we can listen to more Bernie. More Bernie? More Bernie? All right. Well, let's see. Bong hit. I am viable. See, I like what he's saying, you know. I mean, he's talking about an infrastructure project, right? Where the fuck is Trump with the infrastructure project? In 2016, Trump was like, America's infrastructure is a joke. You know, every other country in the world has great infrastructure, but America's infrastructure is just laughable. And what has he done? Nothing except for play politics with an infrastructure project. Again, which will give the people lots and lots of good paying jobs. Good paying jobs. It will help to a true and real 21st century infrastructure project will help to rebuild the middle class in this country, along with ending the drug war. Ending the drug war would go along with and giving people health care. Okay, all these things will be things that will help to rebuild the middle class. And I'm pretty sure that's where Bernie's coming from. Okay, so the anti-gun thing, right? I have, you know, you people in the anti-gun thing. I am a proud Second Amendment supporter. Okay, I think it were not for the Second Amendment, we wouldn't have any other rights. In fact, I think that's the way that the Founding Fathers perceived it was, you know, when they're writing down, you know, your constitutional rights, they're like, well, first, you have the right to live your life the way you see fit, right? This is your freedom of expression. You go out and you live your life the way you see fit. And second, no one will ever take that right from you. And it's true. You can only give that right up. The Founding Fathers were brilliant, in my opinion, with the Second Amendment. But the thing is these people, and they're like, oh, they're going to take away our guns, right? Well, Virginia did this thing, and everybody's like, oh, Virginia, look at Virginia. The Democrats get into Virginia, and all of a sudden, you know, they're going to take away everybody's guns. Well, Virginia failed on their assault weapons ban today. It didn't get out of whatever it is they call it. So I find with the Democrats in power in both houses and in the governor's seat, they can't get their gun control passed. And do you know why? Because gun control really isn't a left-right issue. And when all of your liberal supporters call you up and say, you better not fuck with guns, and you're a liberal, and you go, well, I thought that's what you people wanted. You're like, no, nobody wants you messing with our fucking rights. Okay? And that's what happens again and again and again. I pointed this out. Barack Obama had the White House, he had the Congress, the House of Representatives, and the Senate. Okay? He could have passed whatever they wanted as far as gun control goes, and they passed absolutely nothing. Why? Because it's a fucking death sentence as an elected official. The American people do not support it. So don't believe that it's going to happen just because it's part of the Democratic platform. The Democratic platform is pretty much stupid and completely full of shit. Okay? And we all know it and always has been, just like the Republican platform. It simply panders to fucking people who believe panderers. Alright? Now, that being said, Bernie Sanders has his own priorities. Like, in the first 100 days, giving power back to the people, taking it away from the police and giving it back to the people. How can you not want to vote for that? Especially knowing that Donald Trump would never do that. That's not who Donald Trump is, because Donald Trump loves our police. You know why Donald Trump loves our police? Because all the motherfucking rich Clints in the world, everywhere around the motherfucking world, love the police. All the rich piece of shit cunts in the motherfucking world love the police. Believe it. Okay? Because they don't have to deal with the police like the middle class and the working poor have to deal with the police. And you all know what I'm talking about. So of course Donald Trump loves the police so much. As where Bernie Sanders in the first 100 days of his administration is going to take power away from the police and give it back to the people. How can you not want that for a leader? Okay, so we can go back to listening to Bernie Sanders. That's fine. You've had enough of me. I hear you. Bernie. All right, let's see what he's saying.
Facing our country. Now, we got a president who thinks that climate change is a hoax. Well, I myself believe that Donald Trump is a hoax. And under our administration, we will listen to the scientists, not right-wing extremists. And all of you know what the scientists are telling us today. What they are telling us, and this is scary stuff, is that the crisis of climate change is worse than they had previously anticipated. They are telling us that the polar ice caps melting at a faster rate, oceans warming, drought more severe, extreme weather disturbances more severe. They are telling us that by the end of the century, there may be hundreds of millions of climate refugees who can no longer live in their communities because there is no water to drink or land to grow their crops. What we intend to do, and I'm very proud that we have introduced the most sweeping and comprehensive climate change proposal ever introduced by a candidate for federal office. And that Green New Deal, that proposal tells the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. And that means that we will create up to 20 million good-paying union jobs as we transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. Climate change is one of the great moral issues facing the entire planet. And to my mind, we have a moral responsibility, and I speak as the grandfather of 7 beautiful kids. We have the moral responsibility to make sure that future generations can live on a planet that is healthy and habitable. And I will tell you this, all of you know that climate change is not just an American issue. It's a global issue. And my job as president will be to tell the people in China and in Russia and in India and in Pakistan and Brazil and in Africa, all over the world, that instead of spending $1.8 trillion a year on weapons of destruction designed to kill each other, we should pool our resources and fight our common enemy, which is climate change. And when we talk about a government that works for all and not the few, That means that we're going to bring about fundamental reform to a broken and racist criminal justice system. Together, we are going to end the absurdity of the United States having more people in jail than any other country on earth. We are going to invest in our young people in jobs and education, not more jails and incarceration. We're going to end private prisons and detention centers. We're going to end the so-called war on drugs and legalize marijuana in every state in this country. How many people here know somebody who was arrested for possession of marijuana? We're going to expunge the records of those who are arrested for possession of marijuana. And when we talk about broken and racist systems, we're going to bring fundamental reform to our immigration system. We are going to end the demonization of the undocumented. On day one, through executive order, we're going to rescind all of Trump's racist immigration executive orders. On day one, we're going to restore the legal status of the 1.8 million young people eligible for the DACA program. Under our administration, federal agents will never be snatching babies from the arms of their mothers. And we will not be throwing children into cages. And together we will do what the American people want, and that is comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. Every American, no matter what his or her political views are horrified and disgusted by the gun violence that we see in America. And let me just simply say this to you. Our gun policy will be written by the American people, not the NRA. And that means universal background checks, ending the gun show loophole, and doing what the American people want is ending the sale and distribution of assault weapons in this country. Now, as the United States Senator, I listen to a lot of speeches on the floor. And I hear speeches from conservative Republicans who tell us that they believe.
Okay, so, anyways, I don't know. But he's doing what he's doing, and he's got a lot of people there in Tacoma, like 23,000 or something that place holds. It looks like it's packed to the gills. We will have... So today, the gun show thing in Virginia got struck down. The taking away of the assault rifles, and it's because Democrats joined Republicans to keep it from happening. So I'll play that for you. It's just a short clip, but I thought that you guys would want to see that. And the reason that I bring it up is because, you know, these people talk about gun control, but it doesn't happen, you know. Barack Obama, he talked about gun control. He had the Congress, you know, the Senate and the House of Representatives, and they did nothing when it comes to gun control. Fucking Donald Trump did more on gun control than Barack Obama did. Anyways, so 8.
Huge setback tonight for gun control advocates in Virginia. A bill to ban assault weapons in the Commonwealth died in committee today because of Democrat defections in the state legislature. Correspondent Doug McKelway tells us what that means tonight.
I have everything that they're trying to ban out in the open.
Virginia has become ground zero in the gun rights versus gun control showdown. Philip Van Cleve was one of an estimated 22,000 who showed up in Richmond last month to protest the governor's multi-pronged push to regulate guns.
The governor declared war on gun owners, law-abiding gun owners, and that activated grassroots gun owners across the state in a way I've never seen before.
That protest may have paid off today as 4 moderate Democratic senators crossed lines to join a Republican minority to defeat a proposed assault weapons ban. A spokeswoman for Governor Ralph Northam vowed the fight's not over. Quote, "We will be back next year." Once purple, Virginia has turned solidly blue, with Democrats controlling the governor's mansion and both houses. While the proposed assault weapons ban may have been a bridge too far, Democrats have won a string of 8 gun control victories in the House, including limiting handgun purchases to once every 30 days, requiring background checks, allowing local governments to ban firearms in public spaces, and red flag measures to block sales of firearms to those who are a danger to themselves or others. Michael Bloomberg campaigned here Saturday, praising Democrats for sending a strong gun control message in this national election year.
It's only been a month since they took office, and already you've taken action to end our epidemic of gun violence.
They want to take away everyone's gun. They want to destroy the Second Amendment.
Expanding gun control is already a hot topic for Democrats on the campaign trail in Nevada, site of next Saturday's caucuses in the state, which experienced the nation's worst mass shooting, the 2017 slaughter of 58 people at a Las Vegas outdoor concert. Brett?
Doug, thank you.
Anyways, I'm just saying they don't, you know, they're not as strong as they think they are on this. You know, it's just this wish list for the elites, and the American people make sure again and again that that's not what it is they want. At least I think that's the way I see it, and I've been playing this game a long time. Okay, so let's see. We have more clips if you want more clips. I can take more bong hits. I got another bong hit ready. We need to talk about the Attorney General brawl. Now, you guys know that I've been saying for like 2 or 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I don't know, since the Epstein thing, you know, since Jeffrey Epstein died, I've been saying that Attorney General, actually since before he died, I've been saying that Attorney General William Barr needs to go to Guantanamo Bay to be waterboarded. Since he's died, to be waterboarded on a daily basis, every single day, until he tells us where the Jeffrey Epstein videos are. Because there's video cameras, every inch of that prison it has video cameras. So there is a lot of video. They say, oh, well, these 2 cameras that watch his cell went out. Okay, well, where's all the other cameras that watch all the other cells around there? you know, because there's just a ton of fucking information to be had. And it's like, oh, well, those cameras magically didn't work. Yeah, well, you're full of shit, and William Barr is in charge of it, in charge of the DOJ. He knows exactly what went down there. He needs to be taken directly to Guantanamo Bay Prison and waterboarded every single day until those videotapes surface. Because we need to know if he's dead or alive and who the fuck murdered him other than William Barr. So I have that video. We can play that video if you guys want. Or have Taliban peace deal, Tucker Bloomberg, police brutality. I have a really ugly police brutality video. Fucking cops. So, hand over video. Okay, I'll give you video. Here you go. Let's see. Video. I'll give you the Attorney General Bob video, which is number 9.
Next tonight, the growing firestorm surrounding Attorney General William Barr. More than 2,000 former Justice Department prosecutors and officials now publicly calling for his resignation. The AG facing heavy criticism for intervening in the sentencing of President Trump's longtime friend Roger Stone. That sentencing now set for Thursday. Kira Phillips tonight from the White House.
Tonight, more than 2,000 former Justice Department prosecutors and officials are calling on Attorney General William Barr to resign, signing a letter saying they strongly condemn Barr and President Trump for interference in the fair administration of justice. They call Barr's decision to overrule his own prosecutors to recommend a lighter sentence for the president's friend, Roger Stone, unheard of and outrageous.
Did you talk to the president at all about your decision regarding the recommendations? The recommendations on this case? Never.
But Barr has also taken an interest in other cases involving people close to the president, including ordering a review of the prosecution of Trump's first national security advisor, Michael Flynn. In their letter, those 2,000 former DOJ employees were blunt. A person should not be given special treatment in a criminal prosecution because they are a close political ally of the president.
So let's get right to Kira Phillips live at the White House tonight. And Kira, this evening, the White House obviously standing behind the Attorney General.
That's right, David. A senior advisor to the president telling me tonight that President Trump still has confidence in Barr and still considers him the best man for the job. David?
Kira Phillips tonight. Kira, thank you.
Looks like the Bernie rally is over in Tacoma. So I'm glad we got to catch a couple of segments of Bernie there. He's definitely packing the house. And that Attorney General Barr thing, I mean, with all these like former prosecutors are cops. They love the police state, okay? They don't give a fuck about anything except anything that tears the police state down even a little bit. They don't want that. They love the police state. They love their power. This guy is Barr, you know, I mean, this guy is a horrible human being. I'm telling you, he should go directly to Guantanamo Bay Prison in order to make the world a safer place for children. I mean it. I mean it. I wouldn't say that if I did not mean it. Let's see. You guys want... Oh, okay, I got this police brutality video is freaking pretty good. Okay, now notice, right, this guy comes out to help this, okay, this guy's mom takes her son, I think they said he's 17 years old, I'm not sure, he might be 15, takes her son to the emergency room because he has mental health issues, whatever they are, and she wanted to get him some help, and she called the emergency room and said he's having some kind of episode and I need to bring him down, and then they send security out to the car. And I want you to notice that when this like cop body slams this guy, right? This cop weighs like probably 4 times this cop is giant, and he probably weighs 4 times as much as this kid. And he literally fucking throws his entire body weight down on this kid. I mean, this cop's like huge, like a fucking balloon, right? It's like they purposely. It's not just that he's trying to take him down; they're purposely trying to hurt him, and this is the problem. And he's just a little kid who was brought to the emergency issue having mental health issue episode. We need to get him help, and we get him help by beating the shit out of him and taking him to jail. I figured you guys would want to see that, right?
A North Carolina mother is blasting law enforcement officers for their violent treatment of her son outside an emergency room during a mental health crisis. Take a look at this surveillance video. You can see security guards tackle the teenager in Lincolnton outside of Charlotte. At another point, a sheriff's deputy punches him while he's handcuffed. The teen's mom spoke to our Charlotte affiliate WBTV. Don Daylor is following this story. Don, we understand the teenager is being blamed?
Yeah, that's right. The teen is actually in court today facing 4 charges from the incident, including felony malicious conduct. His mom says security officers and law enforcement escalated the situation instead of helping her son, who's been treated for mental illness in the past.
They did the worst. They made it worse.
Shocking surveillance video shows the moments Jessica Long's 16-year-old son Hayden was tackled to the ground and punched twice in the head.
They just immediately went for full-blown physical force, and these were big guys, and my son's, maybe 120 pounds?
Long says she took Hayden to the emergency room in December for a possible mental health emergency. She asked for a hospital security guard to help get him in the building.
I motioned for the first guard to come out, and when he did, I immediately told him, that my son needed treatment, but the guard ends up grabbing him.
Surveillance video shows Hayden was shoved twice, hard enough that the teen came out of his shoes.
Stop it! I jumped in the middle because the guard was getting ready to tase him, and I was telling him, no, don't tase him.
When Long's back was turned, a second security officer appears to tackle Hayden to the ground. He stayed there for more than 5 minutes with both guards on top of him. Body cam footage shows the guards tased the boy twice. 4 deputies with the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office showed up. The boy, handcuffed and with a mouthful of blood, spat at Deputy Justin Polson. Video then shows the deputy punching the boy in the head twice. A spokesman for Lincoln County Sheriff Bill Beam confirmed Polson no longer worked with the force. But just last week, Beam defended Polson's actions.
Spitting in a law enforcement officer's face, spitting blood in a law enforcement officer's face is a felonious assault, and he had a right to stop that assault from occurring.
Officials with the hospital, Atrium Health, also say their officers acted appropriately with Hayden.
He kept saying to the officers that he had a gun and he wanted to shoot people. So he took the action that he thought was necessary to contain the situation.
Long said she won't turn to Atrium for help in the future.
No one is being held accountable except for the 16-year-old who was at the hospital for help and the trained adults who should have been able to handle this situation and help made the whole thing entirely worse.
Tough to watch that video. Long says Hayden was not seriously injured, but is traumatized by the incident. Her attorney says Hayden spent 8 days in juvenile detention and that his family is hoping to get the charges dropped at a preliminary hearing later this afternoon.
So juvenile detention is not mental health treatment, right?
No.
A jail is not
He
mental
never
health
received the mental health illness.
What he went there for in the first place.
Exactly.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
All right. All right, Don, thank you very much.
All right, so you see that cop who punched that kid in the face, right? Whether or not the kid deserves it, he's having a mental crisis and is getting attacked from the minute he gets to the front door of this place. whether or not the kid deserves it for spitting in the cop's face. The cop punches him in the face, and you know that guy has practiced punching. He wanted to break his face. They didn't say what happened to the kid. I imagine the kid was pretty fucked up. But he punches him in the face, and then the other cop gets him away from him, and then the cop is like he's gonna punch the kid's mom in the face. You see that? He's walking up to her all threatening, like he's gonna start punching her in the face, and then he is so fucking out of control that the other cop has to pull him down onto the ground to get him to fucking wake up. Okay? He's that out of control. This is what's wrong with the police. That is unacceptable. Okay? If you can't be in control of your own emotions in this situation, you have no business as police. That cop would have shot that kid. Or fucking kept punching him until his face was a bloody pulp. And we all saw it. We all know it. He would have then gone to the mom and beat the shit out of her. Or probably proceeded directly to her because she would have been trying to stop him. And he would have started beating the shit out of her. Because he can. Because he's a fucking rabid dog. And the rules don't apply to him. And that's who the cops are now. It's who they were under. It's who they've been forever. You know? And the American... And this is why I say it's so important to take some power away from them and give it back to the people. Take some power away from the police and give it back to the people. Even if it's like the smallest little, most insignificant thing. Cannabis. You know, this little tiny nothing of a thing, if we can take the power away from the police, then maybe that will start a trend where we take more power away from the police. And we take more power instead of the police. Because the police needs there to be crime. You understand? That's why this drug war stays in place, so that we can spend more and more and more money on crime. You guys saw this video I posted the other day about prosecutors, you know, and this is where, you know, the crime rate has gone down, and they've tripled the amount of prosecutors. Why? Because they're busting people for fucking minor bullshit like drugs. That's the country, that's the motherfucking land of the free. And I just want to see it be a little teeny tiny bit freer. And we all know Donald Trump is never, ever, 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 ever going to take the slightest little tiny bit of power away from the police. Is he? Does anyone here think for 1 second that Donald Trump is going to take any the slightest little bit of power? I mean, marijuana is so insignificant a thing to give the people for freedom, for an expression of freedom, but it's such a huge fucking boot that's on the neck of the American people that the fucking bullshit, full of shit, goddamn police state thugs can at any moment say, oh, I smell marijuana, and your life is fucked. Okay? They should not have that power over good law-abiding citizens. And we all know it. And if you vote for Donald Trump, you will make sure that they continue to have that power for another 5 years. Okay? So if you just want to keep the police state as powerful as possible, then go ahead and vote for Donald Trump. Because we love our police so much. Don't we? Okay. So, right? Is that right? And all the Donald Trump supporters run away because we love our police so much, and we hate freedom, and we don't want to give any power back to the people. We just want fucking some carnival barker who could give a fuck about the working class in power, as opposed to starting a fucking actual 21st century infrastructure project. Moving forward just maybe a little tiny bit. We gotta stay in this fucking frozen carnival fucking Donald Trump show? Are you kidding me? Okay, so let's try this one. I have more clips. You guys want more clips? Do you want to do more clips? Do you want to take a phone call? The phones are live, right? The telephone number, you can call anytime. But I have a few more clips. I have like 8 more clips. So I'm going to go ahead and play a clip. Because that's one of the things that I do here, besides taking phone calls, is I play clips. So, I have a bunch of clips, man. I guess we'll play... Oh, that one. Let's play the military turban one. I like this clip. That is clip 7.
The U.S. Air Force has updated its dress code policy to allow for some religious accommodations for things like turbans, hijabs, and beards. This could affect some groups like Sikh and Muslim airmen. The Air Force released the update in early February. The guidelines say airmen may request a waiver to permit wear of neat and conservative religious apparel. Previously, service members were granted religious accommodations on a case-by-case basis. But with this new update, as long as their appearance is within guideline, they can expect an approval. For accommodation requests in the United States, a final review must happen within 30 days. For anywhere else, a review must be done in 60 days. In the updated policy, men will be able to grow out their hair and beards for religious reasons, but beards may not exceed 2 inches when measured from the bottom of the chin. All headwear, including hijabs and turbans, must be worn in a neat and conservative manner, with material that matches the colors of an assigned uniform, including camouflage. The Sikh Coalition, which is an advocacy group for Sikh Americans, said in a statement, "While we are eager for a blanket proclamation that all observant Sikh Americans can serve in every branch of the military without seeking accommodations, this policy clarification is a great step forward toward ensuring equality of opportunity and religious freedom in the Air Force."
I like that clip. I like that, again, this is a freedom thing, which is not something that's usually expect in the military, people being able to exert themselves, express themselves in ways like tattoos. For a long time, they couldn't have tattoos on their forearms and stuff. Now they allow that. And why? Because they can't get enough people. So maybe we can get more people if we let them wear turbans. If we let them wear turbans, maybe we can get more people. Good plan, Pentagon. All right, I think what we'll do is we will play, let's see, another, I have like a German terrorist group arrested, Japanese coronavirus update, I have a French pensions, French pensions, the new changes that the government's trying to make, and protest, why the protests are so upset. I have China, report on China Muslims being shipped off to re-education camps, Taliban peace deal, and Tucker clip about Bloomberg trying to buy the election. What would you like to see? If you don't want to call, what would you like to see? Because the phone lines are open, and I've been trying to... Tucker. Okay, I'll play Tucker. You want to see Tucker? Okay, Tucker's cool. Okay, we'll play Tucker. Tucker it is. The consensus is play the motherfucking Tucker clip. So I will do that. That's clip number 11. I put together 11 clips for you people today.
According to new numbers over the weekend, the Democratic primary race is constricting to become really a two-man contest. A lot of people still in the race, but the outline of the future is getting clearer. So on one side, you have a candidate, Bernie Sanders, who wants to turn this country into a comprehensive welfare state. He plans to upend every aspect of American life in order to impose a new economic order. Now, Sanders isn't hiding what he plans to do. He's running on what he plans to do. His main rival is Michael Bloomberg, the former mayor of New York. Bloomberg has shot to above 15% nationally in the polls, from nowhere, essentially. He's suddenly leading the race in the critical Super Tuesday state of Florida. So what is Mike Bloomberg running on? That's a trick question, actually. Bloomberg isn't running on anything. Not because he doesn't have ideas. He's got plenty of ideas, and some of them are far outside the American mainstream. But Bloomberg doesn't think any of that matters. He's not running on ideas. He's not trying to convince voters of anything. He's not making arguments or working to change their minds on policies they care about. He's trying to buy them, and hence the presidency. It's the single most cynical political campaign ever run in this country. Bloomberg is trying to subvert our democracy with cash, and he's going all in to do it. According to the latest numbers, Bloomberg has spent more than $417 million on advertising so far in this race. His nearest rival, Bernie Sanders, has spent $40 million. That's less than a tenth. Joe Biden, the man they told us was the frontrunner, has spent just $12.3 million. Compare that, let's say it again, to the at least $417 million Bloomberg has pumped into the race, just on advertising. And that's just the beginning. Aides say Bloomberg is willing to spend $2 billion of his own money by Election Day, and the number could go higher. Nothing like this has ever happened in America. Bloomberg's spending is like, and pick your metaphor here, a tsunami breaking over our political system. When the waters recede, there's nothing left. It's been flattened and wiped clean by the weight of Mike Bloomberg's wealth. Bloomberg is the tallest figure on the landscape, the only one left upright. That's his plan. He's all but admitted that's his plan. Watch him here disavow stop and frisk, the single most successful policy he had as mayor of New York.
I defended it, looking back, for too long because I didn't understand then the unintended pain it was causing to young black and brown families and their kids. I heard their pain, their confusion, and their anger, and I've learned from them, and I've grown from them.
So think about what you just saw. It's not the normal pandering. Mike Bloomberg believes passionately in gun control. It's his life's mission. It's his signature issue. Stop and frisk may have been the most effective gun control policy ever administered anywhere. It took thousands of illegal firearms off the streets of New York. But Democratic primary voters have decided they don't like it. They're against stop and frisk. So without even pausing, Bloomberg grovels, as you just saw, and attacks his own legacy. Why did he do that? Because he doesn't care. Whatever. They're only words. He'll do whatever it takes. Now, they say politicians are ethically flexible, and of course they are. But this is different. There's something ominous about it. Bloomberg can seamlessly change his core beliefs because he doesn't think his beliefs are relevant to the outcome of this race. Only his wealth matters. And the horrifying fact is he may be right. How wealthy is Michael Bloomberg? Well, for context, the richest of the fabled Russian oligarchs, Leonid Mikhelson, is worth about $24 billion. Michael Bloomberg could literally give away twice that amount, or spend it on a presidential race if he wanted, and still be 5 times as rich as Donald Trump is. It's hard to imagine just how much money that is. But with that money, Bloomberg can suffocate all opposition and seize power. A ruling class which worships money above all sees nothing wrong with this. They're eager to help Bloomberg do it. Like Bloomberg, they're religiously libertarian on economic matters. That's a position that's shared by only a tiny percentage of the population. No normal person in this country thinks the widening wealth gap is a good thing. It's so obviously making America unstable. But Mike Bloomberg has been one of its chief beneficiaries. He will defend the current system above all else. There's a reason he's the favorite of finance moguls and tech commissars. Again, this is a total departure from anything we have seen before in the history of this country. Say what you will about Donald Trump, but in 2016, he ran for president on ideas that large numbers of voters actually liked, whether or not they liked him. Secure the border, end counterproductive wars, fight the fascism of political correctness. In selling those ideas, he spent about half what Hillary Clinton spent. But Bloomberg can't be bothered with selling ideas or with a platform. He doesn't care what the public thinks. That's why. He believes he can win by overwhelming voters with his money. This is the nightmare scenario that campaign finance reform activists used to tell us about. And they were right about one thing. Our system has been vulnerable to people like Michael Bloomberg for a long time. He's just the first one who's actually tried to do it. You should be alarmed by his campaign for president. Democracy doesn't break when voters choose unwisely. They sometimes do. Democracy collapses when what voters want becomes irrelevant. Jason Nichols is a professor of African American Studies at the University of Maryland. He joins us tonight. Professor, thanks so much for coming on. You've seen this kind of unexpected, in my view, unexpected rise in Bloomberg's popularity among African American voters. You wouldn't have thought this would happen. Why is it happening?
Well, I think it's because of the ubiquitousness of his ads. They're everywhere, and touting his experience and how well he's done and the things he's done for African American communities, whether they're, out of context or what have you. I think the thing is that, he is not coming on shows like this and answering difficult questions. He's drowning out any kind of criticism that may come for things like stop and frisk, and you and I will have to seriously disagree on whether that was effective. Sure. That was completely ineffective. But either way, he's able to drown it out with his own advertisements, and he doesn't have to answer any questions. And he's probably not going to go in front of the media until after Super Tuesday. So he's the winner here. He wins because he has money, a luxury that Elizabeth Warren didn't have or that Bernie Sanders didn't have. When they faced tough criticism, particularly when it comes to race, they had to go to the media and answer those questions. He's avoiding everything and just making stump speeches and putting out ads.
By definition, and I hope I'd be honest enough to say this, even if I agreed with Michael Bloomberg, which I emphatically do not on most things, but even if I did, I hope I would be honest enough to say this is an attack on democracy when you overwhelm the system with your personal wealth. Are you bothered by the fact that it's working?
So I think it's working in the short term, but eventually I believe particularly African-American voters, they're going to want answers. They're going to want to know, when you have people like Charles Blow and other influencers are saying, look, stop and frisk was a violation of your constitutional rights. When they start asking, well, you've given to the campaigns of Rick Schneider, who is responsible for the Flint water crisis, when you've given to Lindsey Graham and when you've given to Rudolph Giuliani, we want answers, and he's going to have to sit there and answer. And we also know that Bloomberg can be a very surly person. He's not energetic like Donald Trump, which is what I think won Donald Trump the election. It wasn't money, it was charisma. He's not an intellect or anything like that, but he has tons of charisma, something that Bloomberg doesn't have. So he's going to have to go out in front of these audiences, answer these questions, and I really don't think that it's going to bode very well for him.
That's the hope. You hope democracy kicks in at some point. Professor, thanks so much for coming on tonight. I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, Tucker.
This bong takes a lot more desk space for some weird reason. It gets in the way a lot. I'm very surprised. I mean, not enough to get rid of it or anything. But we need a new bong sponsor. New bong sponsor. Hello, caller.
Michael Knight, how are you?
Dwayne, hey, bud, it's good to hear from you. I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, good. I'm doing really well. Hey, home of the, free and land of the brave?
That's what they say.
For Michael Bloomberg?
Well, Bloomberg is a stretch, that's for sure.
Oh my God! If I lived in any of the 50 states?
Yeah.
Look at that. A Canadian knows that. 50 states. Anyone who would vote for Bloomberg is fucking stupid, man. Bernie, all the way. Let's have a Bernie, Donald Trump, hoedown on the stage. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah, we'll have fucking socialist versus the billionaire and see what the people actually fucking want.
That's right. Yeah, you know what? Forget it. Fucking just paper ballots. Decide it. Period, man.
Yeah.
No computer shit. Paper ballots. Count them.
I hear it.
That's the way democracy works.
Hey, you know,
is democracy.
In India, almost a billion, like a half a billion people vote all in the same time, and they're able to count it, and the people love their elections, and they have total 100% faith in them, and I don't understand what the problem is here, you know.
Okay, Bloomberg, apparently he's winning. He's ahead in Florida. All right. Florida, in my opinion, is the nicest, most beautiful United States. Okay? How the fuck can he be winning in Florida, man? Like, they're not stupid people in Florida, okay? I know a lot of people in Florida. My brother lives in Florida. Now, they're not stupid people.
A lot of people move there from New York.
Yeah, and I just don't get it, man. I just don't get it. Listen, I've been watching Bernie. I know you've been into him in the past, and you're kind of for Tulsi this time, but obviously you kind of see the writing on the wall, man. Look.
Well, I said earlier, Dwayne, I said as soon as Tulsi says that she's no longer running for president, I will endorse Bernie Sanders. But until then, she will have Mox News endorsement.
I actually don't think she should decide to leave, but you know what? I don't think apparently the top three. I don't think Klobuchar and Booty Fudge and
Biden,
the other one,
Biden
are going to leave.
You know what? I think that they're going to have to leave fairly soon. I think after March 3rd is like Super Tuesday. That's when like a whole bunch of states vote, and after that, I think it will be really difficult for somebody who doesn't have decisive people's support. Well, it'd be really difficult for them to continue.
You know, and I was just watching even MSNBC. Oh, that's the clip you put up, Chris Matthews.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. What was the thing you put on the bottom? They are so desperate or something.
They're so desperate. These people are so desperate.
Yes, they're so desperate. That's terrible, man, what they're doing to this poor Bernie.
It kind of is really good because, I mean, even you see it, you know, you're not like a big Bernie fan or whatever, but you see it clearly, and you know, so imagine people that are trying to actually figure out which way to go in the election. It's not oblivious to them. You know, you have to be a fucking zombie to believe what the mainstream media is telling you, you know?
Yeah, well, if Florida has Bloomberg in the lead, then Florida's the stupidest fucking people in the world, and I thought they were the smartest.
Florida hasn't legalized marijuana yet. They've had the chance to do it again and again. Look, you know, Rick Scott was the governor of Florida, right?
Yeah.
And you know that before Rick Scott was the governor of Florida, he was the largest. His company was the #1 largest ever committer of Medicare fraud in the United States. Okay, Rick Scott owned the company that committed the largest ever lawsuit of Medicare fraud in the United States, and then he went on to become the fucking governor of Florida, where all these people on Medicare live. So he stole from them and then went on to become the governor of that state, and now he's a motherfucking senator. Okay? And he wants, you know, I mean, he doesn't believe in freedom. I don't understand these people who get behind people who don't believe in freedom, man.
What kind of freedom? What kind of freedom? No matter what, Florida is never going to take away your guns.
Well, they're supposed to, like, they've had the chance to legalize marijuana repeatedly, and for whatever reason, they're voting to, instead of taking that power from the police and giving it to the people, they're voting to keep it, the police state on the... I don't understand, Dwayne. I really don't know what kind of people are in Florida, but again, they're right there by Alabama, and Alabama outlaws genitalia, the stimulation devices. So there you go.
Well, like, seriously, there's a lot of Canadians in Florida. There's a lot of old Canadians who spent 6 months in Florida. My grandparents were 2 of them. Okay. Oh, yeah. My brother lives in Ocala. My brother.
My brother was born in Jacksonville.
That's right outside Ocala.
Yeah.
Or Ocala is just outside of Jacksonville. Whatever way you want to say it, right? But, I love Florida. Like, of all the United States, Florida's my favorite. And second favorite would be probably, like, Tennessee. But that's because I haven't been west of the Mississippi, okay? So, it's just absolutely crazy. I know Florida's smarter than Michael Bloomberg, man. I know that.
You cannot believe the polls, Dwayne. Look at the polls from the 2016 election that said it's impossible for Donald Trump to win. It's impossible for Donald Trump to win. It's impossible for Donald Trump. Look at the polls from this election, the 2020 election, that said Joe Biden's going to win in Iowa. Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Biden. Nobody wants fucking Joe Biden. So the polls are full of shit, and I pointed this out again and again. They do. The reason, Dwayne,
the Bernie people in your chat.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of Bernie people in your chat. Think about this, okay? When Trump was against 12 Republicans, he was able to win, 26, 27% of all these states and keep going and going and going. And you see all the Republicans drop off slowly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, just because, and that one you just put on from MSNBC with Chris Matthews that was a fucking terrible clip. Like, Matthews should be beaten with a...
You're welcome.
Life, man.
I know there's something seriously wrong with that guy, and for him not to be able to recognize it within himself, that he's going after these people, like, and they're not going after the Bernie bros. They'll say that they're going after the Bernie bros, but they're going after the Bernie supporters is what they're doing. They're saying, how can you possibly be one of these, just like they did with the Trump supporters, you remember?
Yep, they're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And it's a couple of fucking wacko crazy people, just a couple. And I get that, Bloomberg's ad. I saw that ad. And it's like, oh, man. But, like, really, if you take down if you slow it down a bit, maybe there's 20 comments. Well, like seriously, okay, yeah, all right, there's probably 20 people in Bernie's campaign that are totally fucked up. There's 20 people in Trump's campaign who are totally fucked up.
Look, it's not. The more people that are there supporting, the more people there's going to have issues. Okay, but like I said earlier, they keep bringing up this point about the Bernie supporters. They're posting the home addresses of these union leaders in Las Vegas, right? And that's like the big thing. And I said, look, this is what trolls do. Okay, they don't even have to be Bernie supporters to be doing that. They can just get a kick out of fucking making these people feel the pressure like they do to me. You see these little kids or whoever it is, the trolls that call my show, and then they try and spout off my address like I haven't shown it on the screen 20 times before,
That's where I mailed my donations to.
Yeah, so I don't know, this is part of being a public figure. Okay, and if you can't handle that heat, you do not belong in the kitchen any way, shape, or form. And I've been handling that heat for well over 20 years, so it's no thing to me. And you see that I laugh it right off. because I'm much better at this than, you know, most average person. But the thing is these people who are professionals who've been doing this a long time, they're all like, oh, this is the Bernie bros. But it might not be, is all I'm saying. It could be any anonymous troll who you put yourself out as a public figure, and now you're getting trolled, and it's just convenient for them to say it's the Bernie bros. You know what I mean?
Oh, fuck yeah. I control Fox News as well as I can troll CNN.
Yeah.
It's, you know, as long as you know both sides, you can just say the same talking. If you know both talking points on both sides, you can just troll them anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
a piece of cake. You know, on YouTube especially, you can totally troll both sides.
Yeah, which is what I've been doing for years.
Yeah. I know. What do you think I'm on this channel for, man?
Yeah.
Like seriously, I love the fact that you bust everyone's balls, man. You don't play fucking softball. You're playing hardball, which is cool, man. Thanks, bro.
Well,
thanks, bro.
I'm just doing what
that Chris Matthew clip.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw that, I'm like, wait a minute. Fox News is live. It's 12 o'clock in the morning. I'm calling in, man, because I'm so fucking mad. Chris Matthews, isn't he the one that pees on his own leg or something?
I don't know. I know what you're talking about.
He jerked himself off to Obama on his own leg. Like, seriously.
Look, he needs to retire. And you know, a lot of these people just they get. I think that they get too old, and they just not. I mean, if he's not looking at himself and being able to see what it is that he's doing, then because everybody else can. So I mean, even you would think that the people who really care about him keeping his job, like whoever that might be, his producers or whatever, would be like, hey, Chris, I think you're going the wrong way with this or whatever, pushing it too far.
Isn't it Democrat conventions where people get shot too?
I don't know about...
Like Bobby Kennedy, didn't he get...
I don't think that was at a convention.
I thought it was actually the Democrat convention.
It might be right. I'm not sure, honestly, but
Saran shot him, apparently.
Well, I don't know. You could be right.
I was just wondering, because you can tell the Democrats are just fucked up sometimes, eh? Like, I don't know.
Look,
why can't they get behind the guy who has the most support?
Yeah, it's hard to understand. I mean, but it's not the Democrats. You saw the Republicans do the same exact thing, dude. Right? Didn't you see all the Republicans were like, Donald Trump is the worst possible candidate ever until he fucking got the nominee.
Yeah, but see, like, Jeb Bush shit his pants and ran away.
Right, because I agree. He destroyed them. He destroyed all the other candidates.
And Bernie, really, honestly, listening to his speeches, he's destroying all their fucking arguments. And he's not actually bringing the fight to them, which maybe he should. But, you know, I guess you can say billionaire Bloomberg, but look, like, Bernie's destroying them just on, hey, how about an idea? Okay? He's actually destroying them just on an idea. And it's not even an idea I fucking agree with, man. Like, you know that.
Yeah, so it says
it's not an idea I necessarily agree with, but at least he's got ideas. What is Bloomberg's idea? Just talk shit and get the election.
Bloomberg's idea is that if he offers the television stations unlimited millions of dollars, that he will get whatever he wants, and the Democrats, of course.
That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, and Trump proves that's not going to happen.
Right.
You know what? The Democrats are going to, no matter what, Bernie is going to walk into the final convention with the most number of delegates, period.
Yeah.
He's going to have the popular vote. And if you've got 6 people in an election, 30% is pretty fucking good.
It's amazing, honestly.
And I keep hearing that CNN and MSNBC are ratting on Bernie for getting 27% in New Hampshire. Well, there's 6 people in the election. Even Tulsi she was actually on the map this time, unlike Iowa.
Well, Iowa's fucked up, dude. What came out of Iowa was bullshit, and Iowa doesn't really give. I don't think you can get like under 10% or something with the caucus, the way the caucuses work.
So what is a broker convention anyway? Does that mean they could just drag up Hillary Clinton and say, you haven't done a fucking thing for this primary season, but we're going to elect you, and all the booty fudge and the Klobuchar people all go over and say, yes, we agree with you.
I think that is actually what could happen at a brokered convention, but it's not likely that they would pick somebody that wasn't
Trump 2020,
a candidate.
We got 4 more years of Trump, and you know why? Because no matter what, the Bernie people, if they should. Quite honestly, people who would vote for Bernie Sanders should vote for Trump or don't vote at all.
The Bernie Sanders people are not going to vote for other people. They
don't vote at all, and Trump wins.
Because
he wins a popular vote.
Right.
Because I think the Bernie people got suckered last time by that fucking wacko witch.
Well, the whole Democratic establishment, really. I mean, with their super delegates and everything. They really fucked the people. It's not just the Bernie people. They fucked the people. The people were saying, this is what we want. And the establishment said, we don't fucking care.
Because really, of all the other candidates, who are the only ones that might have Bernie bros in them would be Elizabeth Warren people, right?
Well, no. Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang.
Well,
Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang. Tulsi Gabbard is the most important. If he chooses Tulsi Gabbard for his vice presidential candidate, if they let him.
Bloomberg's going to have to double his spending, man, to take those 2 out.
Well, no, it's
He's
not.
He's going to have to quadruple his spending to take those 2 out.
It's not that. It's that Trump is going to have a real challenge. It's not just Trump. They're going to challenge everything, dude. They're going to challenge the media. They're going to challenge the whole Democratic establishment. You know what I mean? That's who they are. That's what their whole shit is about. That's why the Democratic establishment is so terrified of Bernie getting the nomination. And that's the point of Mike Bloomberg being in these races, is so that maybe he'll get a few delegates away from Bernie, and it will be just enough. That's why they have all these people staying in all these races. It'll be just enough to keep Bernie from actually being able to get the nomination, and then they can fuck with him again.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But, in a field of 6 candidates, Bernie's always going to win the popular vote with 27-30%.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
It's tough because there's going to be a whole bunch of Antifa people that are going to be really pissed off.
Well, whatever. I mean, they seem like
Bloomberg people instead of Trump supporters.
The Antifa people seem like they're pissed off regardless of what's happening.
That's true.
Oh, hey, it says Robert Kennedy was assassinated at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles after winning the California presidential primary.
So when's California? That's on Super Tuesday, isn't it?
I think it is. It is.
You know what? I'm loving watching this because this is. You know what's really fucked up? I remember watching the Iowa caucuses that night when they couldn't make the count, right?
Yeah.
And I remember CNN, I was watching the MSNBC live footage, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I was actually watching NBC. And they were talking about how it was democracy in action where, the couple of Yang people went over to the Buttigieg people.
Right.
And a couple of Tulsi people or the Steyer people went over to the Bernie people. And they were all like, this is democracy in action. This is the greatest thing in history. And then after the results of Iowa, now they're saying we shouldn't have any more caucuses.
Right.
We shouldn't have any more fucking... You know what? Oh, man. U.S. politics is amazing to watch from where I am, buddy. You have no idea how awesome it is to watch. And I'll tell you right now.
Because it's so stupid? Or is there some other...
There's so many wicked people there. I think the only people that aren't wicked are Bernie and Trump.
And Tulsi.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. She's 3% right now.
Yeah. No, she's good. I mean, like I said, I have my fingers double crossed that she's gonna get the VP nomination, and because that would just be so much fun to watch her and Bernie just like take on because they have to take on the media, they have to take on the Democratic establishment. Even though they already have the nomination, even though they are the candidates. They'll have everybody against them.
Is retarded.
Just like how Trump was having everybody against him, and the people will be like, and you know what? The people rally behind those guys because they're like, I hate this establishment fucks.
Like if I was a Republican in a Democrat primary, can't you go vote in a Democrat primary anyway if you're a Republican?
Some states allow you to vote for any candidate you want in the primary, but a lot of states you have to be registered as that affiliation.
Well, it wasn't that way in New Hampshire.
And then I think some state, I just heard some state on the news just changed it where you could California, I believe, just said on the day of the primary, you can change your registration affiliation to whatever party you want and then vote accordingly.
Because I would go vote for Bernie, no matter what. Even as a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
I'd go vote for Bernie just because it's the right thing to do. It's absolutely the fucking right thing to do. Anyone else supporting any other candidate, okay, I grant you, other than Tulsi, is fucking stupid. And you know what? If they're candidates, seriously, the people who vote for Biden should be put on an island and gassed. You know what I mean?
Well, he cannot. I mean, there's just no chance of him being able to be a decent candidate, a presidential candidate.
He's a fucking retard.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
Biden is a fucking retard. He can't even talk.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, it's all this creepy Uncle Joe shit they have on video.
Oh, yeah, he wants to feel up kids' legs and touch his hairy legs. Come on, it's fucking disgusting, man. And you know what? There's no way Bernie has ever touched a child.
I'm not vouching for anybody for whatever.
I
just
highly doubt the fucking crazy chemist.
I'm just saying,
the Einstein-looking guy ever touched a child.
I'm just saying that if you actually want to have a real choice, the best real choice is going to be between the socialist versus the New York billionaire. Those are going to be, and that's going to be an obvious choice. As where if you put Joe Biden up there, the choice isn't. I mean, if you put Joe Biden up there, what it's going to mean is more war, more endless war. The drug war is never going to end. We shouldn't legalize marijuana.
If you put Biden up there, if you put Biden up there, no matter what, Trump wins the White House, he wins the Senate in a landslide, and he wins the House in a landslide.
Right, and there's all this crooked...
As a Trump supporter, shouldn't I vote for Biden? I should vote for Biden because I want to put up a fucking retard against Trump.
Well,
At least Bernie has some ideas. And you know something? Look, living in Canada, I listen to Bernie. I'm listening to him, man, talking about what we have in Canada compared to what you guys have. Look, I got 6 children, right? You know that, right?
Yeah.
6 children in the hospital would cost me how much in the United States?
I can't imagine.
$60,000?
I would think that would be on the cheap side, yeah.
Cost me nothing.
Yeah.
0. Just a taxi fare to take the woman to the hospital.
And you could probably find something better to do with that $60,000, huh, Dwayne?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I would think.
Kind of. So, in a way, I hear what Bernie's saying. Even if it's just that issue, and I'm not up for AOC. I think the fucking woman's nuts.
Well,
I don't think we should be building a train to Hawaii.
Well, I think that's an awesome idea, though, man. I mean, that's again, this is
probably impossible.
This is where they built one under the channel from Paris to fuck
40 miles, man. Not.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's if they can do it for 40 miles, they ought to be able to do it the rest of the way. I'm just saying. I want to have a 21st century infrastructure, Dwayne.
How about a 21st century debate?
Yeah.
Instead of I want to see Bernie against Trump on the stage. Trump's not going to back out of that. I don't know why some people say, "Oh, Trump's not going to debate Bernie," and then Trump's not going to debate Bloomberg. You know what? When is Bloomberg going to be on the stage with fucking Bernie?
Yeah.
Because Bloomberg is going to get destroyed by Bernie.
Yeah.
And he's going to be totally destroyed. I love watching this stuff from a distance. Man, I'm telling you.
If Bloomberg goes on the debate stage, all the Democrats they're all just going to go after him, including the moderators. They can't not ask about all this, They
won't.
Yeah, they have to.
Are you kidding me? CNN won't attack him.
Oh, well, you're right. I mean, I hear you because they want that money. They want that sweet, sweet Bloomberg money, man.
CNN will, like what they did with that whole Elizabeth Warren and Bernie thing where Bernie apparently said, you remember they came back to Elizabeth Warren and said, since Bernie said that, how do you feel?
Since Bernie said no, a woman can't win, how does that make you feel? Immediately after him saying, I never said that.
Yeah. Dirty. The fucking CNN people, man. Look, seriously, man. I'm conservative. I'm a Trump supporter. Shouldn't we gas these people before they have a chance to take control? I was told by a bunch of libtards that that's hate speech, and I was banned from some channel that was CNN people.
Well, you don't want to talk about killing people, dude. But the truth is
on my computer though.
Is that I just don't think when they talk about these Joe Biden supporters, right? I think it's like with Bloomberg supporters. You almost have to be bought and paid for, like getting a check from Bloomberg in order to be one of his supporters. I think Biden's almost exactly the same way, that somehow you either are getting a check from him or you expect that you're under him, you will be getting some kind of a job, like in his cabinet or something. Otherwise, why? It's the worst possible choice. Any Democrats that got behind Joe Biden are just wanting Donald Trump reelected. And they got to know that's his first choice to run against. So, yeah, go ahead.
Can you name me one position that Bloomberg has come out for?
What do you mean position? Policy. I don't know. I mean, I haven't listened to an interview with him since he announced that he was going to be president. So,
well, he likes to put black kids up against the wall and search them.
Yeah,
you know that.
Black and brown. Any minorities are the problem. Yeah. He's made that clear. Minorities are the problem, and that's what I'm saying is that there's nobody that supports it.
The black people like Joe Biden. Like what the fuck, black people? Seriously.
Yeah.
What do you like that idiot for?
Well, yeah, he bolstered the police state as much as possible under Clinton and Bush, and
every single black person has a better chance under Bernie or Trump. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree. I mean, Elizabeth Warren's full of shit. She can't beat Donald Trump.
She's a liar.
Yeah.
She's absolutely a liar.
Yeah, and Amy Klobuchar is a fucking dirty cop. So there's no way that black people...
You said that to me before. And
yeah.
I've been thinking about it. that has rung through my ears a lot in the last week that you said that to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so black. There's no way black people are going to have it better under her, you know.
No.
So I agree with you. I think you're right that Joe Biden has proved that he's not, you know, there to like make sure black people, you know, Black Lives Matter, which was created under his fucking, administration with Barack Obama. Black Lives Matter. We have to make sure that.
Awesome. The most important election in the world is happening in November. And look, I'm all for Trump 2020. I love what he's done with sending money to Canada. I'll tell you that much. Our economy is booming because of you guys. So I'm assuming you're booming too. But I really, really hope it's going to be Trump versus Bernie, and let those two have it on a stage like it should have been 4 years ago, instead of that fucking disgusting fucking witch, man. Like, let's have a real fucking debate, not about whose period is more red. You know what I mean?
Well, you know,
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I
hate that woman, man.
Yeah, well, no, I mean that's the thing is that she's the reason that Donald Trump got elected. We all know it, and I think that it's just horrible that the Democrats act like they think maybe we can get away with it again with their fucking shenanigans in Iowa, with their bullshit polls, just like the bullshit polls in 2016. Oh, Trump can't win. There's no way Trump can win. They're bullshit polls. Mike Bloomberg, give me a fucking break.
Yeah,
you know?
He's at 15 now. He's in second place behind Bernie.
Right.
I thought Joe Biden was the uncontrollable force, man. Like, wow, they certainly. I thought he was, he's a fucking retard, obviously. You know, it's either Bernie or bust for the Democrats. If they don't pick Bernie, they're going to lose. I even think if they pick Bernie, they're going to lose, but that's my opinion. But at least then there's going to be some ideas.
Right, that's what I see too, Dwayne. Is I see, you know, if anybody else, you know, you basically kind of have just two Trumps up there. You know, if you get Bernie up there, then you actually have two
outsiders, man.
Yeah, right, exactly. Bernie's not part of them. They keep saying he's not a real Democrat. Nobody likes him. You know, they said the exact same thing about Donald Trump in 2016, you know, and they're right about both of them. So that's going to make by far the most interesting race, and give the people an actual choice, you know.
And you know what? I just have a funny feeling because it's really weird because before all these videos came out about and all this audio clip of Mike Bloomberg, Sean Hannity probably about a week beforehand said, I bet you there's going to be some videos from Mike Bloomberg come out.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be totally honest with you, man. A week beforehand, I already knew that was coming out. Yeah. I didn't know what it was, but I had heard there's going to be some Mike Bloomberg stuff coming out. So Hannity already knew ahead of time.
He's a horrible asshole of a human being, dude. He is just the last person you would ever want to have as a boss. You know what I mean?
No. Mike Bloomberg is the last person I'd ever want to have.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I just said. All
right. Oh, okay. I thought you said Hannity.
No, well, Hannity's a fucking douche. That's a whole nother story.
The second worst boss.
No, I don't know. But Mike Bloomberg would be like just fucking. He's such a horrible douchebag, and you know, and it sucks so much because if you're a fucking billionaire and you have everything in the fucking world that you could want, or all you have to do is snap your fingers and it's immediately laid at your feet, whatever your new want is, how can you be douchey to fucking people? You know what I mean? You have everything. Why wouldn't you just treat people like, I'm the luckiest guy in the world and it's really nice to meet you? How are you?
You know why? Because that fucking idiot never thought he'd be running for president. That's why.
I don't think that
We
that's
can do
true.
that shit when no one's looking all day long. How many jobs have I had in my life? How many jobs have you had in your life where the boss is that piece of shit just like Bloomberg anyways? It's just he's not running for president. You know what I mean? I've dealt with that. I don't know if you have. I have. But, and you know what? Doppel's right. Amy Klobuchar would be throwing fucking staplers at you, man.
Yeah. They talk. I mean,
Sure.
I've seen videos where she admits that she's a horrible boss, that she fucking treats her people really poorly. So she's a fucking douchebag, and her people have come out and said, yeah, she's a horrible human being because she doesn't have any the slightest fucking care about other people. It's just about power for her.
And being a Canadian, one thing I realized is third person, whoever's in third, should get the fuck out of the way. No matter what, Canada with our three-party system, whoever's in third always loses and loses bad. So she's in third. She's finished. There's no point. Quit now. But you know what? All those people will probably go to booty fudge.
I think what's going to happen is, she's going to come in under 20% in Nevada, and Buttigieg is going to come in under 20% in Nevada, and then they're going to have to look real hard to see if they want to keep making it happen because
They're going to, because if they can keep Bernie under majority delegate count the whole way, if he can get a minority delegate count, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like what's happened so far, where he wins the popular vote, but he gets, 10 out of 26, but divided 12 ways, Like, that's going to suck, man, because they're all going to be able to sandbag him at the end. I hope that doesn't happen. There's going to be a lot of pissed off Bernie people, and maybe this will actually lead to some street riots or something, but we got coronavirus. Maybe in 3 months we're all going to be fucking wearing masks anyways.
I mean, the way that they move people around, you'd think that we'd already know if that's the way it was going to be in 3 months, Dwayne. I don't see it spreading. Man, don't worry about that. But you're right. We don't know what's going to happen. But it really looks good for Bernie, which looks good for the American people.
He can only be gaining supporters right now.
I don't see how he could be doing anything but getting more and more supporters right now.
Absolutely, because you know something? If I was a Republican in a Democrat primary and I could vote in it, I'd vote Bernie just to despite Mike Bloomberg.
Well, the Trump people are telling Trump supporters to go out and vote for Joe Biden.
What?
Yeah, they want, because that's the easiest person to take down. That they put up Joe Biden as sure as Trump gets reelected.
Trump could tell me to vote for Biden. I'd vote for Bernie because I want to see an actual real debate.
Yeah, fucking
A. Real fucking man who has Parkinson's and is fucking retarded debate Trump because it's easy. I get that. Biden is finished if he's the nominee.
Yeah, probably long before they ever get to the debates.
Trump might actually have to think a little bit to respond to Bernie.
They're going to have to strategize like motherfuckers,
Yeah.
I mean, because I think just,
you know what?
Honestly, Dwayne, I think if they just stand up there and they say, Bernie says he's going to legalize marijuana in the first 100 days. Why is it you haven't done that in the first 4 years of your administration? That will be a very interesting answer.
That's true. He might be able to blame the Democrats anyway in the House, but I get I totally get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. Like, Trump's going to have to actually come up with some good ideas.
Yeah.
Now, he's got the economy going for him, and Obama today is taking credit for it. But I think that's actually, Hank Paulson back in 2008 when the shit hit the fan. He's the one that should be taking the credit for it. billions of dollars in bank equity and bank bailouts.
That fucking Herman Munster looking motherfucker.
Oh yeah, the one with the. Have you ever watched the replays where his fucking pinky is bent back?
No.
Oh, he's a weirdo, man.
Yeah.
Check it out. If you ever go watch Hank Paulson.
Yeah.
Is that that was his name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Treasury Secretary. What a fucking weirdo, man. These banksters are fucking nuts, man. Like you're right, Munsters. Like, oh.
Yeah, they're just creeps, man. They're the serious, and I hate that word. I really don't like that word, creepy. But these people are like weirdos, you know. I mean, I don't like that word either. But it's like there's something wrong with them, and it's so seriously wrong that they have these things like where they bend their fucking pinky back and shit. You know, I mean, just these weird tells. That's like this guy is not right. You know, like Joe Biden.
All the people in Trump's cabinet, he's got that fucking Mnuchin.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say the J word. Oh, my God. That's going to blow up your chat. Sorry, buddy. But, you know, Mnuchin, Munchkin. You know what I mean? Munchkin. Like fucking, from, what's the Wizard of Oz?
Yeah.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, purple people eater people, like weirdo people, man. Like, it's just terrible. I don't know why they can't fucking pick anyone from the Treasury that's not Goldman Sachs.
Well, you probably do know why if you think about it for a minute, Dwayne. But
yeah, well, you know, it sucks because and Bernie might do the same thing anyway.
He might. It's true. He's a politician. And the reason I say that he might, it's not because he's not a different kind of politician. It's not because he's not one of them. It's because we've seen it happen over and over and over again.
This
is just what happens, is that they come in.
Timothy Geithner,
and it's,
what a fucking stupid looking dork.
Say hello to the new boss, same as the old boss.
And it's always Goldman Sachs. And they get busted for a 40-bit. I saw this with Timberwolf. It was part of their mortgage-backed securities fraud, okay? They lost a lawsuit for $40 billion the one day. Their stock went up $100 billion because the fine was only $40 billion.
Right. I understand exactly what you're saying, Dwayne. I've seen it too. I've watched it happen.
That's what Jane and I like to study and watch, eh?
Yeah.
Honestly, we like watching the big, powerful U.S. banks either collapse or get away with shit.
Well, I want to see something new for the people. I just want good things for the people, Dwayne. And not that the banks collapsing wouldn't be good for the people long term, but short term it's going to be very hard on the people.
Like honestly, who killed Kennedy? Why did they kill Kennedy? Did they kill him because he wanted to back the dollar with gold? Everyone in the chat room knows exactly the conspiracy I'm talking about. What did they kill him for?
Because he wanted to end the Fed.
That, man.
He wanted to end the Fed.
Yeah.
We don't need this.
And the central banks.
We don't need
this. Or was it because he was some fucking Cuban or something? I don't know.
It's pretty obvious that he was. I don't know what the deal is. I mean, it's above my pay grade, but it's pretty obvious that the government's lying about his death and has for a long, long time. And this is again the thing that I hate about this government, the police, the medical for-profit medical industry, all the politicians. It's all full of shit. You know, the mainstream media, the people we turn to, we turn to these people for fucking out of desperation. We need information. We need help from the police. We need help from the medical community. We need the politicians to hear what we're saying. And they're all fucking full of shit. So full of shit that they couldn't be more full of shit. You know, and it's disgusting, and the people, the good people of America and this planet deserve better.
Mike, I love you, buddy. This is a great show, and thanks for taking my call. And you have a great night, and hopefully someone else will call in and just light the board up, man. And I'm so happy talking with you, buddy. I love talking with you about everything under the sun, man. Everything, man.
Yeah, it's always good to hear from you too, Dwayne.
Hey, take care, buddy. I don't know when I can talk to you again, but you take care. Peace, love, and happiness, my friend.
All right, well, tell your girl I said hi.
I will.
Okay, see you later. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
That's our buddy Dwayne from the Great White North. And it's always good to hear from Dwayne. And I mean, he sounds pretty sincere about wanting to get Bernie out there, and I'm really glad to hear that, because again, the reason that I want this is for the people to have a real and genuine choice. That's all. The socialist versus the New York billionaire. It couldn't get more of a choice than that, So. And I am so ready to see this. I'm so ready for the fucking primary to be over and Bernie to be the nominee and Tulsi to be the VP nominee and just fucking destroy the Democratic establishment elite. Fuck them. Destroy the media who has treated Tulsi Gabbard and Bernie Sanders so poorly. I mean, Bernie Sanders is a sitting senator, a presidential candidate. Tulsi Gabbard is a war veteran, a standing major in the Army Reserves. And they treat him with the least respect I think I've ever seen them treat any politicians with, other than like Ron Paul. I mean, they treated Dennis Kucinich with much more respect than they have Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard. So I would love for them to be the nominees. And I would love to watch Tulsi Gabbard wipe the debate stage floor with Mike Pence. Oh my God, Mike Pence. I just want her to come out on television every fucking day and go, Mike Pence, I'm coming for you. Let's talk a little bit about Mike Pence. Let's talk about Mike Pence, because there's lots of things to say about Mike Pence. And Bernie Sanders, to again say this shit about freedom, about in the first 100 days of my presidency, I will decriminalize marijuana in all 50 states. Meaning no more marijuana prosecutions, no more marijuana arrests. Okay? Police taken away, power taken away from the police and given to the people. Can you imagine Donald Trump saying he's going to take power away from the police and give it back to the people? Donald Trump is never going to say that, because Donald Trump hates your freedom. That's the truth. Donald Trump loves the police. Why? Because he hates your freedom. Because you are a threat to Donald Trump. That's why he loves the police. And that's the truth. All right, so I have a coronavirus update from Japan. We should look at that.
We start in Beijing, where the new coronavirus outbreak is now affecting the political schedule of China's leadership. Observers say President Xi Jinping is likely to have already decided to postpone the National People's Congress, which was due to open on March 5th. The state-run Xinhua news agency said members of the body's standing committee will discuss postponing the Congress on Monday next week. Observers suggest the leadership would find it impossible to get nearly 3,000 delegates from across the country to Beijing amid the coronavirus threats. The annual Congress decides on policies for the coming year. It would be extremely unusual for the gathering to be delayed. The situation could also affect President Xi's planned visit to Japan, scheduled for early April. Now, construction workers in the capital are rushing to build a new mask factory in 6 days amid a severe shortage of the protective gear due to the outbreak. Local media say China is currently producing about 20 million masks a day, despite a daily demand for at least 200 million. Xinhua says the factory is being built by the same company involved in the construction of a hastily built hospital in the epicenter city of Wuhan. As the world struggles to find a cure for the virus infection, Chinese health authorities say an anti-malaria drug is effective in treating coronavirus patients. Officials say the medicine was given to over 100 patients in clinical trials. They said their conditions improved. And they added there are no safety concerns with the drug. The authorities also report blood plasma taken from recovered patients has been used to treat those who are critically ill. The latest figures show 1,770 people in mainland China have died as a result of becoming infected. And health officials say the total number of infections surpassed 70,000. Outside the Chinese mainland, the virus has infected 895 people in 28 countries and territories. Japan, the Philippines, Hong Kong, France, and Taiwan have each reported 1 death. And here in Japan, another 99 people aboard a quarantine cruise ship just outside Tokyo have tested positive for the virus. That brings the total number of infections from the vessel to 454. 70 of the 99 people confirmed to be infected on Monday are not exhibiting any symptoms. There were originally about 3,700 passengers and crew members on board the Diamond Princess, currently docked at a port in Yokohama. But that number has come down as the infected are taken to hospitals. The U.S. government flew about 330 passengers on the ship home Monday on 2 chartered planes. They'll then be quarantined at military bases for 2 weeks. The U.S. State Department says 14 of the passengers have tested positive for the virus, but they were isolated during the flight. Canada, Australia, Italy, and Hong Kong also plan to arrange flights for their citizens. Aside from the cruise ship, 6 new cases were confirmed Monday in Kanagawa, Wakayama, and Aichi prefectures. A health ministry official who was gathering information aboard the Diamond Princess tested positive as well. Also on Monday, 36 Japanese nationals and 29 Chinese citizens, many of whom are spouses, landed in Tokyo on a chartered flight. It's the 5th plane the government has provided in less than a month to bring people back from China's epicenter province of Hubei. 7 passengers who were coughing or had a sore throat were sent to hospital. All the evacuees will undergo tests for the virus, regardless of whether they have any symptoms. They'll also be placed in quarantine for almost 2 weeks. A total of 828 people have been evacuated from Hubei to Japan. And public events are being canceled or scaled down in Japan amid concerns about the spread of the virus. The Imperial Household Agency has canceled Emperor Naruhito's public birthday address scheduled for Sunday. The occasion would have been the emperor's first birthday greeting since he ascended to the throne last year. And organizers of the Tokyo Marathon are barring recreational runners from the event on March 1st. The race will still serve as a qualifying event for the last spot on Japan's men's Olympic marathon team. In total, about 170 people are expected to run, down significantly from the 38,000 who were scheduled to take part. And as the threat of the coronavirus grows here in Japan, health ministry officials have pushed to boost the number of people who can be tested for infection. Up to 3,800 people a day can be checked starting Tuesday. The ministry told municipalities throughout Japan to expand the scope of their screenings to include people with suspected infections despite having no travel history to the Chinese provinces of Hubei or Zhejiang. Laboratories, quarantine stations, universities, and private firms across the country are increasing their capacity to test for the virus. Now in Thailand, officials are expanding virus screening to all travelers from Japan and Singapore, in addition to those from China. The 2 countries have among the highest numbers of reported cases outside mainland China.
For safety considerations, we will start screening passengers from the 2 countries. We did the same thing for passengers from China during the early stage of the outbreak.
The health ministry says any passengers from Japan and Singapore who develop a fever or respiratory symptoms will be quarantined at government hospitals. The ministry also said one new case has been found, bringing the total number of infections in Thailand to 35. Officials say they'll install more thermometers at airports to check passengers arriving from Japan and Singapore. They advise anyone who just got back from either country prior to the announcement to monitor their health and avoid crowded places. Last year, a total of about 3 million people from Japan and Singapore visited Thailand. Meanwhile, the country's health minister has announced passengers who disembarked from a cruise ship docked in Cambodia will not be allowed to enter Thailand. He also revealed the government has told airlines not to give the travelers tickets to the nation. The minister says his government needs to put the safety of Thai people first. The Wester Dam was turned away by a number of nations before it was allowed to dock in Cambodia. Officials in Japan, the Philippines, and other countries feared some of the passengers may be infected with the coronavirus.
Okay, and thanks to Des for for the donation. It's very nice. Donations have been very slow the last 2 weeks, but that's cool. I'm good. I'm just saying, in case anybody else would like to give a little something. It's always really super nice when you guys give something back. A little pizza money goes a long, long way for me. And it gives me an awful lot of encouragement. So, you know, makes it so it's like, I gotta be out. I gotta get my clips together. There's gonna be people counting on me. So, and thanks to everybody for showing up, because it's always better when you're here. We have, I believe I have 4 clips left. I have a German terror group arrested, French, God damn it, why do I have so much trouble with that word? I think it's because I spelled it wrong here. Pensions, French pensions cuts, and Chinese Muslims being sent to re-education camps is probably an important video. They talk about one of the reasons that they're being sent to re-education camps is because they have long beards. Because that will be one of the reasons that they're sent to re-education camps in the United States. Also, so you know. Again, it being part of the reason why I have long beard is because fuck you, that's why. It's my life. This is my body. This is my, you know, my one time here to make happen what I want to make happen. Why do you want to question everything that I want to make happen? I spend absolutely 0 time in my life questioning what it is that you want to make happen, unless you're somehow against freedom. You know, so why is it you would want to question anything about my life? I don't understand. You know, I want you to live your life as free as possible. I really do. Because it's not me. It doesn't matter what I want. Okay? But that's what God wants. That's why God made you the top of the food chain. That's why God gave you all these freedoms that are in the Constitution. They say inalienable rights. The right to happiness. The right to the pursuit of happiness. The right to freedom of expression. God gave you these things. If there is a creator God. And God wanted you to be as free as possible. You know why? So that this species can be the most that it can possibly be. Instead of the reason that we're on this edge of a mass extinction now is because this species has been limited. Who has it been limited? It's been limited by the fossil fuel industry, all these other people like the fossil fuel industry, but basically the rich, the super rich, the people who own the politicians. The species has been limited in such ways as we don't get a 21st century infrastructure project. We have to drive on asphalt roads, some fucking substance they were using back in the 1800s to make roads. Okay, why? Because the fossil fuel industry won't let us have a 21st century infrastructure. But the fossil fuel industry is the rich people, the people who own the politicians. Okay, and it's not just that; it's all this fear and all this other things that we don't get to have. And all we want is just simple freedom to live our lives without some piece of garbage breathing down our necks questioning what the fuck we're doing. Fuck you, that's what I'm doing. Fuck you, that's what I'm doing. See this? This is my space right here. I'm going to do in my space what I want to do. Okay? And that's the way, that's what living in the land of the free should mean. As long as you're not hurting anybody else, I don't care what you want to do. I really don't care what you want to do. Unless of course you're trying to take away other people's freedom. If you want to use your freedom to limit other people's freedom, I just don't understand that. Because don't you understand that once we get those people's freedom limited, that your freedom is next? Okay? First they came for Alex Jones. Right? You understand? And no one said anything. Mox News said something immediately before they ever came for Alex Jones. I said a long time ago they're coming for Alex Jones. And it's going to be all about your freedom of expression. Not Alex Jones, but because once they take down Alex Jones for these reasons, then they can take you down too, because you're a nobody. Alex Jones has millions of followers. They took him down. You're a nobody. They'll take you down too. So get in line. Don't color outside the line. Follow the motherfucking rules. We all know that. We all see it. And again, this is what I've spoke out against. This is what Mox News has been about from day one, pointing out the real enemies to our freedom, to your freedom, the real enemies, the only people that can take it away. Because ISIS ain't gonna take away your freedom. ISIS ain't a threat to your fucking freedom. Okay? Come to my neighborhood, ISIS, and let's see what happens to you. You will last less than one day. And you'll all be fucking skinned alive. Okay? There's no threat from ISIS. Okay? There's no threat from the Russians. There's no threat from China. There's no threat from Iran. Okay, the only threat is this police state government. They're the only ones that limit our freedom, and they do it. Democrats and Republicans hand in hand, happily, every single day. They can limit our freedom a little more. They feel they've done a job well done, and you all know it's true. They are the real enemy. Now they're trying to take away, once again, they're trying to say, oh, you can't pick the candidate you want. We don't care. That worked out for you real well in the last election, Democrats, right? In the 2016 election, that worked out real fucking good. So, let's not try that bullshit again. Let's try something different, like listening to the people, like representing the people's voice. How about we try that for a change? That might actually turn out well for you. Unless, of course, you're a corrupt war profiteer who must go to prison in order to make the world a safer place for little children. then it probably won't turn out all that well for you. Talking to you, Wolf Blitzer. Okay, so, and that's the thing, that's all the media people know this. If we take away this establishment control, then we can start calling the mainstream media the war propagandists and war criminals that they are. We can start calling the war profiteers the vampires who profit off of the blood, every drop of blood spilled by our soldiers in the Middle East. Every single drop of blood. Doesn't care. It doesn't matter if it's one of our soldiers or someone's grandma or someone's baby. The war profiteers only care that they made another shiny penny. That's all that matters to them, right? Right? Is that all that matters to you? Because that's all that matters to them. And you know, I think more of myself than that. In fact, it would be incredibly difficult to buy me. You know, unless you're like really hot, then it'll be easier. It'll be a little less money. But other than that, I'm pretty tough sell. So let's play German terror group arrests. How about that? How about that? That's video number 1. We haven't even got there yet. Did we do a fucking tiger video? I don't think so.
Well, here in Germany, authorities have arrested 12 men suspected of having founded or supported a right-wing terror group that goes by the name Hardcore. The group was allegedly plotting attacks on politicians and mosques across the country.
It was here at an outdoor barbecue area close to Stuttgart that members of the suspected terror group reportedly met for the first time in September 2019. Civil unrest by carrying out attacks against politicians, asylum seekers and Muslims. 12 suspected members of the far-right terror cell have now been arrested in a series of raids across Germany. But praise for the successful operation has been followed by calls for increased security at places of worship.
I think we're all agreed here that it's the job of the state, and of course the government, to protect freedom of religion in our country, no matter the religion.
Investigators also discovered links with the extremist group Soldiers of Odin, which was founded in Finland in 2015. Police also seized a number of weapons. The raids come just months after the killing of regional politician Walter Lübcke. Police have arrested a known far-right extremist in connection with that killing. In October last year, 2 people were also killed when another far-right extremist tried to attack a synagogue in the eastern German city of Halle. That incident added to growing concerns in Germany over the scale and influence of far-right extremism.
Well, for more now, I'm joined by DW correspondent Henning Hertel. Henning, good evening to you. The group that is referring to itself as the Hardcore is considered a particularly serious case. I mean, do we know more about who they are and what their alleged plans were?
Well, authorities are saying that they have been planning attacks on 6 mosques within some smaller German cities, and that they wanted to attack asylum seekers, politicians, and Muslims as a whole. And so there are some serious allegations on the table. Plus, they have been gathering some rifles, some armory. And so authorities are very concerned, but also very happy about taking hold of them.
And do we know, how did German intelligence manage to arrest these 12 men?
Well, according to ARD, German broadcaster, there has been a 13th man who has been infiltrating the group, who has been transmitting secret information to the police. And the authorities have somehow lost contact to him last week. And I had the chance to talk to one of the interior experts from the conservative CDU, and he suspects that the 13th man is now a member of a witness protection program because he may be one of the key witnesses in this case.
The problem of far-right extremism we hear all the time is growing now in Germany. What are the plans to contain it?
Well, there are 600 jobs that are being created within the security agencies, not only to fight right-wing extremism in the public, but also within the agencies. There have been single cases where the Interior Minister Seehofer has said that they are incidents, but there is a huge concern that local authorities and federal authorities are being infiltrated by right-wing extremists. One other plan is to report hate speech within the internet community right offhand to internet giants like Google or Facebook to the federal authorities so that they can fight right-wing extremism right from the root. And it's a huge task and a huge concern for the German politicians and the interior experts.
All right, DW's Henning Hertel on the story for us tonight here in Berlin. Henning, thank you.
Terrorist, terrorist, terrorist. Terrorist, 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 terrorist. Remember after 9/11? Terrorist, 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 terrorist. I got a feeling something big is coming. So stay frosty, Marines. That's all I'm saying. Pay attention. It's coming. Okay, so I have French pension cuts, which is like this is why the people have been in the streets of Paris all year long, like for 6 months now. Actually, it's been going on a little bit longer. This part of the reason. So the that's a good story, and I have, and they kind of lay out exactly what the cuts are, and the people are like, we've seen, and the reason this is important, this austerity bullshit is important, is because we've seen it happen in country after country. Now it's happening in France. It's going to be happening here soon. And whenever they talk about, this Medicare or Social Security cuts, this is exactly what they're talking about. They're like this safety net that was put in for the people that you paid into every day that you ever worked, is now we have to like change the agreement that we had when you started paying in. Hey, see you, Dwayne. Michelle, you can call anytime. Don't you know, Michelle? Who's going to stop? Who on earth is going to stop Michelle from calling if Michelle wants to call? Again, the only person that can stop Michelle from calling is Michelle. So, why? Oh, I'm sorry. The Do Not Disturb was off. The Do Not Disturb was on the phone. So I guess it's my fault. I have been stopping Michelle from calling. Only me, in my divine wisdom, have the ability to stop Michelle from calling. Otherwise, no one could, besides myself. So we're clear. Sorry, Michelle. All right, so what was I saying? I also have a story about the Chinese Uyghurs, which is Muslims. It's Uyghur with a U-Y, Uyghur, being sent to internment camps or re-education. They're calling them re-education facilities where they're learning a technical skill. Hello, darling. How are you tonight?
Nobody puts baby in the corner. What the hell?
baby gets what baby wants.
God dang, apparently not tonight, man. I guess the fourth time is the charm. I was like, what the hell is going on? I was like, shoot. That makes me all paranoid.
Why? Paranoid? Come on. You're not paranoid.
I got dang, man. Mike liked me, man. That's the truth. He's like, I gotta talk to Dwayne, man, because he's the most important man in the world.
No, Dwayne will tell you himself that Donald Trump is the most important man in the world.
I think Dwayne would see he's ahead of him. Shit.
How's it going?
What's that?
How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good.
You sound happy. I love your little laughter.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been listening to your show. I've been watching it, a couple of times, I just put on there that I'm here, but I'm just going to sit back and watch, And I haven't called because the things that have been going on has got me so freaking crazy that I'm just going like, oh my God. And I think they can't, take away from the poor anymore. There they go doing it. So I couldn't calm myself down enough to call you.
It's understandable. I can't believe that, the poor is the top of the list to fucking screw again, man.
That's something. Oh. And that's why I can't believe all these people that are like, oh, Trump's the best thing ever. And it's like, why? I don't get it. They can't tell you why.
You know why they can't tell you? Because they like fucking the poor over. They like that. It makes them feel like somehow they're better than other people. Do what now?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, your microphone sounds really good tonight. How are you doing at this time?
All right, I'm actually outside because it's so beautiful right now.
Sweet, we're like
at 65, so I'm outside on my deck, just chilling. I'm like, oh man, it's a beautiful night.
With the dogs?
No, they're inside sleeping. Yeah, my other dogs, they gotta get some rest all the time.
They go to bed early, huh?
Oh yeah, they get up to eat, do their thing, take them outside, and then go right back lay down.
Huh.
I was like, oh, y'all earned that. They're good dogs.
Yeah.
But,
is there
I see Buddy's rally, man. It's like, oh shit. I didn't hear him that one time say, he's a good friend of mine. He was like freaking spilling the tea, brother. I was like, holy shit, this guy finally gloves are off. I really like that.
Yeah.
That speech he's saying,
Yeah, that and he had that place packed, Michelle. That place was packed.
Yeah, did you see that shit?
Yeah.
And not one of them were paid.
Yeah, I don't think so. And that place holds a lot of people, and they had to, a lot of them, if they went there from Seattle, they had to leave like an hour and a half ahead of time to get there. I'm telling you, it's not easy. So.
Yeah, well, Tacoma, man, they were out tonight, boys. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, they kept showing, they kept panning out to the people that were there. I was like, holy crap, shit. It was good. I was like, man. But yeah, I really liked it that Bernie was calling, Trump out straight up, like he's a liar. And this is what he's going to do to the poor community and what he's going to do to Social Security and all this shit. It's like, God dang, it's about damn time.
That's what I'm saying. That's the choice that we're gonna get. So we have this honest guy up here talking, talking about this lying piece of garbage, or we're gonna have some other lying piece of garbage like Hillary Clinton up there talking about this lying piece of garbage. I mean, we can either have a choice or no choice.
And behind closed doors, they're all friends. Every one of them.
I agree. Hillary and Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, they're all buddy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're all freaking perverts, man. What about Bill?
Yeah. No, Bill's a horrible human being, no doubt about it.
Yeah, man. Shit. I don't know. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, I've been watching everything that's been going on and just like, oh my God, look what the hell. Like today, a video came out. And it's a actual video of Bloomberg, and they're talking to him. Like, I don't know who these people are he's talking to. But there's like 4 other guys in the video. And Bloomberg's like, well, it's going to come a time to where, like, say, you know, he's talking about Medicare and everything, you know, and medical stuff.
Yeah.
Well, if you're 92 and all of a sudden you have some type of cancer, he's like, you're kind of going to have to just, you know, you had a good life, but we can't do nothing for you. Like, are you fucking kidding me? He said because Medicare or medical whatever is about to go bankrupt and we can't have that. So if you're old and you got cancer, he's like more than happy to be all like, I'm sorry, you already lived a good life.
Well,
let it ride.
If
he
you,
fucking did that. I was laughing my fucking ass off. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, if you're old and you have cancer and you can't afford to pay for it.
He's saying pretty much, you know what, you just gotta let it take its course.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the medical supplies and everything else, we're about to go bankrupt because there's people that don't want to pay their medical bills.
How old is that video?
Make that hard decision and just say, hey, you know, you're 92, but he said though. But if you're young, then we're willing to go ahead and try to do whatever we can do. But once you're already old, yeah, maybe you gotta check it out. It's all over the freaking internet right now.
How old is that video?
Just today I checked it out.
Huh.
Yeah.
He does, you know, and he, again, he says this because he can say it about poor people. He's not talking to people that have money, people who can afford to go and make happen what they want. It's just poor people who he's talking to. If you can't afford to go and pay for your own cancer treatment at 92, well, then you're probably just a fucking drain on the world anyways, so we're going to let you fucking pass on.
And that's exactly what the people that were reporting it had that same idea.
Yeah.
What you just said. Because they were just like, look at him, like, how can you be there just so stone cold, talking, having a conversation, you know, and it's being videotaped, and it's fucking, like, his everything. It's just like, yeah, I don't know, and he just, and he sat there and acted like, sometimes you just gotta let it ride, you know? Like, no big deal. And that shows you that these billionaires don't give a flying rat's ass about anybody but themselves. You know, just the way he talked there, like, you know, say if it was his grandma.
Yeah.
At 82, you know, do you think he would say let it ride?
No, his grandma can afford it. He'll take care of it. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't touch him, so, and it doesn't touch any of the people that he associates with. You know, so it doesn't matter. It's just a bunch of poor fucking people who are just a drag on society anyway, so fuck them.
Exactly. And then there's something that came out about Klobuchar, that lady.
Yeah.
It came out about her that when she was, they were in the middle of prosecuting somebody, they had evidence that guy didn't commit the crime, that she had said, no, 100%. She knows he's the one who fucking did it. I guess when she was a cop or something.
She's a prosecutor.
Yeah. There's all kinds of dirt coming out of all these motherfuckers that they think like, oh yeah, nobody was going to dig you up. And also, you know, because it's public record, you know.
Yeah.
And so people digging up, and there's another thing that came out today about, you know, her prosecuting somebody but not allowing the evidence that would set him free because she believes somebody, blah, blah, blah. You know how it is.
Yeah.
You know.
That's what I'm saying. When I say she's a dirty cop, I mean she's the dirtiest of dirty cops, the kind that would hide evidence, not let evidence being present that would get an innocent man off. Okay, that's what you want for president. There's something seriously wrong with you.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Buttigieg comes out of nowhere. You know, his own state. It's like if anybody would do any research on this guy, they would see that Pete in his own fucking town or city, he couldn't even handle that. Everybody knew that, you know, all he was racist as shit. In the beginning, maybe he was honest. But if you would follow all the interviews, like from the beginning to where he's at now, you can almost see in the beginning where he just kind of snapped and said, you know what, I'm going to win and I don't give a fuck what it takes. That he was like, I'm going to go low blows, I'm going to fucking take all kinds of money, I don't care. but I want to win. And that's because the establishment is like, oh, this is another puppet piece.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he's. I think that's. I don't know that he came to that conclusion or that that's just who he is. Whatever it takes to get where he wants to be, he's willing to do, and always has been. You know what I mean?
But that's saying that is, and his own fucking state, you know, it's like he has a bad record of him being racist, of how they show everything that even people that live there would say, oh, this is the kind of guy he is. It's like, damn. But that's what I'm saying, though. Bernie Tobacco, he was like spilling the tea. He was tearing it up, saying all these big industries are going to be scared of me. Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
He does have them trembling right now. He does.
That's why all these prostitutes, journalists, talking head news reporters, news readers, they're all against him is because it's going to cost their money. It's going to cost them money. They all know he's going to cost them money. Because they're all overpaid fucking stooges who, you know, are shitting on the people, and it's going to cost them. And they're gonna fucking do everything they can, and they have been. They've been doing we watched it in 2016. We're watching it again now, but the people aren't buying it, right?
But you know what, Mike? It's like the talking heads, the $1 million talking anchors, you know, all talking this shit.
Yeah.
And it's like they think that, you know what, we're gonna throw Bernie over there because they're so fucking delirious, believing their own bullshit, and I'm loving it. Bernie has never had so much airtime as he has now. When he was at 2016, it was like when the election came, who's he? He never got airtime. This time around, oh my gosh, you can see it by tonight's crowd. Everybody now finally, you know, is seeing, oh, who's this guy? And seeing that, okay, he doesn't get bills passed, but they called him the Amendment King for a reason. Because if they're going to pass this bill anyways and they know they're outnumbered, he'll still slip something in there to say, you won't fuck with Medicare. You won't change the Social Security. Like, okay, you know, like pass this bill, but here, throw this in there. You know? And he still votes no, knowing it's going to pass, but one way or another, he does get shit done for the middle class, the poor people. The working man, you know? And it's like, people need to see that shit. All they are is just like believing what the hell. It's like, don't even look at the TV. Look around you. You know, when you go to work, are you working so you guys can save up to go on vacation? Or are you just working to make ends meet? And then you barely have enough for food. You know, is that living? That's not living. You know, you're a slave to the wage. It's like we should be, you know, there we talk about the cost of living. Why can't you know, we're the working man. We're the ones who fucking get shit done. You know, blue-collar workers, no matter what you do, from a restaurant to a factory, it doesn't matter. It's all blue-collar. You know, construction worker, what have you. But it's like, how was your life, man? You know, and when people vote for Trump, it's just like, oh, then you must be one of those rich ones, too. Don't vote on your belief of your hatred that you don't like it or that you do enjoy it, that this president is, you know, feeding on your inside racism, because we all know it's there. But this president has brought it out of everybody. He is, hey, let's do it again. And it's not right, man. You can't be fucking with people that are American citizens that go out there and pay their taxes and take care of their fucking business and treat them all like they're one person. Like, fucking racism and all that bullshit needs to stop. And somebody on the chat was trying to challenge me about, okay, Rush Limbaugh was not a racist. Have he, you know, it's like, oh my God. Listen to his shows. Everything is always against to where, well, if he didn't do this or if he didn't resist, then he wouldn't have been dead, you know? It's all that kind of bullshit. And it's like, you know, that's got to mean that you're okay with it. Because I know I would not be okay. I might not be that race, but I'm still not okay for them mowing down a fellow fucking American that ain't got, you know, nothing to do with whatever fucking the Joneses did.
Yeah, did you see that where the mom took the kid to the emergency room? Do you see that video I played earlier?
Which one was it?
Where the mom took her kid to the emergency room and because he's having some kind of mental issue, and yeah,
I seen that.
Yeah, it's sad.
That was man. I was like, that kid was like what, maybe 120 wet.
Yeah.
Like, did you really have to do that?
I don't understand where this violence, how violence from people that are supposed to be protecting you is so okay,
Because you got the okay, the approval from all approvals from the fucking president of the United States.
Yeah.
Even that damn speech or one of his rallies that he said, how about you cops? Like when you put your head on top of your perp and you're pushing him in the car, how about you just don't worry about his head and just throw him in there? Everybody, yeah!
I know.
Why do you think it escalated?
Well, it was horribly bad under Barack Obama also.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just fucking really shining now.
Michelle, the height of the police brutality became blatantly apparent under Obama during the Occupy movement, when people were just out in the streets to fucking have their voices be heard, and the police treated them like they were potential terrorists,
But you know what, you're right, because that's when all that shit started, to where they had that story that said police departments need to watch out because more and more KKK members are getting into the police force and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like now they just have the approval to just, go for broke, man. It's like, let's do as much damage as we can and shit. Like Trump had said before, in the beginning he said we're going to keep the deficit down. And then later, after he becomes president, he's like, shit, I don't care. It's not going to be my problem when I leave office.
Yeah.
And that's the way he's been his whole entire life.
Yeah.
So, people like, oh, yeah, Trump is so charismatic. Trump is this and that. I was like, yeah, Trump is shaking your hand while he's shoving a dagger up your ass, you fool. It's like, oh, my God.
I hear you, Michelle. I think, I think he's the one thing that's been consistent about Donald Trump since he was 3 years old is he's completely full of shit.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one.
It's true.
And how about Donnie Jr. going up there talking about, I know what bread lines are. Did you see that shit?
No.
This stupid fucker, man. He's just acting like he knew how it is to be in a bread line because he was poor.
I know what it's like to be poor. I know what it's like not to be able to send your maid to the store to get what you need when we don't want to get out of bed with your fucking hookers and your cocaine. I know what that's like.
The shit out of him. They were mocking the shit out of him. I was like, oh my God. I was like, Lord have mercy. And then there's still people talking about Don Jr. after 2024 or some shit like that. Like, oh, Lord have mercy.
Well, you know what? I'm telling you, if it is Bernie, right? If Bernie is the nominee, which he's really the only person that can have a chance. So if he is the nominee, and then he loses, I'm afraid there's a really good chance of Don Jr. in 2024.
We're all fucked.
We're pretty much fucked at that point. I agree.
Shit. Get ready to move in your mom and dad, man, because they can't live by themselves no more. They can't afford it. So
well, I tried to get my mom to move to Washington. She wouldn't do it. Mm-hmm. It just rains there too much. Yeah, okay. Old people in the rain. Old people are weird about the rain.
I know the feeling, but I think it's just old people in general to where they're happy where they're at. It's like, nah. They're at that point to where now I'm going to stay right here because I tried to get my mom too.
Yeah.
To move over here. No.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about Texas. I'm talking about Seattle. It's a very, very nice place.
You're trying to get your mom to move there.
I was.
And that's why I'm like, I know what you mean,
Yeah.
because I'm trying to get my mom to move here from Ohio. And she's just like, no. And I'm just like, yeah, she's setting her.
Well, when you went to visit her, it sounded like she's in a nice neighborhood, though.
Oh, yeah, she loves it there. It's
Yeah.
a little small, dinky town, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why it's like, when you said that, I was like, yeah, I get the feeling, man.
Yeah.
It's like, I try to do it. Like, it'd be so much better, though, you know? I can look out for you. I know that you're okay, but no. They gotta do what they want to do, so all right.
Yeah. Well, my friend Sam, he just got back from California, checking on his mom, and she has, and she's like Lebanese, and she loves to cook for family, you know. And he said that she's cooking for like the neighbors across the street, the neighbors on both sides of the street, on both sides of her house, and their kids are taking her trash out for her and all this stuff, and it's like that sounds. He's like, so good. I don't have to come here anymore, right? Fuck California.
That's a good deal right there.
Yeah.
Sweet. That is so nice.
Yeah. So that was good news.
You need more of that in the world. And that's back to Bernie, you know, supporters. It's like they don't. I've been noticing on the chat. They don't come after your jugular. You know, they're just like, okay, we can talk about it. And then when you get the vice versa fucking supporters, they just want to be all like, screw you, and just be all vulgar about everything. And it's just like, God dang, man.
Well,
it's like, you just need to relax and just be like, if that's what you believe in, okay, but
you gotta imagine that the Biden people are kind of desperate, you know. All the other people are kind of desperate. So that would be the normal response, would be like, well, what the fuck, da, you know? Yeah, well, you're just jealous because my guy has got double the amount of the points as your guy, and he's going to win. So
I know, but Trump would annihilate Biden.
Oh, for sure.
Just by his behavior alone. It doesn't even have to say about corn pop.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about corn pop. All they got to do is talk about Handsy Joe.
Yeah.
And how he's smelling kids' hairs and
creepy Uncle Joe. It would on Fox News. The minute he got the nomination, it would be creepy Uncle Joe gets the Democratic nomination. The second he got it, they'd be under every fucking time his face was on the screen, it would say creepy Uncle Joe underneath it, and we'd all know what the fuck they were talking about, and they'd be right.
And you know Trump's not above to show an advertisement of him being all fondling little kids.
I don't think he would be above that at all.
He would throw that shit out there in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and he wouldn't even, but honestly, Michelle, he wouldn't have to, because his QAnon people would have thousands of those videos out in the first month of Joe Biden's fucking campaign.
Shit. He would not have a chance. He would not have a chance.
Yep.
And that's why even Trump says that he's more worried about, facing Bernie than he is Biden.
Bernie is pretty much the only person that he's afraid of. I mean, why? Yeah. Elizabeth Warren is a punchline. Amy Klobuchar is a dirty cop. Pete Buttigieg is a nobody. I mean, the only person that he's really concerned with is Bernie.
Right, because Warren lost her credibility when she went after Bernie.
Well, she lost her credibility when she fucking pretended like she was a Native American, and then Donald Trump challenged her to prove it, and then she couldn't prove it,
Yeah.
I mean, that's all there is to it. She, and that's what Bernie said. He said, look, Elizabeth, you can't beat Donald Trump. You can't beat Donald Trump. He already made you into a punchline. And she translated that into, Bernie says a woman can't beat Donald Trump. Yeah. Of course he did.
That's support right there.
Yeah.
When she was Bernie. She was like, Bernie hasn't fucking nobody.
Yeah.
And when she did that, she turned off a lot of voters when she did that.
Because everybody knows Bernie would never say a woman can't beat Donald Trump.
Oh, no.
No.
Hell no. He don't give a shit about that.
No.
He's like, if smart enough and we got the beliefs of the American people, and not the rich. I mean, not the politics of it. Shit, nah, he's a good guy.
Cupcake.
And that's why when Warren did that, I was like, damn. I was like, I know you lost a lot of support right there.
Yep.
The guy was fucking a low blow. For no reason.
You know why she lost so much support so fast is because it was wishy-washy support to start with. You know.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, maybe she'll be the first woman president. Nope, guess not.
But you see how quick the DNC was like, we want Warren. Warren fucking did that. She dropped in the polls. She's like, and they're like, okay, how about well, first Biden, then Warren, and they all fell off the fucking map. Then they went to fucking Buttigieg.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like you guys just don't see it. So then the fucking guy, from Iowa, not Tom Perez, for the caucus debacle.
Yeah.
That one guy resigned. And I was like, you're not the one who needs to resign. And he was just a fucking fall guy, man.
Right.
And Tom Perez is the one who needs to resign for doing all that fucking bullshit.
He seems like he's, orchestrating the bullshit again, just like fucking Wasserman was before.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why I'm like, oh my God, they're trying to fucking repeat it. And it's even on, there was this one census of this one fucking video I seen, and it said on there, what will Bernie supporters do if they do him like they did in 2016? And I'm like, shit, these motherfuckers are just kind of trying to feel people out. Like, what would happen if they robbed him? Because we know that's what they're trying to do.
Well, that's...
And now they're trying to get the feeling of everybody like, what's your opinion? You know, I put on there, I said, we're going to let this motherfucker burn if they fucking do this shit.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to hit it up. Like, what the fuck?
We'll make sure that the Democratic Party never rises again. How's that?
Yeah. I'm saying, shit. It's not the Democratic fucking Party anymore. They're like more in the center now.
Yeah.
They're like center Republicans is who they are.
Yeah.
They have a little bit of morals, but yet their greed is pulling them to the other side. It's like other side, because all these people on the DNC committee, every fucking one of them was either a Clinton supporter, a big banker somehow connected to, or whatever. Anyway, so you think that they actually want a Democrat when all these people are supposed to select who's supposed to represent the Democratic Party when they're on Wall Street? How the fuck are we supposed to trust them?
Right. We can't trust them. It's impossible to trust them.
They're all fucking dirty.
Yeah.
Look at the DNC committee and see all the motherfuckers are dirty. And they're all connected either, like I said, to Clinton or big money. That's all there is to it.
Yep.
And they're the ones who are supposed to look out for us, the working man. Shit. Hell no.
The
big... a revolution, so finally Bernie had some attention that he didn't have in 2016. Now, oh my gosh, like tonight, are you kidding me? Or like every rally he has. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's like tonight was, it's almost like tonight was really the big kickoff, man. It's like, I'm going to go check all the local stations and make a video about Bernie's appearance tonight. So everybody can see that, you know, he fucking packed the house and fucking made it ring.
Yeah. And I love how the damn video, the camera guy was panning out, showing everything. And I'm just like, holy shit, man. Whenever you see any other candidate, it's always just straight to them. We're not panning nowhere. We just look at them and the people behind them. You know?
Yeah.
It's like Bernie, they're always panning out like, look how many motherfuckers are here. Hell yeah. I'm telling you, everybody's waking up because they're looking and saying, you know what, this ain't right. Whenever you have to work just enough to just pay your bills and you can't even live, what kind of life is that in a rich fucking nation, the rich country of the United States of America, you know?
Yeah. No, I think, you know, the just all this giveaways to the rich people and like you're saying, and if you get cancer and you can't afford to pay for it, well, I guess it's too bad, you know?
Yeah. It depends how old you are, Mike.
Yeah.
If you're in your 90s, just kiss your ass goodbye, man. They ain't trying to keep you. They're like, you have a long life, but you know what? We can't afford to fucking keep you alive, buddy, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I eat plenty of marijuana. I'm not getting cancer.
No, I didn't mean that on you, though.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just saying anybody in general. Because that's what Bloomberg said. I'll tell you, look it up. Check it out, man. You're going to see that.
Yeah. No, I'll go look for that, too.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I've been seeing all kinds of videos. That's why I haven't been calling you, because I'm just like, oh, my God. It's like all this shit is triggering me to where I couldn't comprehend, like, what the hell has happened to this fucking country of ours, man? You know? And all these billionaires, they should be fucking, like, evicted from the United States and be all like, we don't need your kind here. We'll be just fine without you.
But we'll take all your businesses and seize all your assets. And then kick you to the motherfucking curb.
Yeah, but all their businesses are overseas anyway.
Yeah.
You know? They don't invest in America.
Yeah, but we're the motherfucking United States, and we can seize the assets of anybody we want anywhere in the world. We do it with the Iranians all the time.
Thank you.
Bam! So there you go, Bloomberg.
You see, and that's what pisses me off, because everybody's all like, oh, economically. And I'm like, you know what? I may not be an economic major, but I understand that if he would pay people more, we would be able to spend more. That way, our economy would fucking thrive, and they could actually be, what, happy? Like, are we so against the fucking people being happy, man? God damn.
Yeah.
Because the cost of inflation and everything else, you know, instead of Walmart having people, you know, interview for a job, and then you got to see a video that says, here's how you apply for assistance, because we know that we're only going to pay you $77.25 an hour, because that's the state, you know, minimum wage or whatever, and then say, okay, now you can go and apply for food stamps and apply for more money so that way you can make ends meet. That's corporate welfare. That's what nobody talks about.
Yeah.
That needs to stop.
But also, when all the Walmart people rallied together and said this isn't fair, Bernie Sanders came to their side at a stockholders meeting to represent all of the Walmart workers, because they voted to let him do that, and he got them $15 an hour.
Yeah, but that's like some of the stores, not all of them.
Really? Are you sure? I thought they said that's what the policy at all the stores.
No, I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that they pay their workers $15 an hour now, and it's almost 100% because Bernie Sanders went and fought for it for them.
Well, that's fucking good, man. I missed that story, because I think that's when they talking to Bezos, that fucking dude for Amazon.
Yeah.
At the same time that happened.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Shit.
Oh, maybe it was Amazon. Maybe I got it screwed up. Maybe it was Amazon. You might be right.
No, I'm probably wrong, man.
Yeah.
No, dude, it don't matter. But either way, man, it's wrong.
Yeah. We're good. We're good. Either way, we're good. Bernie's the man. Either way, fighting for the people.
I know, man. I can't wait. I can't wait for the elections. We'll see what happens, man. Is that going to happen tomorrow?
The election, the Nevada election, I think starts on Saturday. I think they're already voting in Nevada, but I think like we'll start getting results on Saturday.
Oh, yeah, where you can vote on your phone and stuff like that.
Early voting, yeah.
Well, I can't, man, because, you know, California's going to be a shoe-in for Bernie. Shit.
And Washington's going to fucking... Yeah.
And I couldn't believe how many people showed up. I was like, holy shit, man. That's what makes me happy, though, because it's like he's finally getting some airtime. People are actually seeing, like, you know what, that would be good for us, that we don't have to lose our house if somebody gets sick. You know, a lot of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. And that's what Bloomberg would never understand. You know, Trump would never understand that shit.
They don't want, it's not that they would never understand it, it's that they don't want to. They don't care. I mean, you have to care in order to want to understand what that means. They don't give a fuck. It's not they don't want to, they just don't give a fuck. You know?
They just talk a good game, man.
Yeah.
People, they talk a good game.
I agree.
They know exactly about, you know, like the psyche of people. It's just like, oh my God, they say the right thing and all of a sudden, woo! let's go for them, you know. It's like,
Yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah.
So it's like, I wish that people would actually just sit there and look around them, you know. And then not only themselves, it's like you got to think about, you know, your friends, your family, especially, like, how are they living? You know, are they retired and they're on a fixed income and then the government keeps taking and taking away from them while you're giving it to the billionaires? If you give it to the middle class, like a tax cut, we would actually make a difference in the economy. Because when you give it to the billionaires, they're just going to put it in the fucking bank or put it in Wall Street. It's not going to make a difference. But when you got the 99% that will actually use that money and spend money on things that they need, man, it would be so fucking different. Like, they don't get that shit. They don't get that
They
shit.
do. They don't care, Michelle. I mean, that means that you cost them money. They're not going to fucking let anything. They're going to do everything they can in their power to keep any of their money from leaving their hands. That's who they are.
Even Barr was pissed off at fucking Trump saying, man, I wish he would quit tweeting because it's making my job hard.
Fuck Barr. Barr's a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, but he's telling the American people exactly what he wants you to do, and you do it. That's why he's mad.
Right.
You know,
he's mad because fucking Trump, because he's fucking Trump's bitch, and everybody knows it now, and that's why he's mad.
Just like they're getting Roger Stone out of trouble and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, man, oh my Lord, that is some shit right there. It's a fucking circus of fucking chaos right now.
It's a circus. It's a circus.
It's just like, oh my God, it's like a fucking frat house. You know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
My God.
I hear you. I can't stand it, Michelle. It just turns my stomach, you know, that someone as slimy as Trump is, you know, got his finger on the nuclear button is disgusting.
I thought that they went to vote on restricting his powers with that shit. I never followed up.
That's not going to happen. They're not going to restrict his powers. It's not what they do.
Oh my God! And they still need to. This motherfucker. Oh my God.
Well, we just got to get rid of the piece of shit.
Yeah, that's all there is to it.
Yep.
That's the only chance we have, but you know, we'll see. We'll see, because some people will hold on to their beliefs rather than holding on to. Look around you. Are you good? No. Okay. Could you use a little extra cash? Could you use a job? Like all our fucking roads, potholes every fucking where. It's like, you know, places that are fucking, oh my gosh. That's jobs right there.
For sure, that's what I'm saying. An infrastructure project is huge. I mean, it's how we rebuild the middle class. It's very simple.
We can't deal with that though, Mike. They're saying that, oh, well, we don't want to work for, you know, Big Brother, and we don't want to be under their thumb. It's like, those are the best jobs. Like, do you not understand? That's where you get some respect. That's where you know, actually get paid what you're worth when you're construction and you're out there building roads and doing shit like that, you know, infrastructure.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's not just that. I mean, like you're saying, you get a sense of self-worth, but it's not just that. I mean, if you're, let's say that you're working on a bridge or something for you know, your next generation, when you'll take your children past that bridge, you'll say, you know, I helped build this bridge. You'll be so proud, you know, and that, you know, and you think not only did I help build it, but when I would help build it, that helped put your daddy through college, which helped him make it so that he could have babies now, and that's why you're here, you know. I mean,
and what's wrong with that? And what's wrong with that?
It's nothing. It's a beautiful thing. That's what's wrong with it. It's a beautiful thing for the fucking middle class, and rich people don't want anything nice for the middle class.
Because, you know, Mike, it's been a long time that we've had that boot on our neck.
Yeah.
To where it's like now we actually have somebody that we have a chance to stand up and say, hey, wait a minute. We're the ones who build this country. We're the ones that keep it running.
Yeah.
Not you little handful of motherfuckers who are up there getting a paper cut. No, bitches, it's us on the floor that is getting it done.
Yep.
You guys micromanage because you ain't got nothing else to do, but trust me, we fucking got this. You know?
I hear you. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, they don't have any respect for the working man.
No, they do
They're
not.
like, bitches, man, we're the ones who make this country go. From all walks of fucking life, and yet they want to be all like, oh yeah, respect America. You seen what that fucking Donald Trump did at the national anthem at Super Bowl? You seen how he was acting? He's a fucking child, and people are gonna vote for a child. That's how bad it is. This is like, oh my gosh.
No, they already did. They knew it then. They know it now, and you're right. They're gonna vote for a complete fucking the worst kind of person. Yeah.
There's some that have woken up though.
Yeah, no. A lot of people can't stand him, and a lot of people who really had high hopes, like myself, not in particularly for Donald Trump, but for this country, are very disappointed. Okay, so and we're tired of being fucking disappointed. That's the fact, Jack.
And you know what? And my heart goes out to the farmers that believe in this fool, because a lot of them are losing their farmland of, you know, man, decades and everything of their, you know, family. My grandfather gave it to me and blah blah blah. They're losing their farmland and everything because they don't have any way to be able to pick their crop. So everything is rotting. So they're losing it. They're going bankrupt, losing their fucking land. And it's like they believe in Trump because he said that he was going to make it better for them. He wrecked them. He wrecked all the farmers in this country because he said migrants do not need to be over here. They're the ones that were picking the crop. That's why when you go to the grocery store now, because I see it, the product is so small and it's so expensive. And it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And why? Because poor farmers are losing their land because of fucking greed, and this guy don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you, Michelle. I get it. I mean, we need something new, and he had his chance, and we got nothing out of it. So it's time for someone else to take the reins, man. That's all there is to it.
And that's why I say that there's a lot of Trump supporters that are like, oh shit, he lied to me. And it's like, you know what? It's not a little too little, a little too late. It's like, I'm glad that they're starting to see it.
Yeah.
You know, period.
Yeah.
I'm glad they're starting to wake up to be all like, oh shit, I guess he was, you know, nobody. You know? I mean, he's a fucking TV bullshit star to become the president. It's like, that's the mockery that we have.
Yeah.
You know, the whole world is laughing at us, man.
Yeah.
God damn. There's some stupid motherfuckers. But maybe this time around, people will actually go out there and vote. And do, you know, hey, whatever makes you feel good. If you feel it's Trump, vote for him. If you feel it's somebody else, vote for them. You know? But I'm always going to be thinking about my fellow Americans, because no matter if I'm set or not, I think about everybody else. That's the compassion that the Democrats. No. That's the compassion that Bernie has. Is that he's actually thinking about other people, and he's always been fighting for that shit. So people want to get better and fucking not just be under, you know, a boot on your neck. Fucking wake up, do your research, and just vote. But you gotta vote, man. You know.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens, but it's got to get better than this. And if it doesn't, we'll roll with the punches like we always do, right?
We'll get through it.
Shit, no, but this time, if they rob Bernie, man, this shit's going to be lit up.
I agree.
Oh, yeah. It's like the revolution is here, man. We're tired of it.
I hear that.
To tell us how we can live. God damn, this is not a dictatorship, and if people keep letting this shit go on, man, get ready. You think it don't affect you? Shit, when you're the last fucking species here, who are they going to go after? You. Too bad you didn't say nothing. There is nobody to back you up, you know?
I hear you. That's what I keep saying.
Mm-hmm. So, hey, we'll see. But, all right, Mikey, well, it was good getting through to you finally the fourth time.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you got through, Michelle, because, you know, I always like hearing from you. I hope everything's going good in Texas, and, you know, you have something that's keeping a smile on your face.
Oh, shit, there's always something keeping a smile on my face. I wake up, I feel good. Shoot, what else can you ask for? You know, I got a job, got a roof under my head, got food, got clothes on my back.
Yep.
A lot of people don't have that, and I wish everybody would.
Yep, I hear you.
The country can afford it.
Absolutely.
We can afford it. You know, what we can't afford is these bullshit wars that don't mean nothing.
Right.
If we're fucking strong, let them try and come here.
That's what I keep saying.
I'm tired of hearing that shit about we got to go over there before they come over here. No, motherfucker. You get them if they come over here. That's the way it's always supposed to have been.
Yeah.
You know? So, shit. But till then, we'll see how it goes. But, all right, Mikey. Well, you have a good night, and it was great talking to you.
Yeah, it was great talking to you, Michelle. I hope we talk again soon, okay?
All right, sweetheart. Good night.
Bye. That's our buddy Michelle from Texas. And do you guys want a clip, or are you guys done? I mean, we've been going for 4 hours. And if you guys don't need to get a clip, you guys don't need another clip. I'm getting hungry. Who needs a mic? Are you talking to me? I need a mic? Okay, well, let's see. Okay, the do not disturb is off. I guess we'll... Okay, and we have a caller. Hello, caller.
Hey, how's it going, Mox?
Going good. Who is this?
It's me. It's the big pail of cold water that I'm gonna throw on your head
Oh, good.
and tell you, yeah, you're totally full of shit, and Bernie's totally full of shit.
How's that now?
And
You need to be a little more specific.
more specific?
Yes.
Okay, I can be specific. So, you're saying that, Trump hates the working class people, and Bernie's in touch with the working class people, but Bernie's never held a job in his life before he became a career politician, which has now made him into a millionaire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's a millionaire,
Mm-hmm.
he has 3 homes, and he's full of shit. He's a 1%er, as they would say, right?
I
So
don't
that
know.
basically makes him a grifter and a phony and a typical politician who is full of shit, who says one thing and does another. Now, on the other hand,
You mean like
Donald Trump
I'm going to end these endless wars and then puts more people into the Middle East and more soldiers there than there were when he took office? You mean like that?
well, Bernie said, again, I can agree with you on things that Trump either hasn't done or, went back on in his work. You know what I mean? I won't defend that. But I'm talking, you're saying that Bernie Sanders is going to come save the day. As long as we get Bernie Sanders, Bernie Sanders is going to help us. And I'm saying Bernie Sanders is a total phony.
Oh, okay. Let me just correct you a little bit. What I'm saying is that Bernie Sanders is the best candidate to run against Donald Trump. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not saying that he's not a professional politician, which is basically you look that up and it says liar in the dictionary. I hear what you're saying, but what I believe is he's absolutely, other than Tulsi Gabbard maybe, the best person to face Donald Trump in the general election.
Okay, well, I mean, personally, I don't think that the Democrats are going to allow him to be the nominee, and for whatever it's worth, I don't see the establishment Democrats allowing him to, because personally, I don't think he can win. I think he's an 80-year-old socialist, and in this country you need a certain amount of independence and sort of swing voters, and an 80-year-old socialist is not going to do it.
Right.
So I really don't think he has a chance. I don't think any of the Democrats have a chance against him.
You love your labels. I get it. You love.
No, that's his label. That's his label.
80-year-old socialist is not his label. That's something you're putting on.
Okay.
Now, he does call himself a socialist, and he is a socialist. But he doesn't say 80-year-old socialist. Okay? So, listen.
He's 80 years old, and that's pretty old to be the president.
And how old is Donald Trump? How old is Donald Trump?
He's not that old, and he's also
You don't know how old Donald Trump is?
He's maybe around 70 or something. 70.
No, he's like 78 years old.
Look, if I had half the energy that Donald Trump has, I don't have it now, much less when I'm his age. You know, that guy hardly sleeps. He's an A-type personality. He's the kind of guy who is a go, you know, do kind of guy. I mean, he's one of those business guys. That's why he's a billionaire. He has that kind of personality. I'm not like that. You're not like that. But some people are like that, and he is. And as far as being out of touch with the working class, Donald Trump has spent his entire life in real estate working with the labor unions, the construction workers, all the working class people it takes to build real estate and build buildings on the East Coast of where I am from. And I grew up, you know, hearing Trump's name. I grew up in the 70s and 80s. And to say that he's out of touch with the working class, when Bernie Sanders just said the other day at the debate that white people don't know what it's like to be poor. Now, how out of fucking touch can you be in America to say white people don't know what it's like to be poor? That fucking man is out of his mind. He's a racist, and he's fucking completely out of touch. Because I grew up poor. I know lots of fucking poor white people. And that guy's a piece of shit. He's a fucking millionaire, 1%er, piece of fucking shit. And he doesn't have a chance to win this country. And I'm glad he's going to run against Donald Trump to put it out there about socialists and communists, the history of socialism and communism, all the dead bodies. Bernie went to Moscow in the height of the Cold War. He went to fucking Russia, our number one enemy during the Cold War, for his honeymoon. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Let's vote for fucking Bernie. That's fucking awesome, dude. That would be like a politician now going on their honeymoon to Iran. You know, not that I personally hate Iran. I don't buy into all that. But still, it's just the fact that they were our fucking number one enemy, and he went there, spit on America's face, and said, "Yeah, I'm going to go to Russia."
Right.
The Soviet Union
So it doesn't work on you to hate on Iran, but it works for you to hate on Russia because then you can hate on Bernie. Okay.
No, when they were during the Soviet Union, I'll hate on Russia. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a big Russia hater now. I mean, I'm not a lover or a hater. I don't really give a shit, to be honest.
Okay, see, all I'm saying is that label. Socialist keeps coming back. Commie, socialist, commie, socialist.
That's right.
Yeah, because what you do is you label something and then you can disregard it. Okay, so you keep, yes, that's what it is. I watch it happen constantly. You put people do.
I'm arguing the tenets of socialism and communism. You're talking about freedom. If you vote for socialist, okay, you will get less freedom. You will get more government intrusion.
Bernie Sanders said in the first 100 days of his presidency, first 100 days, he will decriminalize marijuana in all 50 states. Okay? That takes power away from the police state and gives it directly to the individual. Okay? You think Donald Trump is doing anything like that or would ever do anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? That's not my priority, and I don't think he can
giving freedom to the people is not your priority. Is that right?
You would need cooperation to do something like that, and you would not.
You can be done with an executive order overnight. No more arrest for marijuana in the United States.
So but the argument you're making, okay, is the same argument that Aldous Huxley made in Brave New World. That as political and economic freedom goes away...
Don't you want to make sure and label that guy so we all know who you're talking about? You have a label for him, right?
No, I have no label. Brave New World is an equally important book as 1984. And in Brave New World, they said in the future it would be less political and economic power, but there would be more freedom when it comes to sex and drugs and TV and fucking sports and everything else to distract you. Here's more drugs, there's more porno, but you have less economic and political freedom. So here, do more drugs. You know what legalizing drug means? It means big pharma. It means big business and big pharma taking over. That's what it means, just so you know.
Do you know what continuing the drug war means? It means heroin epidemic, just like we have now, so you know. And that's what Donald Trump wants. And that's a better plan, you think.
Legalizing drugs will not help the epidemic.
It has in every country that has fucking legalized drug. Heroin use drops almost immediately.
It's not going to happen here. It's not going to happen here like that. And you know what? Again,
because this place is different from every other place. Every other place, man. You don't care what the facts are. Okay?
No,
all you care is Donald Trump needs to be reelected.
No, I know what the facts
That's all you care about.
I know what the facts are.
You don't care.
I know what the facts are that I personally, over the past 5-10 years, have had personal friends, lots of them who are included in the numbers of opioid deaths. Okay? I have many friends who have experienced this, okay? And the idea that if only the drugs were legal, then, everything would be better. That would be better. If they had more access and better access to more drugs, everybody can be fucking drugged out of their mind, and that's great. And then everybody can be laid back and don't care and be fucking stoned.
Because adults in a free society should be fucking babysat by a police state in the land of the free.
I don't agree with that either, but that's not my argument, because I don't
It certainly is. It certainly is. It absolutely is. You think that the drug war should go on forever. You think marijuana should be illegal.
I was wondering if I know you post clips. You should have posted the clip of the voter in Iowa confronting Bernie about his immigration stance, which was totally full of shit. He used to say all during pre-Trump, during the Obama years, okay, I remember, Bernie Sanders used to say all this immigration, all this Mexican immigration, this is the Koch brothers. This is the Koch brothers. They're funding this. And you know what?
Absolutely.
He was right.
Absolutely.
During the Bush years, and during the Obama years, the Koch brothers funded it.
Right.
And Bernie was against it. Bernie said it drives down the wages of the working class people. And it's true. And he said it, the Democratic Party said it, but now you know what he says? Now he says, racist. Now he's full of fucking shit. He completely fucking turned and fucking changed his fucking story. And you can go look that up on Fox from 2015. He did an interview with Ezra Klein, liberals. It's a liberal publication, and he was talking to them. And again, you can see many, many clips. I remember.
I agree. Bernie used to say that it was the Koch brothers that was funding all the illegal immigration.
It's not only, and one of the Koch brothers is dead, but the other Koch brother is now working with George Soros. You see, so they're still funding it.
It's exactly what I keep saying. It's the motherfucking rich people. It's the motherfucking rich people, and they're certainly not behind fucking Bernie. Okay, the motherfucking rich people are the reason that we have the problems that we do. Okay, they like the way the world is. Okay, it's easy to see. Okay, it's their fault. They don't want us to have a 21st century infrastructure. They don't want the endless wars to end. Okay, it's the motherfucking rich people. Now, what I'm telling you is that Donald Trump is one of them, or at least works for them. Bernie Sanders, as you just said, has been arguing for the working class forever. Okay?
Arguing?
Yes, when you said
he's been talking about
you just said that he used to talk about immigration being the fault of the Koch brothers and how it hurts the working class, how it hurt. So he's fighting for them. Okay, so what I'm telling you is that Bernie Sanders is the best candidate to face Donald Trump. Okay, then we can see, because then you have a real choice. You have the socialist, which you love to call him, against the New York billionaire douchebag. Okay?
Why do you say I love to call him that? If you, that is what he calls himself. Okay, he is. So
because I said that because you do. I said that. No, I said that because you do love to call him that. You called him that almost every time you said his name. So I simply am pointing it out so that you understand that I am not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with Bernie. I'm saying the socialist against the billionaire. That's the best choices for the American people. They're a real motherfucking choice as opposed to this fucking douchebag who wants endless wars forever against this fucking douchebag who wants endless wars forever, because every other Democrat is going to be that race. Okay, Donald Trump wants endless wars forever, so does every other Democrat besides Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard. Okay, so that's why I'm saying Bernie Sanders is the best choice.
I do too, in a way, because I'm glad, because socialist means something. You know, that means something. It means more government. It means more government. You know, the whole idea of the...
And you're happy with the way this government works now?
No, not totally. I'm not. No.
Okay.
Not, you know?
So
Bernie's not going to fix it. Bernie's worse. Bernie's worse.
Maybe it's time to try something new.
Let me ask you a question.
Maybe it's time to try something new besides giving everything we can away to rich people.
You have a picture up on your thing right now for this live call-in.
I do?
It says Bernie 20... No, wait, hold on. For your thing on your page. It says Bernie 2020. And there's a picture of 5 women, 5 Democrats, right? AOC, Ilhan Omar, and there's not a picture of Bernie. Now, I don't know why you have that picture up there, but I like that because that's who you're voting for when you vote for Bernie. You're voting for puppets, stupid little child puppets like AOC and American haters like Ilhan Omar. I mean, I don't know who's paying her, but somebody's paying her. They're all puppets. They're all puppets, and they're racist. They're radicals. They're the ones who
How are they racist?
Politics.
Oh, because
How are they racist?
Yeah.
They're constantly talking about white people this and white people that. It's okay to lump white people together.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's not okay to lump any other race together but white people. You can just say white people this and white people that.
Yeah.
I mean, if Bernie would have said that black people don't know what it's like to be rich, or I mean, if Trump would have said something like that, you know, like people would be outraged. But he says white people don't know what it's like to be poor, and that just gets a pass. That this is a guy running for president of for now a white majority country, and you know he I guess he's never met any poor white people in his life. I mean,
I understand. I understand.
Don't you think that's kind of crazy?
No, I think it's completely unfair, like you're saying. I don't think it's crazy. I think it's completely unfair. I think that he's saying a whole bunch of stuff that just doesn't jive with me at all. Okay, but I also think he's the only real, you know, like if we're gonna have like a campaign to see who the best person for president is, none of the other Democrats come close. Okay, unless you just want like another person who's gonna fucking be status quo, because that's what Donald Trump has been, status motherfucking quo. And that's
no,
what.
I don't think he's been status quo.
Of course he has.
And I think that no, definitely not. Because
of course he has.
This is why. And you always talk about the mainstream media, but the mainstream media, okay, which is mouthpieces for the rich, okay, that's all they are. They're mouthpieces for the rich. They hate his guts. Everybody, they all hate his guts. Why is it that they all hate his guts? If he's all out, if that's all he's out for, why do they all hate him so much?
I don't.
Why is it that these people I hate in the mainstream media, they, you know, hate him so much?
Because they make a name for themselves that way. Okay, because there's all these people in the country who despise Donald Trump, and they're trying to tap into those people. Okay, I don't think that the mainstream media talking heads, I think they want Donald Trump reelected much, 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 much more than Bernie Sanders. And that's every single.
Crazy enough, that might be true.
And that's every single talking head at MSNBC and fucking CNN. Okay, they do not want him. Okay, so that's my point. Is that if those guys don't want him, and Hillary's saying nobody likes him, and and Tulsi Gabbard has been supporting him since 2016. I think he's the best person simply to run against Donald Trump. I don't know that he's going to make the greatest president we ever had, but if you want to have an actual, choice between something other than two guys who want endless wars, then Bernie Sanders is the only real choice.
Well, I don't think that Trump wants endless wars any more than maybe. I mean, again, I don't want to speak for Obama, but the point is that they all ran.
Of course,
they all ran on that.
Of course, Obama ran on that. Obama didn't. He was going to bring the troops home from Iraq. He never ever talked about bringing them home from Afghanistan.
And I think Bernie's going to make that promise, and I don't think he's going to. I mean, again, I don't. I think I'll go along with the argument that if Bernie won, but Bernie's not going to be near the White House. Like I said, I don't think he's going to get the nomination.
Let's just say
even if he did, he's not going to change the military-industrial complex. Bernie, 80-year-old Bernie is not going to walk in there and say, "We're stopping all the wars. Everybody come home. All the troops pack it up and come on home." And all the generals and the whole military-industrial complex is going to be like, "Okay, Bernie says to bring them all home. We got to bring them all home."
Right?
That's ridiculous.
Look, I understand.
You know what?
I understand how it works. So do you? I mean, do you understand how it works? Because do you understand what happened last time that happened when they said, okay, the world is cooling down and we need to start bringing our troops home? Do you remember what happened last time that happened?
Well, you know what? Listen.
You do, don't you? You do remember, don't you?
I do. But let me
go ahead and tell us all. Go ahead and bring everybody up to speed. What happened?
Because one of the only people who has been speaking out anti-war, in the media, one of the few people, or only people, I don't watch a lot of it, but, Tucker Carlson is one of the only people who said, why are we in these wars when we're bombing and everything? Now, Tucker Carlson, Trump has said he watches Tucker Carlson, and they've met before or whatever. So I think that Trump needs the people to sort of, force him to do certain things. And a point about government, about not liking Bernie or whatever, is people, if the Democrats were, instead of trying to impeach Trump, instead of trying to call him a racist and do all this stuff, if maybe they tried to work with him, maybe they just got off this fucking high horse and stopped screeching.
You mean like they
could work together and actually do something. But the Democrats are they're screeching racism.
You mean like on an infrastructure project or something like that would benefit every American? Because they had that deal. They had that deal, and Trump pulled it.
Well, you don't know that you don't know that he won't do it if he has 4 more years, that he won't do something like that.
Yeah, well, I know that what happened was he could have benefited every American by signing that deal a year ago and chose not to. He chose to play politics with it instead because he cares about the working class so fucking much.
Well, I think that, again, trying to get the cooperation with the TDS Democrats is ridiculous. Again, how do you work with people who've been screeching impeachment since the day he got elected? They literally start talking about impeaching him as soon as he got elected.
It's a matter of whether or not you want to care about the working class, I guess, right?
Well, what do you mean? I do care about the working class.
Like I said, they had a deal. All Trump had to do was sign it, and he ripped it up. And why? Because he didn't want to fucking play with the Democrats. And why? Because he doesn't give a fuck about the working class man. What's more important is his petty little fucking arguments.
So then let me ask you this. If that's true, then why did he become president?
He's a billionaire. Why does he need to become president?
Because look, Donald Trump is nothing about anything more than brand. That's a load of shit. That's a load of shit. That is a load of shit. It is, of course, it is a load of shit. Donald Trump is
making. It makes sense. It makes sense. They tarnish his name throughout the. They're running his name through the mud. His whole family name running through the mud.
That's not how.
Why do you need to do that?
Do you not understand how publicity works? All publicity is good publicity.
Yeah.
Okay, Donald Trump knows that. Donald Trump knows that. Donald Trump is now on television every single minute of every single fucking day. And you want to tell me now he's making less money than ever before? Give me a break. Come on, dude. You're smarter than that. You are smarter than that, are you not?
You're not making a good point. This is not a good point. Donald Trump has more exposure to the press. Every time Donald Trump goes and makes a trip, he comes out of the White House, and before he gets on the helicopter or whatever, he goes over and talks to the press. Just walks around, starts answering their questions. Did you ever see Obama do that? Never.
Well, no, he did that. He did that.
He does it all the time.
Right. Do you know why?
He talks to people all the time.
Do you know why? Because they don't have.
He's not afraid to answer questions.
No, because they don't have. Because they don't have daily briefings at the White House anymore. Donald Trump ended.
Why would you want to talk to a press secretary rather than himself?
Since the 50s, they've had White House daily briefings. Donald Trump comes into office. The White House daily briefings are more popular with the American people than ever before. More people are watching than ever before. And you know why? Because the fucking press secretary can't keep up with Donald Trump's fucking lies.
Circus. It was a circus. It was a bunch of children.
And we all know it. Donald Trump. So the only person that can keep up with Donald Trump's bullshit is Donald Trump. So he has to be out there every day fucking touching bases with the press.
No, he doesn't have to be.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Oh, yes, he does.
He doesn't have to do that.
And plus, he loves doing it because of this publicity thing. There's nothing he wants more than to be on television.
Yeah, it's publicity for his message that he has for the American people.
For his business. Donald Trump, for his brand. Donald Trump is all about his fucking brand. We all know this. And every second that he's on TV, his brand becomes bigger and bigger and bigger.
Again, it's just now you're doing the classic liberal thing.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're calling him names.
What name did I call him? What name did I? You're the one with the labels. Which name did I call him exactly? Exactly.
You just said he was a promoter, or he's trying to promote his brand.
He's all about his brand. That's not calling. That is not calling him a name. You called Bernie Sanders a socialist, an 80-year-old, a fucking piece of shit.
That's right.
Okay.
He's a socialist.
And then I say, what name is it I called Donald Trump? And you can't come up with one. Okay, so don't tell me how I'm calling people names.
No,
I'm presenting intelligent argument.
He's not promoting his brand.
Of course he is. It's what he's all about. It's what he's been about all day, every day, forever.
If he's promoting his brand, then he's losing because his stock is going down, and he's also donating his salary. He's not even collecting a salary.
Because he's making more money than ever before. He doesn't need the fucking $400,000. When he was fucking 3 years old, he was making $400,000 a year. Okay? You think he needs the $400,000 a year that the fucking White House gives him? Give me a break.
Okay, so good for him. So I don't hold that against him. Like
what? That his daddy was giving him $400,000 a year at 3 years old. You don't hold that against him? Come on, man. And then every fucking day we got to hear poor Donald Trump out of Donald Trump's mouth. Every fucking day. Everybody's been so unfair to me.
Let me ask you something.
What?
Let me ask you something.
So Donald Trump's dad fucking was a real estate and fucking investor, and he made a lot of fucking money, and he gave it to his fucking kids. And I missed the part where there's something evil or inherently bad in that.
Let's see, being born with a gold spoon with your mouth?
Didn't I hear you say that your dad was really rich one time, Mox? Didn't you?
My dad had all kinds of money, and I was raised by a single mom who never got a fucking dime of it.
Really?
Yeah, really. Yeah, really.
Money.
Yeah. He did. He put a fucking $1 million cashier check down in front of me when I was 16 years old and said, all you have to do is follow me and do what I say for the next 5 years, and this can be yours and a whole lot more. And you know what I did? I pushed it back in front of him and said, it clearly doesn't make you happy. I don't know why you would want to push it onto me.
Okay, but my point is that was your dad a bad guy because he earned that money? Did he do dishonestly, or I mean, I don't even really care about your personal business. But I'm saying I don't hold it against people that they're rich and they make a lot of money in their life and then pass it down to their kids. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. So people who are socialists and communists do because they value money. They see money and wealth as being valuable. Whereas people on the right who are conservatives tend to find, religion, spirituality, they find that more important rather than.
I find freedom important. Okay? And what I know is that Bernie Sanders has said in the first 100 days, he's going to take power away from the police and give it back to the people. Okay? I know that Donald Trump could have done this in the first 4 years. He's chosen not to. And I know that he never, ever fucking will. Okay, I also know that he's taken away food stamps from fucking poor people, Medicare, and he made a signing statement about medical marijuana. Congress has passed laws to protect medical marijuana patients from being harassed by police in states that have legalized medical marijuana. Donald Trump made a signing statement about that he doesn't have to obey those laws that protect medical marijuana patients. Specifically, he went out of his fucking way to go after sick people. Okay? He's a fucking piece of shit.
I don't understand what you're saying. That the federal government doesn't have to go along with that, are you saying? That they don't have to go along with the state laws?
Yeah. That because of his signing statement. Well, no, not state laws. It's Congress. The U.S. Congress has passed laws saying that you cannot fuck with medical marijuana patients. And Donald Trump has made a signing statement on the NDAA, I believe, the National Defense Authorization Act, in which he said that those laws do not apply to him. Sick people. Going after sick people. Going after sick people. There's something seriously wrong with him. What's that?
Did Bernie sign on for that?
For what? The protections against for medical marijuana people?
For the whole act.
I don't know about the NDAA. Yeah. I mean, they pretty much all vote for that shit, but I don't know. Well, I mean, he's not one of them. He's not one of them. We hear it again and again. Hillary Clinton said he's not one of them. The Democratic Party has said he's not a real Democrat. All this fucking, come on, man, pay attention.
He's farther to the left. He's farther to the left.
He's not a fucking endless war piece of shit.
He's a socialist.
Yeah.
He's a socialist. So as far as being the military-industrial complex, so in 2016, Donald Trump took $414,000 from the defense industry in 2016, okay? Bernie Sanders took $383,000 from the defense industry. He was the number one senator who took money from the defense industry. He took more than Ted Cruz. And he took more than John McCain, Marco Rubio.
And where are you getting those numbers from?
from OpenSecrets.org. You can all check it out. Go
Okay, we will. We'll check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you go on Counterpunch, also, which I have nothing to do with their website,
Yeah.
but they have some articles that outline Bernie's whole history, and there's all the the links are all there.
Again, I agree with you that he's a professional politician, and it's important to understand what that means. Okay, but you have to also agree with me that the Democrats are all saying he's not a real Democrat. Hillary Clinton's saying no one even likes him. You know, I mean, and the reason, and when you're surrounded by a bunch of crooks and war profiteers in the Senate and no one likes you, that's probably a really good thing, right?
Well, let me tell you. Okay, well, let me give you another take on that. Okay, I say that if you're a person who not only is the right, the quote unquote right, the Republicans, completely opposite of what socialism is, okay, but the people in your own party, don't like you, okay? So I question, how is a president going to get anything done if the people in his own party don't like him, and of course the Republicans don't like him either?
Because
not personally, but it's because of his policies. How is he going to do anything, get anything done?
Because with those kind of odds stacked against him, he was able to manage to pull out a mandate from the people to actually be the president of the United States. Okay, so with the Democrats against him and the Republicans against him and the media against him, he still fucking pulled it out because the American people support him.
Well, I'm all for what the people support, for sure. That's for sure. And I think if the people pick him, then he should win. And I don't think the Democrats should steal it from him like they probably will. I mean, I disagree with that.
Which is what I'm saying. You know, I mean, this is my whole point. When you say I support what the American people want, okay, that's what I'm saying. What I want is to see a real choice for the American people. You understand? Because and anybody else besides Bernie and Tulsi, it isn't going to be a real choice. It's going to be just another candidate who wants endless wars. Another candidate who's going to keep the drug war going for generations to come. You know, we need a real choice. And then if the American people want Donald Trump, well, then that's fine with me. I just want him to have a real fucking choice. That's all. For once, you know? For once, that's all.
I also want to recommend that there is a video online on YouTube you can look up of Bernie Sanders at a town hall. And I saw this video when it came out. And it was about 7 years ago. And Bernie was at a town hall in Vermont, okay? And his own people were upset, okay? Because this is when Israel was carpet bombing Gaza. They were mowing the lawn, as they say, and they were bombing Gaza. And so his supporters in Vermont were saying, "What's going on? Like, why aren't you doing anything? And Bernie Sanders toed the line and said, "Listen, they have a right to defend themselves. You know, ISIS is very dangerous." Now the people got upset, and some of the people started to shout. And Bernie said, "Shut up and sit down." Okay, he told his constituents, these people in Vermont, he told them, "Shut up and sit down." And an armed guard came over and got the guy and sort of sat him down. Now, this guy was just getting excited. He wasn't going to charge Bernie, this fucking hillbilly in fucking Vermont. He wasn't going to do anything. They were getting upset because he was towing the line, and they started to speak out. And he told him to shut up. He yelled, "Shut up," to him. And then he goes on to start talking about, "Listen, ISIS is very dangerous," and he gives the whole speech that Sean Hannity gives every week.
Mm-hmm.
He gave the same exact speech, and everybody should go look it up. It's online. The woman who posted it is a Bernie supporter from Vermont, okay, and she thought about taking it down. She told people, but she felt that she should keep it up. Because see the real face of this guy. So when Hillary and people say they don't like him, I understand, because he's a very nasty person who tells people to shut up when they say things and they're trying to upset and they're trying to have a dialogue with them. He tells them to shut up and listen, because he's in charge. And that's what kind of guy he is, and that's what kind of people socialists and communists are.
Yeah,
You people
well,
down
that's
there,
how.
you shut up, and we'll tell you what to do. We know what's best for you.
That's
he
how-
knows what's best for us.
That's how every one of these senators are. But I don't want to put that on all of them. You're right. That's incorrect. I mean, that's not. I hear what you're saying, and I understand how that would
You
concern.
just play the video
anybody.
on your channel.
I
You play the video on your
will
channel.
look it up. But the thing is, again, is that how do you think that Donald Trump would respond to people that were demanding fucking justice for Gaza?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I can't answer that. What he would do? I don't know what he would do.
They wouldn't have them. He wouldn't have the security guards sit them down. He'd tell them to take them outside and rough them up. Because you can't talk about Israel. Because specifically, quote unquote, you can't talk about Israel like that. Those are his words. He said that you, as an American, cannot talk about Israel like that. And that's the guy you want to support.
Well, it's not about. Well, I don't support that. Okay, and it's not. And you know, I just want to say this again for all people, especially all the people in your chat who are name calling. And I'm not paying attention, but occasionally I see name callers. Anybody can refute what I'm saying instead of calling names. You can call me names and say, "Oh, he's at Fox News," and "Oh, he's a Trump," blah blah blah. I'm spitting facts. And if you want to refute my facts, then feel free to, okay? But I'm not a quote-unquote Trump supporter.
Okay.
I'm an American, and I hope the president does well. I think he's the best man for the job right now. He doesn't do everything I like, but sometimes he does do things I like. I love the way he gets under the skin of the media and all these fucking asshole hypocrite Democrats. They're a
Again.
bunch of fucking hypocrites.
Again, I think
Bernie Sanders is
think
a hypocrite about immigration. He was on the same boat. He was in the same boat.
we already covered this. I hear what you're saying.
But they all said the same thing. They're liars and they're hypocrites.
They are liars and they are hypocrites, and I don't disagree with you about that at all. So is Donald Trump.
So I don't agree with everything that Trump says, and I don't.
And he is a liar, and he is a liar and a hypocrite, isn't he?
I don't know about a liar. I don't
What?
Lied about. Well, you know what?
He looked into your eyes and he said, "I don't know anything about Julian Assange or WikiLeaks." Okay.
Again, I'm not gonna. You know what? Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. I mean, you know, I don't know.
He's fucking full of shit liar. You know he's a liar. You know he's a liar. You know it as
I
a fact.
think lying goes with the job of being a politician.
Long before he ever became a politician, Donald Trump was one of the biggest liars on the face of the planet, and you know it.
No, I don't think he was. I wouldn't say he was the biggest liar, but I think he exaggerates, and he's a big sort of. You know, he does try to sell things. He tries to sell his ideas. He did try to sell his brand when he was in the private. Before he became a politician, he tried to sell his brand every chance he got. Now he's president. He's trying to sell his ideas. So, and he can't always get those fulfilled. He can't, you know, but it's like, does that mean he's a liar? I mean, you know.
No, he's a fucking liar. He's a liar, dude. Come on. I mean, we've watched him lie dozens of times in your face. What do you think it means when he says, "I don't know anything about Julian Assange"? That's a fucking lie. He looked right into your eyes and said that. Because he has zero respect for you.
There's a certain amount of lying that I expect from all politicians. All politicians are full of shit. They all bullshit. They all say things that they don't mean.
Well, you know, 1 minute Bernie Sanders is a liar and a hypocrite, and the next minute you don't know if Donald Trump is a liar or not. I don't know that he's a liar.
Wait a minute, but I'm not saying that Donald Trump's going to save the world like you're saying Bernie Sanders.
I didn't say that. I said Bernie Sanders is the only real candidate to face Donald Trump. I just want to give the people a choice. I'm not saying he's going to save anything. He's a professional politician. That's what I said. Okay,
Well,
I said he's
that's
going to.
not what you're saying. You're saying that now, but that's not what you say. I've heard you on your show.
Yeah.
You really say you're like saying doom and gloom. If you vote for Trump, you know you're.
If you vote for Trump, no, I said a vote for no. A vote for Trump is a vote for war with Iran. Okay, we know that.
That's not necessarily true.
It is true. It is true. It is 100% true. There is nothing that Donald Trump wants more than the approval of Israel. Okay, and nothing will make Israel happier than attacking Iran. Okay.
I think if something's going to happen, if there's going to be an overthrow or war with Iran, it's going to happen. And it doesn't matter who the president is, whether it's Bernie or it's a Democrat or Republican or Trump or whoever. If that's going to happen, that's going to happen. It's not going to be up to one guy. It's not. Again, it doesn't work like that.
Trump
is not a king, and he doesn't make decisions, overruling like that. I mean, again, like you know that. You should know better than that, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
you don't think that
behind him in
you don't think that
nobody.
You don't think that it was Bush and Cheney that made the war in Iraq happen?
Yeah, I do, but I think there's a lot of fucking, I don't want to go into it, but yeah, they.
Okay, see,
yes
I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Their idea? No, definitely not.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, listen. I understand what you're saying. I understand why Trump, okay? The thing is, I want you to understand what I'm saying. And all I'm saying is, I think Bernie is the best candidate to run against Trump in order to give the people a real choice. And that's all I want, is for the American people to have a real choice between, the billionaire and the socialist. Because I think that's a real choice. And I'd like to see where the American people wind up.
Labels. So
yeah.
It's a billionaire, right? So it's a billionaire. So why don't you say it's a billionaire against a millionaire? How about that?
Because I was using your label. That? I was following your way. So so if you want to say millionaire against a billionaire, fine. I don't. Of course. Look.
Yeah, because you're making it out to be like Trump's a nasty, evil person because he's a billionaire. So forget about what he's doing.
Trump's a nasty, evil person because
so that means bad.
He's a nasty, evil person. Well, the rich people are the rich people are responsible for the way the world is right now. That's what the truth is. If they wanted the wars to end, the wars would end. If they wanted the American people to have a 21st century infrastructure, the people would have a 21st century infrastructure. The reason, Donald Trump himself said, I own some of these politicians. Okay? So Donald Trump is one of them. So it's the rich people. Okay? So yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't. Yeah, but that's the point. See, he can buy politicians to show you and brag and say, I buy politicians because this is how corrupt they are.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And second of all, and I don't need to become president. I'm already rich. I can retire right now and live the rest of my life and be fucking rich. I don't need to become president. Why do I need this fucking headache? Why does he need the fucking headache of being a president, dude? Why does he need the media calling him a racist? And calling him Hitler and calling him all this shit all the time?
Because he's not
okay.
Because he's not one of those billionaires. He's not like Bloomberg. He's not like Mark Cuban. Those guys actually own real things like fucking sports teams and fucking television networks and shit. He's this fucking little guy on the outside who wants to be one of them so bad. And this, yeah, and so this was his little way in. Now they all have to. Now they can't keep him out of their fucking circle anymore because he's the man. So there you go. That's why it was important to him.
You're talking straight talking points right from the mouth of the fucking corporate media.
Oh yeah, you hear the corporate media talk about fucking
corporate media.
The
corporate media are the ones. Okay, the corporate media are the ones who are always saying, "Oh, Trump's not that rich. He's not that rich." That's what they used to say before he actually did release some of his tax forms and showed that he's a billionaire. Even what's her name, Big Mouth on The View, when Trump's son was on The View, they said, "Oh, you're not that rich. You're not that rich. You're not that rich. He's not that rich."
They're not
right?
Bloomberg rich. That's for sure.
But you know what? But this is class envy. This is socialism, communism, Marxism pushing class envy, pushing that, it's all about money and how much money you have, and you should hate these people because they have money, because you don't have money, and you deserve some money they have.
You should hate them because they're keeping the never-ending wars going. Hey,
I don't want their money.
You should hate them because they're keeping the never-ending wars going. You should hate them because they're keeping us from getting a 21st century infrastructure. You should hate them because they love the prison industrial complex that keeps us in a fucking police state where you can't fucking have this and you can't have that because your freedom is dangerous and we need to babysit you every fucking second of every fucking day. Okay, that's the way the rich people want it. Why? Because none of those rules.
You're promoting it.
I'm promoting what?
Promoting it.
Promoting what?
You're promoting exactly what you're talking about. You're promoting the rich having control over everybody. Full stop.
How? How am I promoting that?
Because you're pushing mainstream media propaganda, and you're going along with it. You're posting these clips on TV and then you on your channel.
I post these clips. And do you read the comments in my clips? The comments are so that the people can respond to the bullshit. Okay, and you know that for a fact. And now you're trying to change my shit around.
No, I see your titles, but then now when I talk to you, I see you're just spewing a lot of the mainstream media talking points.
That's ridiculous.
That's what I hear.
That's ridiculous.
Sure it is.
That's ridiculous. I'm not anything like those people, and I'm telling you, those people are all against Bernie, aren't they?
Socialism and communism is not going to give you more freedom. It's going to give you less freedom.
Those people are all against Bernie, aren't they? So I'm not anything like them, am I? Figure it out. Come on, man.
Yeah, I think so. Because listen, if you vote for Bernie, okay, you're voting for the Democratic Party. You get the whole party. You get the whole cake. You don't just get the top of the cake.
Right, which is why I say we have to end the party system. The parties, all the parties have to go. The problem is the parties.
This is what you get.
The problem is the parties.
Democrats are promising. Democrats are promising.
Bernie, the Democrats are telling you Bernie Sanders is not one of us. That's what the Democrats are telling you. They're promising you chaos if Bernie Sanders is elected. Okay? The Democrats are terrified by Bernie Sanders. Oh, yeah, but you're a Democrat. You're a Democrat. You're going right along with the Democrats. Figure it out, man. The shit you're saying makes no sense.
It absolutely does.
Why? Because I'm against Donald Trump. The only reason that you say that is because I'm not for Trump.
No.
Because the Democrats sure as hell aren't for Bernie Sanders, are they? They aren't for Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard, and Fox News endorsed Tulsi Gabbard the day she announced she's running for president. Fox News continues to endorse Tulsi Gabbard until she says, I'm dropping out of the race. Okay?
I think that the Democratic Party has become completely schizophrenic and insane, and the fact that they don't like Bernie just shows you how fucked up Bernie is, because Bernie's to the left of all of them.
No, it shows you how fucked up they are, and they're not to the left. The Democrats are not to the left. They're fucking center at best. Center right is more like it. Okay? And we all know it. And that's why we have never-ending motherfucking wars. Okay?
No, they're all moving left to go along with the oligarchs. Okay?
No, they're not.
Again, the rich people, yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Joe Biden, they all are. Okay?
No.
They all are, because I'm telling you for a fact. Okay? I've watched Joe Biden my whole fucking life, and he's saying things now that he would do that were fucking unthinkable fucking 5-10 years. He would have never
because he's
illegal immigrants
desperate.
Here. That's insane.
Because he's desperate.
But they all said
because this is Joe Biden's last chance at anything. So he's fucking desperate. He's probably fucking broke.
Singing the same song.
And desperate for anything. Any attention he can get. And we've all seen it. Okay? And he's probably broke.
If you watch the Democratic debates, there's virtually no difference between what Bernie's saying and everybody on the fucking stage.
Right.
They're all singing the same song. It's not like he stands out from all those guys. He's saying the same thing. Everybody's racist. And
They all came to him. Okay? He was way out here on the left. They've come over to his side. And why? Because he has the support of the people. And they're like, we got to tap into those people, man. Okay?
He has totally sold out. He has totally sold out the working class people, just like all the Democrats have.
Just like all the politicians have. All the politicians. The Democrats and the Republicans working hand in hand happily are the ones who have brought us these never-ending wars, these fucking spying on every single American, this crumbling infrastructure. It's them working together, and you fucking well know it.
Well, I do, I won't disagree with you because I can name names, I won't do it, but the Republican Party, there's a lot of them that got to go. And that's why Trump won. Okay, Trump won because the Republican Party said, no, we don't want Rubio, we don't want Ted Cruz, we don't want Jeb Bush, we don't want any of these fucking people. We'll take Donald fucking Trump over all these fucking assholes. Okay, so it's not about supporting the Democrats.
Trump won.
Party.
Trump won because the Democrats ran one of the most despised figures in American political history as president, as if it was her turn to be president.
No, that's not true at all.
Yes, it is. Of course it is.
Let me tell you something. No, it is not true at all. It is not true at all. And I'll tell you something right now, okay?
You don't think Hillary Clinton is one of the most despised figures in American political history?
I think she is now, and I think she should be. But
and she was then also.
No, she got a lot. Hey, listen, you're the one who would brag and say that she won the popular vote, okay? So what does that tell you?
What the fuck are you talking about?
The most despised person won the popular vote, right? Now, are you going to throw that braggart out now and talk about the popular vote? The most despised person in America?
I don't know. Now you're talking mainstream media talking points, not me. I'm talking the facts, which are which came out of my mouth is that Hillary Clinton is one of the most despised figures in American political history. That's the truth.
Yeah.
That is the truth.
And I'm saying, right, no, but what you said is, and first of all, that's an opinion, that's not a provable fact.
It's the truth. I can go and put a fucking poll up right now about fucking who's better, who would you rather see as president, John Wilkes Booth or fucking Hillary Clinton, and John Wilkes Booth would win. And we all know it.
Well, why did she win the popular vote then? Was there cheating? Was there maybe some cheating?
Because people hate Donald Trump also. Donald Trump is a horrible human being who thinks he can grab your mom by the pussy because he's fucking rich.
Talking points.
Oh yeah, every day on the mainstream media they talk about grabbing your mom by the pussy, don't they?
So you think I should care about this guy's policies because years ago he said that he grabbed her. He joked.
You asked me. I don't think you should care about that. I don't think you should care. What you ask me is, how is it that Hillary Clinton won the fucking popular vote? And I'm telling you because Donald Trump is not a likable human being. Okay.
Of course he is.
You would not want to leave your daughter in the same room alone with him. Okay, he's not. The reason. No. The reason. No. The reason.
Around the country.
So was Bernie Sanders tonight. The reason.
No, they're not.
Bernie Sanders packed that fucking arena to the fucking roof. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No.
I showed
No,
it.
he didn't.
I showed it on this show. I showed it clearly on this show. So you didn't see.
I saw what you showed.
No, you
showed
didn't.
About 200 people, 300
No,
people at best.
that arena holds 23,000, and it was packed to the roof.
I didn't see it. So
yeah, that's what I just said. That's exactly what I just said.
Your argument was that Trump is and people hate him and they don't want their kids around him. When really, again, he does rallies around the country and thousands of people are lined up outside who can't get in. He literally packs the place. I mean, and again, this isn't an endorsement for Donald Trump. I'm just stating the facts. I'm just saying this is reality. You're saying the mainstream media is the one that is making everybody hate him. They're the ones who are 24 hours a day. This guy's evil. He's a racist. He's divisive.
No.
He's this, he's that, and the other thing. And you're repeating all that. You're spouting the same thing.
You heard me say Donald Trump is racist. You heard me say he's racist.
That's what Don Lemon says.
You heard me say he's racist. Is that right? I'm not saying the same thing Don Lemon is. Okay.
Sure you are.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, Donald Trump. Look, Don Lemon wants Donald Trump reelected. Is Don Lemon telling you that? Because I'm telling you that right now. I'm telling you that right now. Yes, he does. Way more than Bernie Sanders. Way more than Bernie Sanders.
And Donald Trump are enemies. They don't get along. Jeff Zucker, the owner of CNN. See, I prefer to look behind the curtain. I don't.
Don Lemon has never been more popular than when Donald Trump got elected and is elected now. Don Lemon wants to keep that going. Don Lemon is helping to get Donald Trump reelected. In fact, Don Lemon would be fucking crazy if he because he makes so much money. He knows that fucking Bernie Sanders is going to take some of that away. Okay, that's why all these people in the media hate Bernie Sanders and keep fucking saying all this crap about Bernie Sanders is he's going to tap into their fucking sweet, sweet money. And they don't, and fuck the American people, they don't deserve anything.
He's not going to tap into their money.
Okay, this is the Tacoma Dome.
The rich will stay rich.
This is the Tacoma Dome from tonight, packed to the motherfucking roof with Bernie Sanders supporter. Okay, can you see? Can you see the screen?
I can see it. I can see it.
Okay, so don't tell me that's 200 fucking people.
Well, that's what you showed earlier. That's what you said. What you showed earlier, and that's what I saw earlier. So
okay, well, I showed this earlier also, so you must have missed that part.
Let me tell you, if Bernie is able to do that around the whole country, then I'll be impressed. And I'll say, you know what I mean? And I'll be impressed by it. But I don't think so.
This is day one.
It's in Tacoma. It's in a very liberal area, is it not?
Tacoma's not really liberal, no. Seattle's liberal. Tacoma's more conservative. Actually, Washington State has a lot of conservative people, and Tacoma is much more conservative than Seattle. What?
In the cities are the liberals, and again, it's the same with every state, and where the cities are.
Yeah, and Tacoma has like a giant military base. Largest airlift group in the country. So.
The largest airlift.
Yeah, airlift, like transporting soldiers. Airlift.
Oh, the arena.
The Tacoma. Where this happened has a huge military base, the largest airlift spot, military spot in the country. So these people are, look, Tacoma is much more conservative. Washington State in general is much more conservative than the ultra-liberal Seattle area. But none of that matters. These are just stupid fucking labels. These people want to come out and hear if Bernie Sanders actually speaks to them. You know, and he did. He packed the house. They fucking loved what he had to say, and you know, and all I'm saying is, this is day one. Okay, Bernie's going to go forward. He's going to be like this from now on. It's going to be, and this is going to be like the beginning of the general election. The Democrats need to get the fuck out of the way. Bernie's dominating them in the polls. It needs to be about, you know, it needs to stop being about ripping Bernie Sanders down, because that's what the mainstream media is desperately trying to do. I know you see it. Okay, and why would the liberal media want to rip down this guy who has so much support? Because they know he's the biggest threat to Trump, and they don't want Trump to lose.
No, I don't. No, it's not. It's not. It's the opposite. They want to win. They want to beat Trump so bad. They want the best person to do the job to beat Trump, and they know that Bernie Sanders doesn't have a chance because he has the label of socialism.
I know.
Simone Sanders. I don't know if you saw this clip. Again, this is another clip you must have got by you, but Simone Sanders, famous disgusting big mouth, who was Bernie's campaign manager last election campaign. She said that she's now the campaign manager for Joe Biden, and she said Bernie can't win with socialism. He's not. She said he can't beat Trump. Bernie's former campaign manager says that he can't win.
So somebody else's campaign manager is telling you Bernie can't win. Wow, I'm shocked.
Well, I can't.
Okay, come on.
But she's attributing it to socialism, though. She's saying it's because of his socialist label, quote unquote.
Okay, she's bought and paid for, and she says what she's supposed to say.
It's true.
No,
well, that's true.
Again,
I
that's fine. Okay, again, that's fine. This is why Bernie's not one of them. This is why the people are supporting him, because he's not one of them. This is why we need to have him be the nominee, so that the people actually have a choice. And Joe Biden is the worst candidate the Democrats could possibly pick, and that's who she's supporting. Come on, man. She has zero credibility.
Listen, I want to make something clear, and I was going to say this earlier, and this is important to say, okay? And that is that I'm almost 50 years old, okay? I have been a registered Democrat since I was 18 years old, okay? And I voted for Trump, okay? And it's not because of Russia. And it's not because of Hillary Clinton was the wickedest person in the world.
It was because of Hillary Clinton was the wicked.
They're all full of shit.
It was.
And especially the Democrats have completely and fucking totally sold out the working class people of this country. That's what they have done. I wouldn't fucking vote for a Democrat if you fucking paid me.
Both sides have sold out the working class. Both sides have done this together. Okay, we didn't get to this point in history solely because of the Democrats, did we?
I have no reason to think that Donald Trump became president in order to hurt the working class people of this country. He became president, which he didn't need to do, but he did it, and now he wants to fuck over the working class people, the same people who have been building his family business for his whole life. He became president, and now he wants to fuck off.
The same people that have been building same people that have been building his family business have been fucked over by Donald Trump again and again and again and again and again. And anybody who really cares about Donald Trump knows that.
That's not true.
Of course Donald Trump has screwed so many little construction worker guys that cannot get paid by him over and over and over again. I've had to take him to fucking to court and
I'm not going to be, that's not me. I'm not a Donald Trump supporter. Again, you're talking about something that maybe he did or maybe he didn't 10, 20 years ago in business. Okay, now is now.
How about all the fucking people about Trump University?
Okay, so now is now, and we need to sort of work it. And what I would say is, what I wish would happen is that the Democratic Party return to earth. Okay, return to earth. Okay, stop talking about racism. Stop talking all this political correctness. Stop talking all this Marxist indoctrination. Come back down to earth. you know what I mean, and work with the president and help to make the country great. You know what I mean? But that's not what's going to happen, because that's what they're going to keep doing. They're going to keep saying this country's racist, white people are racist, these people, that people, this group and that group, and they're going to divide everybody. You can't say this, you can't say that, political correctness, you're not allowed to say this. This is what they've been doing. They're the ones creating all this division in this country. It's not the Republicans. It's an amazing thing that, to say that, but it's not. They're not the ones who are doing it. It's the Democrats.
It's
the Democrats
both sides,
have imploded.
man.
The whole party is imploding.
It's both sides. It's both, and the Democrats are imploding. The Republicans imploded when Donald Trump was elected. We all know that. The Democrats are imploding. You're absolutely right. They're fucking.
No, I believe
desperate.
That they partly. The reason that they imploded was they imploded under Barack Obama is what happened.
The
and
Republicans
or
the Democrats? The Republicans or the Democrats?
Democratic Party. The Democratic Party. Under Obama led the way. It's just like all of a sudden it was like 1 minute it was like the first black president. Isn't this great? And Obama literally said, okay, go look up this quote. Obama said that we're something like 85 or 90% of the way there to Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream. I had a dream of everybody being equal. Okay? He said we're like 85, 90% of the way there. Okay? First black president. By the end of his term, everything was racism, white privilege, white supremacy, and all this stuff. Okay? And this is partly, you help along with this because you post all these clips. And that's fine, but this is what it all is. This is what the Democrats have embraced, and this is why they'll continue to lose. And so they'll have to cheat, and they'll do everything they can to cheat. And they'll cheat and cheat and cheat like they did in Iowa, and they're going to keep trying to cheat. And, we'll see what's going to happen, because I really don't think they're going to give Bernie the nomination.
Well, they're desperately trying not to, which should be a real obvious sign that he's the best choice. If that's not the guy they want, then but he has the people's support, then there's something wrong with the establishment.
He's promising trillions and trillions and literally trillions of dollars of things that, again, he's going to pull this money magically out of his ass. I mean, I don't know where he thinks that he's going to get the money to give the illegals free health care, to give Americans free health care, free college, free everything. It's a dream. It's a pipe dream. And that's why, again, there's maybe there's a few sane Democrats who are like, come on, we can't really, we can't be this crazy. They're crazy, but maybe they're not that crazy. I'm not sure.
It's not that. It's that they're threatened that he's going to fucking take away their cushy jobs. That somehow he's going to destroy the establishment. Him and these squad women and this new kind of fucking approach to actually representing the people.
So you like the squad? You like AOC? You're for those people?
I like freedom, okay? And I want people to be free, all right? What I see is Bernie Sanders said we will end the so-called war on drugs, okay? And that is a huge thing for me, because my whole life I've been this country, this government has been at war with me because I choose the safest alternative substance. Okay? And make me into a criminal and millions of other good law-abiding citizens, other than the fact that they choose a substance other than alcohol to catch a buzz with. Okay, that's the government. I see no future in that government. That's not the land of the free, and it happens to be, the police state, which has more people incarcerated than China and Russia combined. Okay.
Okay, but as far as drugs are concerned, I don't think that. On one hand, I agree that people should not go to jail for drugs. I mean, it should be sort of I don't like that idea. But on the other hand, I don't think that the country needs more people on drugs. And the thing of it is again, it's not about just simply about freedom. It's not about like, okay, you're now free to do this.
No, it's about the fact that the drug war has brought us an opioid heroin epidemic. That's what you get.
Once you open up the door to legalize drugs, you now allow billionaires, the same people who you're saying you're against and are fucking everything up. You don't think they're going to step in and take over the businesses? You don't think Big Pharma is going to step in? Drugs?
No.
Drugs? You don't think Big Pharma is going to have anything to do with legalized drugs?
What
you're trying to tell people and lie? Because you don't really believe that, right?
What I think is that you can't stop people from doing drugs. Nobody who wants to do heroin is not doing heroin. Okay, if you want to do heroin, you yourself, if you who have no idea in the world where to go get fucking heroin, if you wanted to do heroin, you could find heroin and be doing heroin later this evening. Okay?
Yeah, so that's the
fucking fact.
Neck out to do something
It doesn't stop anyone who, but the truth is you don't want to do heroin, and if it is for sale down at the fucking party store, you're not going to run down there and buy it, are you?
How about somebody having better things to do with his life and a more meaningful life, like having like a family, having kids, having something to do with their time, that they don't want to go do heroin? That heroin, your answer is, well, like, yeah, get out of the store and get your heroin.
No, my answer is, if you want to have children, if you want to vote for Donald Trump, if you want to build a rocket ship to the motherfucking moon, I love your freedom, and I want you to go and do those things. Okay?
I don't think so.
What do you mean?
Not Bernie and the socialists. They don't like freedom. Bernie and socialists don't like freedom.
Bernie is the only alternative.
They like big government.
Look, man, if you don't think Donald Trump and his $7.4 trillion fucking budget is big government, you got your head way up your fucking ass. No offense.
Well, if the budget is so important to you, then why would you vote for Bernie Sanders, who's promising to inflate that by fucking trillions and trillions of dollars?
You brought up the budget. As if it was. You're the one who bringing it up as if it is important to you. Okay? Not me. What I want is to give the people a real choice. What I want is to return power to the people. Because you know why? I believe in the people. I think if the people actually had the choice to whether or not they want to go down to the party store and get heroin or fentanyl, that absolutely no one's going to walk into the goddamn party store and say, give me the fentanyl. Because nobody wants that shit. What happens is they fucking go out and all drugs are illegal. So you're at this place where there's people and like, yeah, you should try this shit, man. It's fucking amazing. Okay? And the next thing...
That is ridiculous. That is totally ridiculous. What you're saying right now is complete and total bullshit.
It's not ridiculous.
It's total bullshit.
No.
It is.
No.
Because I'll tell you, in my life, okay, I have done my share of drugs, okay? And I can choose whichever one that I want to do, okay? And I again, I don't choose certain drugs.
And the stupid drug war didn't prevent you for 1 second from getting those drugs, did it?
Oh, sure it did.
So we should keep we should keep doing it for another fucking 40 generations, huh?
We shouldn't let big business take it over and start selling it and advertising it to everybody, which is what they're going to do. That comes along with legalizing drugs. Is realizing
there's this thing called regulation.
Wait a minute, because if it's legal, then that means you're perfectly well and good to market it. You're perfectly well and good to put millions or even billions of dollars into marketing that product.
There's this thing called
cocaine legal, then you can market cocaine. You can.
There are no fucking advertisements on television in this fucking state or any other fucking state for marijuana businesses. There's goddamn marijuana businesses everywhere, and there's no fucking advertisements for it. Okay? Figure it out, man. There used to not be advertisements for hard alcohol on television. And then you know what happened? The Republicans came into power. And now there's advertisements for hard alcohol on television again. So tell me again how it's so good to have the Republicans in power. Fuck, man.
Isn't that freedom? Isn't that freedom? I thought you were for freedom. That's freedom.
It's freedom if they let all the fucking drugs be on television and say, yeah, that's right. If they allow them all, if they allow only alcohol, that's a monopoly, which is slavery, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you know what? Again, you're
yes, I know.
I'm saying it shouldn't be on television at all. No,
that's not what you said.
As long as it's legal, then yes, you can pour millions of dollars to advertise.
No, you can't, because they're not doing that here in Washington State. They're not doing it in Colorado. They're not doing it in Los Angeles. Nobody's spending millions of dollars advertising their fucking dispensaries on television. It's illegal. You can't do it.
Not on television, but they're doing it elsewhere. They're doing it all throughout the internet. You can do it everywhere else, okay? So television's one place where they're not allowing it as of yet. You can do it almost like any place else. And again, you have the mainstream media going along with it. You have Dr. Sanjay Gupta of CNN telling you, hey, man, weed's cool. Weed's all right.
You know what?
Like,
Dr.
Sanjay
Gupta had to come out on CNN and apologize to all the American people.
No, he didn't have to do that.
Yes, he did.
He didn't have to do that.
Yes, he did.
He did it.
He had to, in order to maintain the slightest stitch of credibility, he did have to do it.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
You're wrong.
Because
he did it because he's in with big pharma and big business, which is trying to let everybody sort of gradually ease everybody into the idea that weed is okay.
Big pharma wants nothing to do with marijuana. It's why it's still illegal federally. Yeah, really.
They're trying to,
they have all the pills they fucking need to sell to all the people. If you legalize marijuana, you know what happens? People start growing it at home, and then they don't need any of our fucking pills anymore. People stop going to the fucking doctor. Yes, it is. They stop going to the doctor.
Yeah, I said it is. Yeah, I'm saying it is true that people can grow their own weed and they can do that. That is, it's true. But they'll try.
And that's why big pharma. And that's why big pharma motherfucking hates weed.
They don't hate weed.
They do.
Hate weed.
They've hated it forever. How many fucking generations have they told us it has zero medicinal qualities?
They still don't know what the medicinal qualities are because they still haven't done studies on it.
We all know what the fucking medicinal qualities are, man.
No, you do.
It helps you sleep. It helps your appetite. It helps your attitude. It makes fucking colors brighter.
Is that what it is?
Come on, man. Come on.
So, okay. Well, you know what? I mean, again, you're denying reality. You're denying the reality that, if you want to open up a weed business, okay, no matter what state you're in, okay, you have to go to the state first. You have to go to the government to get permission to open it up.
That's not true.
And states
That's not true.
That's not true. To give you permission.
That's not true. No, in Maine, you can grow your own at home and then take it down to the fucking local farmer's market and sell it there. How's that? In Maine.
I don't know about that, but if there's an exception in Maine, then that's an exception in Maine.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying for all the other states that have marijuana, medical and legal recreational marijuana, you have to get a business license like any other business. You have to go to the state and get permission and pay them money. That's how it works.
Because of their fucking bullshit.
Unless the federal government. And the states wouldn't do it unless the federal government was partially allowing them to do it. They're allowing them to do it.
No, they said that they won't harass them, but again, they haven't tried. I mean, they're harassing the banks. They're telling the banks that they'll shut the banks down if they take the marijuana money. Okay, so it's not what you think. They're not. The feds aren't behind this. The big pharma's not behind it. The alcohol industry is not behind it. The petroleum industry is not behind it. Okay, they hate fucking marijuana.
What you're saying is absolutely false, and everybody can look it up and look into it. And I'll tell you what.
For generations, the medical industry has told us marijuana has no medicinal qualities. Anybody with the slightest, with a fucking history book could tell you different. Okay, why?
Until they change it, until they change the schedule. Okay, the federal schedule for marijuana, they can't legally study it. Okay, and they have.
It doesn't mean they have to fill us full of misinformation, which keeps it on the scheduled incorrectly, does it?
I don't think they're giving us misinformation.
Of course they are.
Sanjay Gupta on CNN, which is one of the big networks in America, is going on his network and saying, yeah, it has medicinal qualities. He's full of shit.
After apologizing, he had to apologize.
That's an act.
Because he was
CNN's a show. It's
for
a
generation. For a generation, he told people it has no medicinal qualities, and he had to come out and apologize in order for him to have the slightest bit of credibility left. Because every time he came out and did his reefer madness bullshit stories, people would fucking shit all over him. Okay? So that's what the facts are.
You believe the mainstream media when it's convenient. And the mainstream media is
don't believe the mainstream. They are full of shit.
You believe, and then you go along with it.
Like what?
So, I mean, Sanjay Gupta is an actor. He's an actor. He's a corporate lackey. He's not going on to apologize. He doesn't really.
He did apologize.
He's doing what his bosses told him to do.
He did apologize.
Tell him to do.
And then went on to make stories about how marijuana does have medicinal qualities. Multiple chapters about that. Important for everyone to know about the medical qualities that marijuana has in order to help people. Okay? And these people for generations have lied about it, hurting people. Okay? Yes, he had to apologize. He had no other choice.
He's an actor. He's an actor. It's a joke.
He's a fucking piece of shit pill shill. He's a pill shill. That's what he's been, and that's how my videos about him were titled. Pill shill, Sanjay Gupta does reefer madness story again. And that's what pushed him to have to fucking have some credibility. Otherwise, that's who he was going to be, and he knew it. Okay?
Okay. So just to prove what I'm saying is true, it's absolutely true, Pennsylvania, okay, legalized medical marijuana, okay, but in order to get legalized, even if your doctor prescribes it to you, okay, you have to go to the state. You have to register on the state Pennsylvania website in order to get the medical marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So again, that's and that's Pennsylvania. That's not Maine. It's not.
And that's an over-intrusive bullshit police state. Okay?
Yeah.
Fucking people want the safest substance available, safer than fucking water. And they gotta fucking register with the state to grow motherfucking flowers. That's the goddamn police state that you support.
I don't support that. But I don't support that.
If you support Donald Trump, then you support that. Because that's who Donald Trump is.
Well, I don't think so. Again,
because you have a legitimate second choice. Okay? Bernie Sanders says he'll do it different. So you can have one or the other. And you choose to do it the same way it's always been.
This is not the same way it's always been. That's why everybody's freaking out. That's why everybody's freaking out. Everybody's saying he's so evil.
No.
Right? Because he's doing something dramatic. Is he doing something drastic? I mean, is he?
Like what? Like what?
I'm getting lost.
Like what?
In the sort of the
what is it that you see that he's doing? What? What is he doing?
Well, again, I don't want to see
building a great new infrastructure, bringing a great new infrastructure project like he promised us, like he told us how the fucking American infrastructure is a joke compared to all the other fucking countries, compared to China, compared to Russia, and he did what with it? Nothing. But play politics.
He still would. I think maybe he still would, and I don't know that he won't do that. I think there's a
he could have already.
He has.
He could have already, and instead of giving, of course not. You don't care about all those Americans who could have good paying jobs at a fucking infrastructure project. You don't care about good fucking roads being built. I don't care about that. Of course I don't fucking care about that. Why should I care about fucking other Americans? Come on, dude. Of course you care about it. You say, you just said I don't care about that.
No, I didn't say I don't care.
Yes, you did.
You were talking about the drug issue.
I'm talking about the infrastructure and the fact that he could already have a giant multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure project going and chose to play politics with it instead.
Okay. So for that, I should change my vote. I should completely change my vote to a socialist. You know what I mean? Again, just because there's no hope.
Well, of course you shouldn't change it to a socialist. Wow, nobody should ever vote for a fucking socialist. That would be retarded. God.
Worse than that. It's like voting for a fascist. It's basically the same thing as voting for a fascist. If somebody was a fascist in our government, if somebody was a fascist, then you would say that label would be important, right? You wouldn't say that's just a label. It's just hey, listen, he's a fascist, but that's just a label.
I say this over and over again. People want to attach labels to this side and to that side, and I say it over and over again. Okay, these labels do you no good. It's not a matter of me. They do you no good. They hurt you. They make it so that you put blinders on. All you know now is socialist. Okay, he's a socialist. That's all I need to know. I'm good. I don't need to know anything else. That's it.
No, I know who Bernie Sanders is.
Right, you do. But all these other people. All these other people who are terrified of socialists because they're good Americans, not like they fucking care about Social Security or anything. Fuck.
Socialism is antithetical to our Constitution and what the Founding Fathers wanted for this country.
What do you think Social Security is?
It's a Ponzi scheme.
It's socialism.
Okay, it's a Ponzi scheme with social. No, it's not socialism. It's not socialism. It's a Ponzi scheme.
It's the people working together to help others who need help. That's fucking socialism. Okay? It's why they call it Social Security. Okay, and it's fine. Look, I'm not. Look. I don't think that our fucking opinions are that far apart, okay? I get it. The government is fucked. The problem is you think it's on one side. It's the government's fucked. You end it there. It's not the fucking Republicans or the fucking Democrats. It's fucking both of them.
No, but that's generally not what you say.
Yes, it is. Oh my God, dude, come on! I have done nothing since day one but call for the abolishment of both parties because over and over again, including on this telephone conversation, I said it's the Republicans and the Democrats hand in hand who have brought us to this moment in history right now, happily smiling at each other and going to parties together and having lunches together, the Democrats and the Republicans working together to make this bullshit happen. Again and again.
But Trump wasn't either one of those things. Trump wasn't a politician.
Right.
He hasn't been a part of these parties.
And they keep saying Bernie's not one of those things either.
Of course he is.
I know.
He's been there 30 years. He's been in Congress because, Bernie Sanders has authored 3 bills in 30 years, and 2 of them were renaming post offices.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he offered 1 bill that was,
Okay.
for veterans, and that was a good thing. So
Okay.
in 3 years, he authored, 3 bills that became law. 2 of them renaming post office. So this is a guy who can really get things done.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy who's, must be sharp as a tack, in
All right.
30 years.
All right.
This is what he's accomplished.
What's your name?
Pass.
All right, Pass. Well, I'm glad you called. It's been an interesting discussion. I got to have a break. So I hope that you'll call back again sometime soon, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. It's nice talking to you. Stay cool.
I really do. All righty. You too.
Bye. Okay. I'm going to play another clip for you guys, and I'll be back in just a sec.
These could be a very telling next couple of weeks in the effort to end America's longest war. A deal is on the table between the U.S. and the Taliban that could eventually lead to withdrawal of American troops. But senior correspondent Mike Tobin tells us from our Middle East newsroom there is still a long way to go.
Taliban fighters continue to strike Afghan government targets despite an agreement for a reduction in violence. Reuters reports 19 government troops were killed in Helmand province. Commanders in 3 provinces said they heard reports about the agreement, but until they get direct orders from their superiors, they will hit targets. The U.S. Defense Secretary said a deal had been struck with Taliban representatives. It called for a period of 7 days with no bombs and no rocket attacks. After that, a truce with the U.S. and the Taliban could be signed. A Taliban official in Doha, Qatar, says the deal could be signed as soon as February 29th.
We have to give peace a chance, that the best, if not only way forward in Afghanistan is through a political agreement. And that means taking some risk. That means enabling our diplomats.
Esper would not comment on the size or timing of a U.S. drawdown. With roughly 13,000 U.S. troops in Afghanistan, the expectation is that the force could be reduced to 8,600. A truce with the U.S. could pave the way for talks with the Taliban and the Afghan government, possibly a countrywide ceasefire. Afghan President Ashraf Ghani says to strike a deal with the Afghan government, the Taliban would need to abandon totalitarian principles, at least to the point of allowing elections.
The critical test is going to be, will the Taliban accept an election as the mechanism, the crucial mechanism of referring to the Afghan people, or do they still have a view of conquest?
Fox News reported that negotiations included the potential release of 3,000 to 5,000 Taliban prisoners. Today, a Taliban spokesman said 5,000 Taliban prisoners would be released in exchange for 1,000 Afghan government detainees if a deal is signed. Brett, back to you.
Mike Tobin in our Middle East newsroom. Mike, thank you.
Okay, so I have more clips if you guys want to see more clips, or we can do another phone call if you want to do another phone call, or we could do a bong hit. Bong hit sounds pretty good. Hello, caller.
Hello. Hey, Mike. It's Jacob from Pennsylvania.
Hey, Jacob. How are you tonight?
Oh, pretty good. Besides having the flu and my daughter having the flu, overall, I'm doing all right besides having the flu.
Yeah, the flu is rough, man. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, man. I was going to say something about the previous caller when he was talking about medical marijuana and stuff. I'm a medical marijuana patient in Pennsylvania, and it's pretty disgusting that Donald Trump wants to get rid of the provision that protects individuals with that have medical marijuana and stuff like that, and businesses and stuff like that. And it really tells you something. It shows you that we're hurting our own people, and basically no one we become so ignorant to this point that we become so disconnected to reality that we don't even know what the other person is going through, But I guess we got to cut Medicare, and we got to cut Social Security, and we got to do this. Fuck the people, But
no, I hear you, man. I when it comes to the medical marijuana, all you have to do is like look up on the YouTube. You type in, multiple sclerosis and cannabis, and if you see a multiple sclerosis patient and they're like this, and then they have one puff of cannabis and they're fucking steady and they're fucking able to do shit. It's like the difference between life and death, and it's the only drug that fucking works that way, and it's completely fucking safe, and then and then these people like the medical industry, the medical for-profit medical industrial complex, the Supreme Court, the law, these people, they keep this incredibly safe, incredibly effective medicine away from people who need it desperately and make them into criminals and punish them, and they're like sick people in desperate need, and how much more heartless can a country be,
Right, especially with Mike Bloomberg, like in his past records, with his stop and frisk policy, they basically arrested minorities that had like marijuana and stuff like that. Even like it's ridiculous. They pop up someone on the media that is a billionaire that has a past history of breaking constitutional rights and doing all this stuff like with Muslims and stuff, like spying on Muslims and where the hell they go and stuff like that. This system doesn't help people at all. It just degrades them, and it just puts them into the poverty line,
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't care. Like, as a medical marijuana patient, I have anxiety and mild autism and depression, and it has helped me. And also, too, in the medical marijuana program, they do state research on it without the federal government. Because patients participate in the medical marijuana program too, and they have this app. I don't know what it's called, but it gives you the input and stuff, and how what strain works for you and stuff like that.
Right on.
And like the system, the way it's set up in Pennsylvania for medical marijuana, I see it's more like a profit scheme to me.
Yeah.
Because down in Pennsylvania, compared to other states and their prices, we've been in shortage ever since it's been enacted.
Yeah.
And it's fucking ridiculous. It's part of the state, too, that's causing it, too. Because the distribution, like the grow operations and stuff, like, it takes them so much, like, you have to have it, I think, where, what is it? That, hold on. But what I was trying to say is that you have to go through the state and you have to be approved to have a dispensary and stuff like that. And it's ridiculous, and it's hurting patients as well.
Yeah, it's keeping safe medicine away from people who desperately need it, is what it's doing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Are you guys able to grow your own there?
No. And there's patients I went to the Capitol in Harrisburg to protest it, to change the medical marijuana program for the prices and like to right to grow and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And Yeah, I put my input on the survey and stuff when the health department did a survey and stuff like that. And when they got that survey, they said that people that use medical marijuana were more likely not use it because they couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
That tells you something.
Yeah. Well, in Canada, the Supreme Court there, before they made it legalized, they ruled that it was unconstitutional for the government not to allow medical marijuana patients to grow their own weed at home. So there is some hope. In this state, they've legalized recreational marijuana, but they don't let you grow marijuana unless you have a medical script, a recommendation from a doctor. And that's a bunch of bullshit. If you're going to make it legal, just make it fucking legal and let people fucking grow their own weed at home, man.
Yeah, exactly. And like every year that you have to reapply for your medical marijuana card, you have to go through a doctor, but you have to pay out of pocket.
Yeah.
You have to pay $300 for the doctor and $50 for the fucking card.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
We have to pay like $125 here for the doctor. But that's a lot of money, man. That is really fucked up. That again, they're taking. I don't want to say taking advantage, but they're gouging sick people. These people are doing this. They're spending $350 so they can just make it so they can go to the store, right? Because they're desperate for this medicine. Okay, so and they want to be legal. They want to be law-abiding citizens, and still the fucking government treats them like second class. It's a load of shit, man. And I'm really sorry to hear that they're giving you such a hard time about that.
Yeah, man. It's the thing we can learn from each other is that we can hear each other's what they go through and everything, but the thing that's defining us is this system. Because this system is telling people that, it's socialistic, that you can't have better health care, you can't have this, while they get rich profiting on sick people. And
right.
It's sickness. It's the system of sickness.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's like the only thing that matters anymore is money. So as long as somebody's making money off of it, then we can make something happen. Otherwise, like with growing, the reason they don't let people grow weed in this state where marijuana is legal for recreational use is because nobody makes money off of that. Why should we let people do that if they're not going to make money off of it? Because the people should be allowed to grow fucking free flowers, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And like there's a company called Prime Wellness that was against for homegrown and this stuff, and I go through that company just for my medical marijuana. That kind of pissed me off.
Yeah.
Great product and stuff, but after they came out saying they're anti-homegrown, I lost respect for them.
Yeah, I hear you. I hate those people. I hate those people that are all just in the business solely to make a fucking buck. I hate those people, and they're gonna fucking. Those are the people that you don't want to buy marijuana from if you have any other option.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like the prices here, like they have $50 half grams to $55 half grams, and for like a gram it ranges from like $80.
For leaf, for flower?
Concentrates.
For concentrates, yeah. The price is gonna come down, dude. It's gonna take a little bit. That's pretty freaking high. Here, I mean, you can go here, almost any store, and buy a gram of concentrates, gram of wax or oil or whatever for like $10.
Yeah, Yeah, that's what I noticed too. Like compared to other states, Pennsylvania's the most expensive. We're just getting ripped off.
Yeah,
But,
it'll get better. It'll get better.
yeah, man. And like with Donald Trump and stuff like that, if he's really says he's pro-family, he wouldn't be enacting things that hurt families. You know?
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. No,
He'd rather put my kid in fucking jail if they go against my wishes, if they want to smoke marijuana against my wishes. My kid to go to jail, have a life record, can't progress in society with all the federal laws, like with housing and stuff like that. It just makes it harder on average people to live a normal life.
Yeah.
You know? And
Anything with the police state. Yeah.
exactly. You know, for me as a like political leanings, I don't really lean to one party to the next or whatever. Like, I've been a registered Democrat since I was 16, and ever since I've been a Democrat, both parties haven't been really I don't know. I just feel like people, we just be disconnected and stuff, and
the people have been separated and divided down into little tiny groups, and it's like you have to stay in your little group, and this is why I hate the labels and
it's like some high school bullshit.
Yeah,
it's like for instance, like when I remember this in elementary school. If one kid does something bad, we all suffer the consequences to learn and stuff like that. And this isn't elementary school no more. Like, seriously, this is what the system is like. It's like a nanny state system, like where if one person does something wrong, everybody suffers for it. You know, and it's not right.
Well, see the thing is we have to understand that we're all connected. And it's not just a matter of the justice system. It's a matter of if one of us is suffering, then we all feel that pain in some way, and especially if it's someone that could be lifted out of that suffering. If it's someone that simply needs to be lifted up to feel better, then that's easy to do. And for whatever reason, that's been kind of pushed out of us. We're not those people anymore who lift people up and help the downtrodden, and so it's going to be but I think things are changing. I think people are tired of the selfishness, the short-sighted selfishness that have brought us to the edge of an extinction. We can only do this same thing so much longer, and things are going to get real bad. And I think a lot of people are waking up to that and looking for something different. Yeah.
Yeah, especially like with Bernie Sanders' crowd sizes and stuff. I've seen the one in Tacoma. I've seen the other videos somewhere else that had like a glass, like windows and stuff around. And there was a lot of people there. I forgot which day it was, but he had some massive crowds.
Yeah, no, yeah, we went to a Bernie Sanders rally in 2016. And it was a giant arena, and it was as packed as possible. So the man can draw people. He's going to have a lot of support. We just got to get these other loser Democrats out of the way and start rallying that support more wholeheartedly. That's all.
Yeah, I think the only Democrat I'm voting for is Bernie Sanders, because compared to the other Democrats, they're half measures, and their records are quite concerning too.
Yeah, I agree.
with Bernie's.
Well, go ahead.
Bloomberg,
Go ahead.
Like with Mike Bloomberg, we're just going to replace Donald Trump with another billionaire. Like, seriously,
that's some kind of choice to make, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like that's what you call a democracy in America.
Yeah.
You don't get choices.
Get to choose between two New York billionaires. Good plan.
Yeah, you choose your own servitude. You basically choose your servitude to do two so-called lesser than two evils.
Right.
Bullshit.
Right. You said your name's James, is that right? What'd you say?
No, Jacob.
Jacob. Hey, Jacob. Well, I'm glad you called, especially with us talking about the Pennsylvania medical marijuana. I gotta go though. So
right.
I'm glad we got a chance to talk. And I look forward to talking to you again soon, okay? I really appreciate your phone call tonight because it really helped us understand things better in Pennsylvania. So thanks a lot for that.
Yeah, you're welcome, Mike. Have a great night.
Okay, you too, man. Talk to you soon. I hope you feel better soon.
All right, thank you, Mike.
See ya.
Take care.
And that's Jacob from Pennsylvania, and I'm really glad he did call because I didn't know any of that stuff about Pennsylvania and the medical marijuana there. It's really messed up that these petty tyrants and just the police nanny state acts as if every life is precious, but when you need this drug, this completely safe drug, a flower that anyone can grow in their backyard or their closet, is somehow evil, then you know that the people that are speaking are not in the people's interest. Okay? Bernie Sanders has made it clear. Okay? This cannabis, these laws against cannabis must end. Okay? So he's going to make that happen in the first 100 days, taking power away from the police state and giving it back to the people, taking the power away from the nanny state that believes adults and law-abiding citizens in a free society should be babysat every single second of every single day in order to make sure that they don't do one of the most safest substances on the face of the planet. Bernie's going to change that. And Donald Trump will not, ever, in a million years. Why? Because he loves our police so much. And you know what? If he really loved the police, he'd end the drug war. Because how many police lives would you save if you didn't have this stupid drug war where they put themselves into harm's way over somebody fucking buying drugs? You end that, right? How many cops' lives are you going to save if you end the drug war? A lot. So Donald Trump doesn't really love the police. What he loves is power. And we all know it, don't we? Hello, caller.
Hey, real quick, I know you probably got to get going pretty soon. Just wanted to clarify real quick, for the record, remember how that previous caller was talking about how Bernie Sanders yelled at one of his constituents in Vermont?
To shut up. Yeah, he said he was asking about Israel, and I guess, and Israel, and Bernie said something to the effect of, Israel has the right to defend itself, and so people there at his thing became upset, and they started to get loud, and Bernie told them to shut up, according to this caller. Go ahead.
Well, I found the video, and I recognized the voice very clearly because I've seen her so many times. It was her and someone else. It was Medea Benjamin from Code Pink, and another person, and they're renowned for trying to purposefully interrupt and cause scenes. So I saw the video. The reason why he got so loud at them was because, number one, the kids, they kept on interrupting him. They wouldn't let him talk. And number two is they were purposefully bringing their voice up a decibel level every time that he tried to talk. Is this like? So yeah, they were being very rude. But on top of that, it was staged because that's what Copeland does. Now I don't know 100% about their politics. I know that Medea likes Jill Stein. Oh, hello, yes, go ahead and take that bong hit. I'm watching it right now. But yeah, I just wanted to get that out there because I don't know if maybe the previous caller was duped by that because it was kind of hard to see who was talking, but I saw one of the pink hats and I heard the voice and I heard how loud and obnoxious they were being. So that's why he got pissed off at them, is because the way they're being acting. So one of his constituents.
I don't think it's right, that Bernie yells like that. I mean, and I'm pretty sure I've seen that clip too. But the truth is that Bernie is the best candidate to go up against Donald Trump. And that's all that I'm saying. I'm not saying he's going to make the best, that he's going to save us all. What I'm saying is, he's going to be the best choice to go up against Donald Trump, and that he has, and he has this thing where he says we're going to end the drug war. And that discussion is so important to be had, and it's not going to be anywhere on the radar with any other Democrat other than like Tulsi Gabbard or Andrew Yang. Although Pete Buttigieg is going to fucking lie and try and act like he's interested in that.
Pete Buttigieg. I swear to God. I listen to a lot of Kyle Kulinski with Secular Talk, and I watch a lot of his stuff. And some of the times I can tell that he's a little bit slanted, but he does bring out a lot of facts. And yeah, I've been following up with him, and he rails Buttigieg all the time for being corrupted.
That guy is horrible. That guy is horrible, man.
I'll probably call back later on, when it's not too late. I actually have to go into bed. I was hoping to come in a bit earlier, but I just wanted to clear the record. That's what I saw. That's what I observed. I
really appreciate that. That's very good. Yeah, the Code Pink people are definitely harassers. I like it, honestly. I like the protesters. I
do too.
Yeah, but
I feel like that they go under the belt sometimes.
Yeah, Well, people, especially when you come to things like Israel, and people acting like you don't have the right to talk about it, like Donald Trump acting like you can't talk that way about Israel, because that's as an American, I don't give a fuck what you say that I can or can't do, because I can, and I can talk that way about this government. And that's what really bothers me, is it's like, oh, you can talk that way about America, but you can't talk that way about Israel. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
And I agree with some of their positions. The only thing that I do take issue with is their tactic for trying to interrupt things constantly, whether or not it's appropriate, and it just seems to be politically slanted. I would much more rather prefer a rational discussion, a debate. But it seems like that seems like the only way they feel like they can get attention is just by interrupting other people's things. I mean, yeah, they might have an opposition to Bernie's position. I don't know. I personally know that I've seen Medea complain about Bernie before, but she's pushing for Jill Stein.
Yeah.
So in other words, she has someone that so it's kind of like, it's like there's a more, I guess, how do I want to say the word honorable in politics in one sentence, but yeah. I feel like there's a better way to kind of carry yourself in certain ways. I feel like to convince someone of your point of view would be better served to do it in a more rational way instead of just like yelling at someone. I mean, you should hear the guy. The guy was yelling. I think.
I mean, when you become a professional politician like these people, I mean, not politician, but a professional protester, you know, any kind of like decorum, you know, they just have like an attack mode that they do, and it doesn't really work with like a normal person. You know what I mean? A normal person will act very, they might attack, they might have the same talking points, but their delivery is going to be way different than a professional protester.
One of the ones that I really loved was when they were protesting the ban of dancing at the Jefferson Memorial. That was great, you know.
Yeah.
When Adam Kokesh was there and everyone got taken down by the DC police and everything, that was a protest. That was a good protest, and it you know, turned some heads. It got some attention. So, but anyway, I just wanted to say that part, but I do need to get to bed because I have another day tomorrow.
Okay.
I've been watching you since 2007, man.
Right on. Well, I'm glad you're still here, and we look forward to talking to you again soon, okay?
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, you too. I didn't catch his name. And it is extremely late. My producer, Craig, has gone to bed, and he stayed up way later than he should have. He has to get up early. So and I know a lot of the rest of you got to get up early too. So I am, I guess we're about done here. If you want to call again, I have the phone line open. I have more video clips still. But like I said, I know it's getting late, and I'm kind of ready for a break anyways. You know, I really don't like being under the lights too long. And we have done a pretty darn good show tonight, right? 6 hours? Are you kidding me? So I don't think we need any more clips. But I'm really glad you guys tuned in. I think it was a very good show. And that we probably made a whole bunch of good points. And we got a break in the new bong. Real nice, right? This is the new bong. It seems to be working pretty well. And what else do we got? I guess that's it. So we're doing this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. And it's always better when you're here. You know, if you're not here, this is completely meaningless. I mean, I'd just be here talking to myself. So it's you guys that give the show value. I've always said that it's you guys who give Mox News value. So I thank you for that. I thank you for tuning in. I hope that you tune in again tomorrow and every Monday through Friday. The same Mox time, same Mox channel. Same Mox time, same Mox channel, Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific. I hope we'll see you here again tomorrow. I very much look forward to it. Let's see, there's my beautiful baby. He finally gets in place, right? Finally, at the end of the show, there's my beautiful baby. Hi, my beautiful baby. You're my beautiful baby. You are. You want some pizza? Oh, that pizza last night was pretty good, huh? Or a cheeseburger? You want a cheeseburger? You do. You're my beautiful Boo Bear. We'll go find a good treat, okay, buddy? We'll go find a good treat. All right, but I don't have a cheeseburger, so we'll get one soon, though. All right, so that's it for tonight. Hit. I don't have a hit ready. I just took one a couple minutes ago, man. I gotta eat something before I take another puff. I have my limits. But I'll be sure and do it again tomorrow. Same Mox time, same Mox channel. I hope we see you here. Stay cool till then, and remember, one of these days, this drug war is going to end. It has to end one of these days. It's a complete and utter failure. It has to end one of these days. So stay cool till then.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.